By this point, the supposed Trump-sanctioned Muslim ban story has been thoroughly propagated throughout the nation by much of the establishment media. Whenever headlines confirm people's fondest hopes or darkest fears, they rarely take a closer look. National news organizations know this, and the Muslim ban narrative spread like wildfire in leftist circles, who sounded fascist alarms after reading a headline for the 100th time this week, prompting protests. There's one glaring problem with the entire narrative, though. It's not a Muslim ban. At least not one that targets Muslims intentionally. Despite what a myriad of seemingly intentional deceiving headlines imply, the grossly oversimplified phrase doesn't hold up to a shred of scrutiny. As Sean Davis pointed out, the media lied when they said the EO was a Muslim ban, they lied about religious targeting, and they lied about why those 7 countries were picked. One can and should debate the ethics and efficacy of this new temporary travel restriction, but calling it a Muslim ban is not only intellectually dishonest, it's just plain incorrect. And that isn't a pro-Trump statement, it's a factual one. Right off the bat, Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Nigeria, the top 5 countries with the largest Muslim populations, were not included in this travel restriction. The restriction is not attempting to target, let alone register, Muslims. Actually reading Trump's executive order is important because it reveals that countries were not targeted by the Trump administration. In fact, countries weren't even named in his executive order. It referenced pre-existing law established by the Obama administration, and that pre-existing law listed Iraq and Syria as countries of concern, and thus were included in this restriction. The Obama administration deemed these countries high risk, not Trump's. What about the other 5? The law that was referenced left the door open for others when it states "or any other country or area of concern." So Trump chose the rest, right? No, Obama's Department of Homeland Security later included the other 5 on February 18th, 2016. But obviously that won't all fit in a shocking headline. These inconvenient truths didn't stop Reddit from upvoting this deceptive, completely off-base story to the front page of the website. How many casual Redditors, even non-Reddit users, saw this top post on the front page of the site, accepted it as accurate, and then continued on with their day? Many hundreds of thousands, I'm sure. The national media's success at selling into people's biases using the increasingly social media-driven click economy is deeply troubling. Coupled with rampant intellectual dishonesty and reflexive partisanship, it seems most of the United States pundit and media class will remain in a state of hyper-partisanship through Donald Trump's presidency. All that being said, it's important to note that Trump's execution left much to be desired in terms of competence. As Ben Shapiro pointed out, it should have been run through the Office of Legal Counsel and in accordance with Department of Homeland Security. It should have exempted people like translators for the US military, and it should have been applied to green card holders in the air. Trump's lack of clarity regarding permanent residents, Iraqi interpreters, and communication with enforcement officers is leading to disarray, and unfortunately will deter public support for an otherwise reasonable and necessary measure. By this point, the supposed Trump
Bird will gather at my side, tears will gather in my eyes, throw my head and cry as vultures circle in the sky. And you're going to do what you came here to do, so why not do it now? Oh, and cut me down. No shadow. Take me as I am, a man. And they're going to do what they came here to do. You can see it in them now. They're gonna cut me down. I'm looking to burn. Looking for the water, or the water I wept. Looking for the dance, or the dance that I did. Looking for the day, the dead that I lived. Thank you.
Ah, so beautiful. Kevin Morby live on KEXP, the new album called Singing Saw.
Yelling, man, what the heck did you do that for? And I was watching the old men fish, and they'd give their catch away. And I could hear a woman singing, and I could feel that piano play. It'd go like, your bad breath, I want some, or a drag off your cigarette. And I was thinking about a song that I heard when I was young. And I was wondering about its trumpeter, how he could get those horns to talk. They'd go like, gathered in my eyes, on my head, oh and babe, you know I'll cry. And I was thinking about the places I've been, all with you, always at my side, like a baby. Oh, I held my head and cried. Come on, Dorothy, oh, you know we could go all night. hit the town, and we could fill a room up with smoke. You know I got the first round as we tell all the stories told. And I would pretend that you were new, like I was just introduced to you. And all the music in my ears sounds beautiful down here. And I could hear that drummer roll as I listened to that choir cry. And I could hear a guitar weeping, I could feel those pipers cry. And all the beauty I couldn't see, well, it just cut me at my knees. And I was watching the young men fish, and they'd all give their catch away. And I could hear a woman singing, and I could feel that piano play. Tears were gathered in my eyes, on my head, and then you know that I cried like a baby. Oh, I had out of my head and cried. Come on, talking, oh, you know we could go all night. Thank you.
Kevin Morby live on KEXP. Songs from the new album, Singing Saw. Man, it's so great to hear these songs live that I've been enjoying from the record for so long. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you for having us.
Kevin, you have made so much music for your young life. I have lost track of the number of records you were on with Woods. I want to say like 4. You had a couple with the Babies, and now 3 beautiful solo albums. You're still in your 20s, aren't you?
I am. I'm 28 years old.
That's crazy. We know when we think of those bands that you've been in, I mostly think of, or and I announce it on the air, New York and LA, but you're a Midwest boy. You grew up in several cities in the Midwest, but mostly in Kansas City.
Yes, that is true.
I'm curious what your introduction was to music, especially since you have so much to share with us at such a young age. When did you start playing music?
I started playing music around when I was 10 years old. I got a guitar from my mom for Christmas. And I think at the time, I was only really introduced to sort of like popular 90s radio. It's kind of embarrassing now, but bands like Third Eye Blind and Simi Sonic, stuff like that. Not embarrassing, no disrespect to those bands, but...
I think we've all got some of those in our history, in fact, probably a lot of them.
And then that sort of led to like punk music that was on the radio, like Green Day or something, which eventually just led into Bob Dylan and Neil Young.
Were you playing in bands when you were young?
Not until high school.
And what kind of bands were those? Cover bands of those Third Eye Blind?
No, I was heavily into punk at that point. I was in a punk band. I played drums called the Creepy Aliens. That was the first band that I ever went to.
What was the music scene like for you in Kansas City? I know when you lived in New York, I mean, there's just so much to choose from, so many musicians there, so many scenes.
It was really cool. It was really special. I feel like it really helped mold what interested me into wanting to go to New York and sort of navigate that DIY scene that was happening in New York at that time. Because everything that was happening in New York was sort of just what was happening in Kansas City, but on a larger scale. And I feel like with Kansas City, there's so much turnover of people coming in and out because of the art school there, and people who grow up there, generally, they end up leaving. But I caught it at a really nice time in space where there's a lot of bands kind of working together from a bunch of different genres. Because it's in the Midwest, there's not a lot of bands coming through, so it's kind of like everyone bonds to kind of make their own little scene. So on any given show, there's a bunch of different bands that are all sort of different, and you wouldn't go to another city and there'd be like a punk band and a folk band and a jazz band. But in Kansas City, it was like that, and we kind of worked together, and that was special.
Your journey to New York is sort of like a folk song. You kind of hopped on a train. You'd never been there before. You were only 18 years old. What was that like?
It was really exciting. It was very frightening, but it was exciting. I took the Amtrak by myself, and I thought at some point I'd turn around and get on the one going back to Kansas City, but I didn't.
And you loved New York, didn't you?
I loved it. I really did.
But you live in Los Angeles now, and it seems like that's a pretty peaceful place for you. I read about the writing of this record, which, is it based on your neighborhood in Los Angeles? Yes,
Mount Washington. And yeah, very peaceful, especially coming from New York and touring all the time. It's sort of like the most rural environment that I'd ever been immersed in.
It's a beautiful, beautiful record, and I understand that you mostly wrote it at home and you went back to New York to record it?
Yes, I did, because I worked with Sam Cohen, who produced it. He lives in Brooklyn, but we ended up recording in Woodstock. So it kind of mirrored the environment in which I wrote it.
And I'm interested to know how you met Sam. I sort of read a story about a show you played with him.
Yeah, I met him at a recreation of The Last Waltz called The Complete Last Waltz in, I forget where, somewhere in upstate New York. And it's this very last minute thing where I was asked to do it like a week before it happened, and it happened the day before Thanksgiving in 2014. And I got the offer to do it, and I saw who else was playing. I saw that members of Dr. Dog and Cass McCombs and Nels Klein from Wilco was playing it. And so it was one of those things I couldn't tell how legitimate it seemed or if it would be cool at all. But I decided to go do it, and it was amazing. It was an amazing life moment. The whole show was incredible, and then I met Sam, and Sam was he was the leader of this like 30-piece band, and watching him sort of conduct that volume of people and be able to do it in the way that he did it made me really want to work with him, and I'm really glad that I did.
I know that you worked with the same producer for your first two albums, The Babies, so trying something different probably was exciting, especially after working with Sam. What was he on this big project with the band show? What was he able to bring to the process that you hadn't done before?
I think he's just one of those people that he can kind of do anything. He can kind of play any instrument. He can kind of see any idea through. So any crazy thing that like I thought up on my own that might have seemed insane to somebody else, Sam was kind of like, okay, we can make that happen. So that's what's really special about him.
It's interesting that you talk about all this stuff that you can make happen on the record, yet the record has a lot of space.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm glad you noticed.
It's beautiful. I mean, I think it takes a really great songwriter to make such a dense album that has so much space. I know that seems like an oxymoron.
No, yeah, thank you.
Or that's not an oxymoron, but opposites.
I know what you're saying.
The new album's called Singing Saw Tonight. Kevin Morby and his band are going to be at the Tractor Tavern. What have you got for us next?
A song called Destroyer. Have you seen my lover with the long blonde hair? Everything we did just went so wrong. Last time that I saw her, she was standing there. Now I've come to wonder where she's gone. Where she's gone, Lord, where she's gone, Lord. Now I've come to wonder where she's gone. Have you seen my mother? She's out looking for my father. Didn't think that he'd be gone this long. She's gone where you can't go, but I let her have her fun. Now I've come to wonder where she's gone. Where she's gone, Lord, where she's gone, Lord. Now I've come to wonder where she's gone. Have you seen my sister? She looks just like me. Looking into her is like a mirror. And when we were young, we weren't two at one. Sometimes I come to wonder where she's gone. Where she's gone, Lord, where she's gone. Without a kingdom, without a bird over my head. Don't believe what they told you, or what I heard, or what I said. And now I go down towards the water in which we cried. And now I go down towards the dirt in which we died, 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 died. destroy us. Destroy us. What about me? I'm out wandering the street, silently carrying a song. Till it gets so loud that it comes rushing out my mind. Oh, you'll probably wonder where I've gone. Where I've gone, Lord, where I've gone, Lord. Oh, you'll probably wonder where I've gone. Destroy us. Destroy us. Oh. Calling out, demanding answers, pleading skies, cry for hours, dropping peace bombs, collecting prayers, sky that mirrors, sky that stares as I sing. I have been to the mountain, and I have walked on his shore. And I have seen what I see, but I can't see him no more. Run a mile, make an echo, destroy the destroyer, do it fast. That man lived in this town, the pig took him down. And have you heard the sound of a man stop breathing? A song. Watch me sing what I sing. Watch me sing along. As I said, I have been to the mountain, and I have walked on his shore, and I have seen what I see, but I can't see them no more. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounded fantastic. Kevin Morby live on KEXP. You have the best band.
I know, they're incredible.
Meg wailing away on that guitar over there, and vocals Justin on the drums, Cyrus on bass. And Kevin, always so wonderful to see you.
Always wonderful to see you, Cheryl.
And we love the new record, Singing Saw. And there is an actual singing saw on the record.
There is. John from Quilt, who's been in here recently.
Yeah, we love Quilt.
Yeah.
That's great. And tonight, Kevin Morby playing at the Tractor Tavern. So wonderful to see you. Thank you all so much for coming in.
Thank you, Cheryl.
You've got to tune to KEXP Seattle.
I hear the call.
Discover new music at listener-powered KEXP.org.
Got to tune to 90.3. It's KEXP. We're here in Seattle and streaming all over the world, both video and audio right now at KEXP.org. And I am joined here in our live performance space by Woods. My name is Evie. Hi, guys. I'm Evie. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
They're playing later today at the Capitol Hill Block Party, the Vera stage at 6 p.m., but they got to stop by here first and give us a special show, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, I understand that you have a few songs to play, so I'll let you do that whenever you're ready.
My hatred is unending.
Sunset craze, did you see? Oh, let it go. We fall into love every day. We take as we go. Oh, we can turn into time. We can turn day to day. But please don't take it away. Fall into pieces, falling apart. I'm falling today. sunset it creeps. Oh, let it go. We're falling to love. Take as we go. The sunset it creeps. Oh, let it go. Falling to love. Take as we go.
Sun City Creeps from Woods. Live here on KEXP. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. listening to Woods live here on the station where the music matters. It's KEXP Seattle. They're here in Seattle because they're playing the Capitol Hill Block Party tonight, 6 p.m. on the Vera stage. I'm doing a show for our listeners here first. A couple songs. I'm talking as we switch guitars.
There were people in the hallway before. What happened to them? I thought we had an audience.
Well, they're there. They're just,
Is it a one-way mirror?
they're in the dark. You can't see them, but they're there. They're watching. You can wave to them and say hello.
Oh, hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody. I can see a few people behind the windows. I mean, there's people that cannot see us right now that are listening. There's people on the other side of the glass. You can come in and you can watch these in-studio performances in our new home at the Seattle Center. So there is people behind the glass, is what we're saying.
Oh, I see them now. Wow, that's really wild.
Yeah. Anywho, whenever you'd like, again, the floor is yours.
You never worry where you've been. Then you get that look in your eyes. Creature comfort from within. Just to fall back into your sky again. Over and done again. We fall back as one again. You never close your eyes. Live in the city when you can. Just don't get caught up in those eyes. Feel the pullback, feel the bend. Just to fall back into your sky again. Over and done again. We fall back as one again. You never close your eyes. Let there be one together. Fall back as one. Forever when you close your eyes. Let me hold you again. You never worry where you've been. Then you get that look in your eyes. Creature comfort from within. Just to fall back into your sky again. Over and done again. We fall back as one again. You never close your eyes. Let there be one together. Fall back as one. Forever when you close your eyes. Let there be one together. Fall back as one. Forever when you close your eyes. Close your eyes. Oh, when you close your eyes, let me hold you again.
You're listening to Woods live here on the station where the music matters, KXP in Seattle. 90.3 FM. You just heard Creature Comfort. It's from their latest release, City Sun Eater in the River of Light. Again, we are streaming both video and audio, so if you'd like to see what you're hearing, you can go to kexp.org and see some vid of all of the... I'm joined by many people in this room here, so check it out. Check it out if you have the ability. Woods live here with us on KEXP doing the take from their 2016 album, City, Sun, Eater, and the River of Light. So sounding incredible, you guys. That was very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And
Thanks
I
for
want to
having
say too, yeah, of course. And this album is definitely a highlight for many of the employees and DJs and everybody here at the station. So thanks for putting out such a great record. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thanks for being here today. If you're listening and you're going to the block party today at on Capitol Hill, see them today at 6 p.m. on the Vera stage, and you will not regret it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day. KEXP, Listener Powered Radio, 90.3 FM.
Discover new music at listener-powered KEXP.org.
Our spirit cannot be crushed so easily.
Be gone from my domain. Now you shall fall.
You have lost a keep, heroes. One of our towers has been snatched away.
From the void, we must not hesitate. The scales will be balanced. Fire will be restored.
Be ready. The altars are rising from the mists. The altars stand ready. Capture them before the Raven Lord's pawns do.
You are not prepared!
This realm is mine, Grave Keeper.
Bring this fort to ruin.
Keep lost. The enemy has taken a tower! Your enemy's keep falls. Well done. Defeat.
MVP.
On Wednesday night, Milo Yiannopoulos stopped by University of California at Berkeley to do his shtick. Leftist protesters, joined by a large contingent of anarchist rioters, promptly gave him everything he could ever hope for. A riot, complete with violent destruction of property, large objects set on fire, and Yiannopoulos supporters beaten in the streets. It was a vicious and disgusting display of just how fascist many on the campus left had become. A few thoughts. First, the campus left has been engaging in this sort of fascism for at least a year. Not every campus leftist group engages in this sort of violence. I spoke at Berkeley last year, no problem. But a shocking number of campuses have experienced this sort of fascist anti-free speech garbage. Yiannopoulos has been at the receiving end of these sorts of receptions at campuses dotting the country. And the riots aren't really about Yiannopoulos. They're about the very concept of allowing someone on campus who the left considers radical. Last February, I was met with a near riot at Cal State Los Angeles. At Penn State, students tried to break through locked doors to disrupt one of my speeches. I was banned from DePaul in the aftermath of a student disruption against Yiannopoulos and told I would be arrested if I set foot on campus. Jason Riley of the Wall Street Journal was disinvited by Virginia Tech before finally being allowed on campus. So this stuff is happening all the time. The academic left, second of all, has prepared the way for a lot of this campus fascism. Why is all this happening right now? Well, because the campus left has built up a pseudo-intellectual bulwark around such fascism. They've told students they deserve safe spaces, areas in which their ideas are not challenged in any way. They've forwarded the culture of microaggressions, which urges students to see any speech they find offensive as a form of aggression to be countered by other aggression. Here's NYU professor Jonathan Haidt on the phenomenon. He says, the recent collegiate trend of uncovering allegedly racist, sexist, classist, or otherwise discriminatory microaggressions doesn't incidentally teach students to focus on small or accidental slights. Its purpose is to get students to focus on them, and then relabel the people who have made such remarks as aggressors. As a professor at Cal State LA posted on his door before my speech there last year, quote, the best response to microaggression is macroaggression. This line of thought actually encourages evil. As Professor Roy Baumeister writes in Evil, Inside Human Violence and Cruelty, hypersensitive people who often think their pride is assaulted are potentially dangerous. Even when a neutral observer would conclude no serious provocation occurred, it is still important to recognize that, in the perpetrator's view, he or she was merely responding to an attack. Colleges churn out and reward these oversensitive people. Third, rioting against speakers you consider radical, it helps those speakers, you idiots. Okay, Yiannopoulos' shtick, it relies on opposition. The clips from his speeches are all about triggering members of the campus left, which, by the way, is the easiest thing in the world to do. He relishes this publicity. Like or dislike Milo, and I am certainly no fan if you know anything that I've said about him, his provocateur shtick only works if he provokes a response way worse than that which he's engaged in. When the left shuts down his speeches, when they riot, when they engage in actual violence, when they pepper spray those who come to hear him and hit them with metal poles, all they're doing is legitimizing Yiannopoulos in the public eye and making him the victim and selling him lots of books and making him lots of money. President Trump has weighed in via Twitter. He says that he will withdraw federal funds from UC Berkeley if they can't maintain free speech principles. That's actually appropriate. Spray painting "Kill Trump" on walls, smashing ATMs, assaulting people, that is not appropriate behavior in any civilized society. And for those who are doing the spray painting and the smashing and the assaulting to proclaim that they're anti-fascist is patently insane. Forget Yiannopoulos. The issue is the left, and they are out of control. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. Okay, tons to get to today. In just a few minutes, we're going to be having on former assembly person from the state of California, Mike Gatto. He and I got into a Twitter spat a few weeks ago. I'm going to have him on to discuss that. So we'll talk capitalism, we'll talk Berkeley. Good guy, and we'll be having him on in just a couple of minutes. We're also going to be talking more about what happened in Berkeley and what that means. Plus, Donald Trump was at the National Prayer Breakfast. So what better time to talk about Arnold Schwarzenegger's ratings on The Apprentice? Yes, really, this is the world in which we now live. We'll get to all of that, but first we have to say thank you to our advertisers over at Lyft. So, if you are somebody in need of a ride and you want a safe ride, a clean ride, then you need to use Lyft. My wife uses it all the time. She's a doctor. That means that she's coming home at all hours of the evening. Last night she was coming home midnight. That means sometimes she's too tired to drive after having helped birth babies for the last 12 hours. And so she uses Lyft. And if she trusts Lyft, if I trust Lyft, you should trust Lyft too. The reason is because all of their drivers are fully vetted through a 10-point safety standard, including criminal background check and DMV background check. You're going to get around quickly and safely. All the Lyft drivers are rated after every ride, so only the best stick around. You're not going to get some creeper in an old beat-up van, in a rape van picking you up. That's not how Lyft works. It's actually going to be somebody, a nice person in a decent car picking you up. You can tip in the app as well, which leads to happier drivers. It means the drivers are going to be more friendly to you. And thanks to Lyft, you never never have to worry about drunk driving or about driving tired or about driving unsafe or honestly, even about owning a car. If you live close to work, sometimes it's cheaper to actually just use Lyft everywhere than it is to own a car itself. Right now, Lyft is offering our listeners a special deal. You get 3 free rides right now, up to $10 each, so $30 value when you enter promo code Shapiro. So check that out, Lyft.com. Promo code Shapiro, and it's Lyft. Download the free Lyft app and use the promo code Shapiro in the payment section, and you get that $30 off. Again, they're the people that I trust, they're the people that my wife trusts, and most importantly, they're the people I trust with my wife's safety. So if I trust them with that, then you should trust Lyft as well. They are the best in the business. Okay. All right, so here we are, another day, another violent outburst, and this is becoming more and more common across the country. As I say, I've been in the middle of these things. Actually, half our staff has been in the middle of these things. A lot of our staff was there at Cal State Los Angeles when there was a near riot last year when I spoke at Cal State LA. And the question is, what's driving this? Because the truth is, the vast majority of people who are showing up to protest these things have never heard of Milo. They've never actually seen anything Milo's done or seen anything that I've done or read anything that they've done. They've sort of read headlines from Salon or Slate, and that's about it. They don't actually do their research. If they actually wanted to stop Milo, the easiest way to do it would be to ignore him. Milo is sort of like the doomsday monster. The more electricity you shoot at him, the more he absorbs it and expands. If you actually ignored Milo, he'd probably go away. But the fact is that the left can't ignore Milo because they have decided that in the name of their safe spaces, everyone they disagree with must be banned. And so you have the mayor of Berkeley coming out beforehand saying that hate speech is not welcome in his city, and that marginalized groups being attacked by people like Yiannopoulos, that's something that he's not good with. The only marginalized group in Berkeley are the people that the mayor doesn't like. Okay, Berkeley is a haven for a lot of folks. I mean, there are a lot of people from a lot of different political aisles. It's obviously left, but I mean, that is the place where you let your freak flag fly, right? I mean, that's basically their motto. So the idea that there's people coming in who are going to disagree with that, and they have to be shut out, that sort of has bled down. Unfortunately, it's now coming from the top. So I think that the election of Trump has made the left in many ways fully in.
My blades are yours.
Where will we end up this time?
That is going up against, but for the moment in these lane setups, a little bit less because Leoric is on that solo lane having to deal with Artanis.
Yep, Leoric versus Artanis will be a match for him. Artanis may actually win that if he's able to blade dash out of the grab from Leoric, but Leoric going the W build will make that much more difficult, so could see Leoric edge out that top lane, but the main lane we're going to keep an eye on here is down the bottom lane. How does Trickmer and the opposing team deals him. I'm just gonna call him Murray here. So it'll be continuous poke back and forth. The main focus again will always be Cho'Galls. He's got to soak up that damage here in the front line.
I like how for most teams, if they ever play Cho'Gall, it's just their tag at the start of Cho, because it's 3 letters. So poor little fella. Alex the Pro G gets no love during this naming convention, but that's fine. So we will see them just dropping stuff out. So what has he gone? He went shove and he went surging dash with Rema taking that shove and surging dash coming out on Alex the Pro G. So a little bit more mobility, a little bit more strength behind their positioning. It's always very important for a Cho'Gall.
And shove is actually stellar. Because if there is a mosh pit that ever does pick ET or pick the Cho'Gall, you can shove your way out of the mosh pit. So,
true.
Something for Chris Explosion to think about here. As we start the Immortal race already, Artanis is on that point. He's fighting against Sports Billy. Sports Billy goes in for the engage here, and Eternal will swap him to the left. Crosby working the attack damage down. Eternal getting focused down now, does dodge the magic missiles, but it's not enough here. The heal, though, coming from Ario, will it be enough? Eternal is taken out by the Playing Ducks.
And that's a problem here for Tricked Esport because they have, I feel, most momentum behind their composition right here, right now, unless they land wombo combos beyond level 10. After level 10, they're going to go up against 7-sided Strike, they're going to go up against the potential of Entomb, locking Cho'Gall in, as well as all the damage coming out from Leoric. So Tricked Esport, with this composition, I think they need to win certain points of the early game.
Yeah, they certainly will. And Nande is doing a really good job of keeping that Cho'Gall in check. He is constantly chasing him. Even if he doesn't have Drain Help up, just being near a Cho'Gall is a threat enough to make him think about his positioning. The poke starts here on the Immortal on the left, but Playing Ducks further ahead right now with their engage here. And we're going to have them going for the race, 8,000 to 1,000, and the burn will go to the Playing Ducks. They take the first Immortal. Tricked Esports needs to defend.
Yeah, realizing they couldn't get much done with that. That's fine. Realizing that I guess they didn't want to take the fight, even though I feel they have to take some fights here pretty soon. Let's see what's going on in terms of talents. We have Runic Persistence, so it no longer destroys the bomb when they throw it out, and Runed Gauntlet. So doing some extra damage once that bomb has gone out from the hit on Cho. So again, we'll keep it updated with those because we just don't get to see Cho'Gall that much in Europe, and I'm excited to see how he's going to do.
No, we don't. And Chris picks up Dominance here, which is a strong talent. I do like the Charge Blast, though, at level 4 against Cho'Gall. Just being able to put on a couple of shots so you can help get more damage in the fights, especially with the level 7 talent. But we're going to have Dominance here for our Chris, our Li Ming main of the game. Memmer is taking damage here on the left. He gets poked.
Yeah, he gets chunked,
that he does.
which is scary for the upcoming fights to come. This is the perfect opportunity for Playing Ducks to get themselves on the board, and they're doing it in a grand way at the beginning, taking down this wall, still putting on pressure, get the fountain. That'd be a brilliant pickup, even if not the 4.
Yep, just chunking away slowly. Cho'Gall does a really good job of clearing waves, so it's going to take a while for them to burn this down. But again, putting the pressure and having Cho'Gall on the back foot against a fort is a win in itself. It opens up opportunities for our mercenary camps. It opens up opportunities for Chris to just siege upon the fort or even get some damage in there on the opposing team. So they will grab some mercs down here on the bottom left. And this is kind of one of the things that Cho'Gall suffers against and why he's actually good on BOE is that if it's a 3-lane map, you just don't have the extra body to go scout if mercenaries are being grabbed. But with the 2-lane map being here, you're able to kind of just set up and be aware of your surroundings.
Unless you... I've got to pick your brain about this because I'm a little bit worried now for Tricked Esport completely. Unless you see huge wombo post 10 coming out for Tricked Esport, do you see them winning this at all? Because the comp that they're going up against is so powerful. This is a full damage Karazim because he has the backup of a Malfurion, and then the amount of damage that can come out from a Li Ming and the lockdown of Leoric and damage. I don't know how Tricked Esports is able to eke out an even fight.
If they go upheaval,
yeah,
I think they can. You get upheaval, you pull in Malfurion. Granted, Ice Block is at 13, but you could grab Karazim, you could maybe grab ETC, and then you follow with the Rain of Vengeance, and you just blow up whoever that first target is that you grab in. You can even get a massive engage with the Rain of Vengeance follow-up. We'll see if that will be the choice. In terms of poke game, yeah, it could take them a while, but they do have the entire Immortal race on their side if they're able to get good spawns. Unfortunately, this spawn doesn't work out for them, unfortunately, as the opposing Immortal is on the opposing side, so they have to get through the Playing Ducks, which is set up a really good choke here in the middle.
Crosby would like to get extra stacks on his Hungering Arrow as well here, as he's only like a 10th of the way through it, not much at all, as And Alex the Prodigy just zoning out. Nandy comes in and starts draining hope there from Cho'Gall. And will get pushed back for the moment.
What do you think of no empathic link for Ariel? Here we just have main heals from the poke.
I think it's okay, but I think it's good. Any choices is going to be hard going up against the comp that they're going up against and playing Ducks. And that's going to be a lockdown on Cho'Gall there for a moment. They don't look to... Look, I mean...
Okay, nice here, actually. Chrisplosion, sorry, they're dancing around here on the side, but there was a really good swap there from Eternal, and Chrisplosion will be able to escape, but man, they almost had the kill there. But you just saw what you've been illustrating this entire match here. Even if they do get a pick-off, their ETC still walks away.
Yeah, they're not winning any of the things that they need to win early on in this game. They're not winning the race because playing Ducks just keep the fight in the right locations. Now they're going to go on race because they know that if they stay down there, they're not going to keep up, and they're probably going to fall behind in experience towards level 10, and then it's just going to be bad. So they just want to get this over and done with as quickly as possible, try and find level 10 in this window, but now they've got to... You're dead.
Yeah, Eternal gets picked your power slide. He does dodge the blade dash and a knockback. Chrisplosion does not secure it, and that is actually going to be an alive Eternal. I think a huge blunder there from the playing Ducks. First off, the power slide missed, and he didn't get the knockback on the blade dash.
Yeah, if things lined up, then he would be dead, but it's a bit of a mishap there. But regardless, they're in a strong position and strong command of this game. ETC is waiting in the back. You can see him just looking for an opportunity as he comes in now towards that left-hand side Chrisplosion, but gets knocked back very, very quickly.
Trick Esports' main goal here is to clear this and also do not lose their keep. But Playing Ducks is in a prime position here to get level 10 and take away a keep, which would be painful for Trick Esports to deal with. Remember, Cho'Gall is pretty solid when you get to mid to late game, especially late game when you get those level 20 talents. They can become so disruptive. But Trick Esports right now just has to poke and pray. As Artanis is in the bottom lane trying to soak experience, but it's going to take a while for him to get 10.
And yeah, now Cho'Gall just can't go anywhere. Like, he can't go forwards because he will get entombed. And then when he does, he's dead. He is D-E-A-D, absolutely dead. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to do anything. They lose a keep. And Artanis all the while has been down towards the bottom right, trying to soak up and get some counter damage, but going to be a hard recovery.
Yeah, it's trying to get that 10, but you're right. It's a little bit too late here as the keep going down is a massive play there for Playing Ducks, and they do secure it. So nice job on them. And now Trick Esports finally gets 10. What is the pickup for Cho and Gall? Engage here. It's a Shadow Bolt volley. Is it going to be a hammer or is it going to be the upheaval? And it is going to be upheaval. So now Cho'Gall has the opportunity to pull someone in and go for the engage. But very similar to 7-sided strike against Cho'Gall. At 13, he gets Molten Block, very similar to Malfurion. He gets Ice Block. So it's going to be harder to pull off those combos. You're going to have to bait out the Ice Block and then get the engage on the support and then move from there. Because Li Ming can dodge out. You have Karazim, he can dodge out.
Yeah.
Leoric, he can just hit E and walk away. And then ETC also has his own mobility kit.
Whilst there's a little bit of a lull here, I feel that Cho'Gall has a hard time fitting into compositions when the meta is Tastar first ban heavy. Because if you then say, okay, that's a Tychus first ban, one, you're not telegraphing as much because that could just be into double warriors, and then two, your second rotation, instead of a Tychus ban, which would be amazing against Cho'Gall, could have been something like either a Leoric or a Karazim, and then you only limit your opponents to having one of the very, very powerful counters. But giving Karazim and Leoric off the back of having to ban out a Tastar early on, I think it's a weird thing for the meta. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to deal with for sure. And we'll have to see if Esports can deal with it here as they have a look to pick up Cho'Gall. There's the upheaval pulling in Malfurion. Wolf Joe should be the main target, and he is. He is eliminated. Shadow Bolt volley goes off as well. The mosh pit from Chrisplosion will connect, but no one has fallen. Eternal goes for the engage. Will miss out on the full phase prism to body block, but they do get a pickoff, and that is the start to a comeback.
That's the wombos. That's what we need. We need that upheaval into that Shadow Bolt volley. And if you haven't played Cho'Gall out there, if they get to level 20, which is going to be difficult considering the state of this game right now, but piercing bolts from those that volley at level 20 is insane damage. But they're doing well so far. It's a good little recovery start.
Especially because you can still use it when you're in launch pit, so you're able to actually hit the back line too at the same time. Artanis will go back and clear the back wave while the rest of Trick Esports is here to defend. Upheaval is up in 10 seconds. One of the good things about Cho'Gall on its heroic is actually very small cooldown, so you can get it down in one fight and then fight instantly. 7-sided strike though on Mur. He is in trouble. Here is Nape in the back line. He does not have Aegis for 6 seconds, so he has to wait. And there could have been a chance for the Cho'Gall to be taken out, but He will survive for now. The race continues for our two teams.
It was absolutely chunking damage. What's going to have to happen here as the Immortal goes over to playing Ducks again is that once 7-sided strike happens, Artanis needs to be in there. Like, he needs to be the one soaking up some of those hits, because if he's not, it's doing way too much damage to Cho'Gall.
Yeah, luckily at 13 he gets Molten Block, so we can deal with that burst finally.
True.
But that does set up a follow-up into an Entomb, into a Mosh Pit, or even into a Wave of Force and knock that Cho'Gall back into your team. So lots of things to think about. Pressure here for playing Ducks in the bottom left, as they're going to have to deal with this Immortal pushing in their way. Nice dodge here from Trick. There goes the 7-sided strike though, and Bala is the one on the receiving end of 7 punches to the face.
And that takes away a lot of her power now. You know, obviously, always the Valor Ariel combos are very strong, but not when she's dead. She's gonna have to just try and give Cho'Gall as much room as possible. But there's nothing he can do here. If he steps forward, yes, of course, Entomb is down as well as 7-sided strike, but very difficult for him to do end damage. Looks, I mean, Bolt's coming out and it's not doing anything.
Ooh, he walks straight into the mosh pit here. The Cho'Gall and Artanis in the back line trying to just live for a little bit. Bala does spawn. Eternal is surviving. Nicely done here. And now, Alex Aproji and his teammate here will move in for the fight. Aegis is still available. There is a Massive Silence, though. And because of the silence, there couldn't be an Aegis. And that's going to be a kill here. With the Aegis being down 2. 3 members taken out, which is 4 because of the Cho'Gall. And this is going to be lights out.
Poor Chris, he could have gone on a rampage, but he had no mana left. Oh, sorry, buddy. But he absolutely went ham there with those teleports forwards, with the Calamity damage coming out, and the combos as well. Good stuff from playing Ducks. Great reactions in the draft, and they were able to solidify themselves a brilliant spot, not letting Cho'Gall gain any momentum in the early game.
Yep, momentum completely stopped here. 20% down to 10, now 0. Playing Ducks will score their first victory here in this best-of-5 series. 2-1 in favor of Trick, but nice job here from the Playing Ducks. I feel like Playing Ducks is, hey, we're the team that you can't ever cheese.
Yeah.
They faced against a Chromie the other day with the second pick
did.
from Misfits and stomped that. They stopped that from happening. And here, they stop a Cho'Gall. I feel like against the Playing Ducks, you just got to play straight up or you got to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether this comes back to what I said at the beginning of the series, where it's like, don't underestimate Playing Ducks. Maybe that factors in a little bit, you know, because Cho'Gall is quite a wild pick in the meta currently. So it didn't quite work out. I feel like hashtag doubleheader went to hashtag red card, get off the pitch, Cho'Gall. Bit sad for him. Yeah,
it is a bit sad because I feel like Trick Esports had a good foundation already with that Vala and the Artanis. They didn't have to go to the Cho'Gall. But hey, it happened. We'll get ready for game number 4 here. Trick Esports taking on Playing Ducks, currently up 2-1.
I was once a far strider. I swore an oath to defend Silvermoon and its people to my dying breath. It was not enough. My homeland still burned. But those days are long past. And history will not repeat itself. I am Sylvanas Windrunner, Queen of the Forsaken. And if you will not serve me in this life, then you will do so in the next.
Peace. It has been my life's work. Through honesty and diplomacy, there is no obstacle. There is no obstacle we can't overcome. Within each of our hearts lies lies a yearning for peace. Even in this odd place, I truly believe that each of us can find a way to live in harmony. As I was saying, I am Jaina Proudmoore. We don't need to fight, but if you insist, so be it.
Sombra, it's on you now.
I'm all over it.
See the full animated short at playoverwatch.com.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us here at the Heroes Global Championship. We're getting ready for game number 4 between the Playful Ducks and Tricked Esports. Claris, we just had a Cho'Gall.
We did have a Cho'Gall.
Dead Gall.
And then
then
we didn't have a Cho'Gall. It was a little bit unfortunate for him going up against Leoric Karazim towards the end. Sport Billy played the damage Karazim very well.
Yep.
And knew exactly when to go in, so it was nice to watch.
Yeah, and it's nice to watch Tricked Esports also kind of flexing a little bit here and trying to figure out what compositions they like. It's one of the best things about a best-of-5 series. You try to feel out what your opponents are weak to and what you could be strong with, but just did not work out here. We do have a tweet from you at home if you continue to hit us up on Twitter at Heroes Esports with the hashtag HEC. Think you guys could pull out a Cho'Gall cosplay? Do they make suits with double heads? Is that even a thing?
I don't know. We could buy a really big, wide shirt and then just kind of,
just kind of finagle it.
Yeah, do what we do.
Yeah,
we should play Cho'Gall on stream sometime.
Dude, that'd be a lot of fun. What would our name be?
I don't know.
Triaris?
Yeah,
I'm Cho, period. I'm always the
fine.
legs.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm
All
okay
right.
with that. We would lose, but it's fine.
We wouldn't lose. What are you talking about?
We might lose.
This guy's not even tryharding, man. I'm full tryhard all the time. Cho'Gall, we would dominate.
With hashtag Trixler's wacky meta.
This guy.
So,
you gotta have confidence before you take Cho'Gall, man. You gotta go in like.
I've got Master Skin on EU.
Okay, see, that's good. That's a step forward. That's a positive. We're good. We're good. All right, guys. Battleground. We're going to game number 4 here between our two teams. Remember, Tricked Esports is up 2-1 currently at the moment. Tuma, Spider Queen has been banned out. Sky Temple as well. We went to Infernal Shrines. Braxis Holdout. We just finished up on BOE, and we are going to Dragonshire.
Ooh. Okay, cool. So we have seen quite a lot of Dragonshire in Europe, right?
Yeah.
And there has been more of a focus on things like Dahaka. We've even seen Dahaka bans come in early on. So obviously Tassadar is going to be banned.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Ragnaros Grandless Battleground 2, but I think this is the first time that we actually saw Tricked Esports pull off their triple warrior. In the past, we saw them with Tyrael, Dahaka, and I believe Artanis, if I want to remember correctly. I know Artanis for sure on this Battleground a few times from Infernal. So this is one of those Battlegrounds that the more I watch on Europe, the more the style of waiting for moments to happen is taking us into the late game. I would like to see more pressure, in particular here from the playing Ducks to kind of offset that entire thought process that we see from teams like Tricked Esports.
On playing Duck side, I'd like Medivh again. I actually just think that, yeah, of course they did lose with Medivh in that first game, but I think that Sports Billy's Medivh is good. It's going to be Tassadar ban. Wow, wow, wow.
Are you surprised, Caleris?
Yes. listen to the sarcasm. Yes, I'm surprised.
I actually think when we get to Valera patch, he could be banned out too. He's actually really strong on live right now. Archon build is insane.
Archon build's strong.
Level 20 is like, it's duration based. If you attack a minions, it resets the duration.
Yeah.
Like, what? It's broken.
It's gonna be very eye-opening to see how these pro-European teams actually approach that, because I think that I think Europe gets a really good grasp of the meta very fast. Not even some of our top teams sometimes. It can be like our lower teams. They just kind of experiment with a lot of stuff.
Dahaka switching his skins a few times. There will be the instant pickup from Dragonshire here for Tricked Esports, and that was probably going to be a go-to for both teams. Both have picked Dahaka in the past for their top lane. Now, the playing Ducks need to decide if they want to go for Ragnaros. Honestly, Tricked Esports, after seeing the Ragnaros play in game number 1, is probably like, we're not too scared of your Ragnaros. not to hate on you, Nande, but those Sophia smashes were a bit questionable.
You know what I miss on this map?
What do you miss?
I miss Chen.
I miss Chen, too.
I miss Chen.
I actually think he's good in this meta, too.
That lovable drunken panda.
Yeah, because, like, there is a decent amount of CC, but his ETC and Fawcett will be the pickups. His dive into Wandering Keg is actually pretty insane right now in the meta, because you're able to just drop back the back lines. You're unstoppable during the entire thing, and you can get isolation easily and there's not much burst. So he actually does pretty well.
Yeah, one day. I think that going back to this draft now, we'll probably end up seeing Tychus fit one of these spots. Oh no, never mind. They are very heavy on the Jaina right now, which is very interesting to see, considering that, yeah, Zeratul was banned already, but they have so much reliance on Jaina. It seems like that's all Crosby wants to play.
Yeah, Malfurion, Jaina, and Dahaka here. Have we seen a Diablo from Trick Esports yet?
Not today. Do you mean in the past?
In the past. I feel like we haven't. It's mostly been Tyrael and such, which is interesting because we haven't had much from him today.
Dive into the Book of Kalaris.
I just feel like Diablo can be a strong pickup here on this battleground. So I wonder if Playing Ducks wants to get rid of it, just because of them having the Jaina and the Malfurion. You have the APOC, you have your rotations between mid and bottom.
We saw it Cursed Hollow against Fnatic.
Okay.
Which we all know how that went.
Well, that whole matchup went.
Yeah. Any more tricked? Trick.
So if I'm playing Ducks, I'm thinking about maybe Diablo. I'm thinking about maybe Rhaegar as my bans. Well, not Rhaegar, actually. It's Malfurion setup. So Diablo makes sense for me here. Is there anyone else? Do you get rid of Ragnaros, maybe? There's Zul to split it up. But would they even go Zul here? Jaina, Dahaka is an incredible wave clear as is.
I think they may have done. Like, it fits into the most random places in the Europe. Not random places. I shouldn't phrase it like that, because that kind of discredits it. It feels like it always comes in towards the later stages of the drafts, and then it always surprises me how much damage it does, like on Dragonshire, etc.
Yeah, because I just feel like they have the tools already. But you could get a hard engage too and just set up the top lane or set up a bottom lane that Zul soak up the 2 lanes. So yeah, that's still a viable strategy here. And Playing Ducks may just not want to go massive wave clear here and go for more isolation. So getting rid of Zul does make sense, but it'll make more sense after we see their 3rd and 4th pick here. They have Falstad, they have ETC.
I wouldn't have... Oh, no, because it was them that banned it. Like, I wouldn't have minded, like, say... The Zul sets up Jaina so well, right? I mean, there's a lot of lockdown that sets up Jaina really well, but you absolutely know where that person's going to be rooted in 2 seconds' time. Ragnaros comes in a little bit later on down into the draft. Looks like Playing Ducks is just favoring the control of battles in ETC and Falstad rather than the big damage. And having this now is okay. Hoping Nande lands some better combos here.
So do we get Murden for a 4th here for Trick Esport? I feel like I want Murden more with the ETC here. You also have the Stormbolt for Ragnaros/Falstad. You have pure isolation. It's also great on this battleground for rotations. But the 5th hero is a question mark for here. Do you go for a Vala with the Tychus being banned out?
You mentioned Murden, but I think you even mentioned before the Johanna. I think the Johanna isn't even bad on this map. I think she's
true.
Yeah, she has her weight on here. So it could be a toss-up between those two. But I imagine Alex the Pro G would end up on Dahaka, and then Murden, if it were to come in, would be Ethernal.
Ooh, Arthas.
All right, well, we know where that's going then. That's Alex the Pro G.
Yeah.
And now Ethernal is on... Wait. Pardon?
Murden, Arthas, Dahaka, triple warrior.
Pardon?
Here for our team. Pure Jaina damage. Well,
What?
Arthas can do pretty solid damage. I don't know, it's actually... The more I think about it, it's not too bad with you having so many isolated pickoffs and so many scrims happening on this battleground.
If Dahaka wasn't here, I'd swear we were playing the Warcraft 3 campaign. This is... What? That's a lot of frontline.
It's a lot of frontline, a lot of clear, and good scrimmaging potential. Arthas does surprising damage. And this also puts Playing Ducks in a weird spot for their final pick, as he can actually handle Vala relatively well with the armor that's been given to him lately. The physical armor.
Is Leoric just the go-to now?
But Leoric with Falstad Ragnaros? I mean, that could be a pick-off on Jaina, maybe.
You entomb, you gust, you kill.
Yeah, but Dahaka has Burrow, Malfurion has Ice Block, Arthas can be tanky with Arming the Dead, Murden's Murden. It would all be Jaina here. Yeah, you don't have many... You don't have much for anti-tank here until maybe Falstad goes for auto-tech building his Giant Killer.
That's an insane
Do you go
front
New Barak and just keep Jaina on the backline? No, we're going for Li Ming.
Very rarely do I ever get to see that heavy a front line in one of these games, going up against an ETC and Ragnaros at the front.
Yeah.
Like, that's light.
Yeah. So I'm ready to see it shake out, that's for sure. I don't know if I agree with the Ling Ming. I just feel like there's enough sustain with Muradin and Arthas. If they kite backwards, they can come back in relatively well tapped off, and they also have the Mifarian for the back line, and then you have Dahaka then coming for the engage. I think it's more of like a panic. Okay, how do I handle this front line without my Tychus being available? We can't go Leoric, as you were mentioning, just because Falstad might not be enough, unless you just get pure Entombs. But they have so many tools to deal with the Entomb later on. It's going to be a matchup, but I think I actually lean more towards Tricked Esport here, just because of the amount of scrims that happen on Dragonshire and how they can handle holding those shrines so well.
Well, yeah, I mean, with that kind of front line, I don't think they're going to be giving up the shrines anytime soon.
Yeah.
It's really difficult for me to say. That is a very interesting draft.
Yeah, that it is. I think Ragnaros needs to dominate his top lane, and then there needs to be lots of Falstad movement in the early game.
I think my concerns, because I'm like, okay, do they have enough front line to go up against the Dahaka and Arthas and the Muradin? I think based on that, I have to go with Tricked Esport as well, because I don't see how they're going to chew through that right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to isolations and then getting a lead. If they get a lead, then suddenly Leeming can become much more scary.
Yeah.
And then Falstad can ramp up to the late game. Both builds are great for him, whether it be the Hammering build or whether it be the Seasoned Marksman build. Both can be solid here.
I think it has to be Seasoned Marksman.
Yeah, I think
with the amount that you're going to be able to just wail on that front line. In Europe, that's kind of like a common go-to when you're going up against a really strong front line.
I think I agree.
So go that way.
Put them in the rotation, middle and bottom, then have them go to the top lane. We're ready for game number 4. We'll see how the Playing Ducks will try to handle Tricked Esport and their robust front line. Here we are, Tricked Esport up 2-1, looking for a win here.
And what a comp. What a comp. Napa is going to be on Malfurion here as our support. We have Alex the Prodigy on his fabled Arthas, absolutely. Crosby on Jaina. We will have Ethernal going to be playing Muradin. And finally, to round things out, Remaballer on Dahaka. That is a unstoppable wall.
That it is. Lots of flank potential too. Wolf Joe here on the right, going to be playing the Rhaegar. Chris Explosion on ETC. Sport Billy showing off his Falstad play. We've seen it a few times in the past. Here is Chris on his patented Li Ming. Last but not least, Nande with the Ragnaros.
So, because you've got such a heavy front line, I would like to see talents more akin to damage, which already we're seeing that from Ethernal. He's going Perfect Storm at level 1, so he's going to be looking for extra little burst in his kit. This is where you can start messing around with warrior builds to just say, okay, we're all super tanky anyway, let's just find as much damage as possible, which is why sometimes down the line for Muradin, I wouldn't mind giving him the axe, but I think heavy impact can also have its place, etc.
I think I like the piercing bolt and the skullcracker and give him the axe for sure. If you ever get on Li Ming, you can be just a powerhouse and burning your health bar down at quarter health between 2-6. Ineffective at some point. Because he's not able to poke so easily and slash go for that Calamity build that we've seen Chris run multiple times.
Look at that. My favorite lane of all time in the top. Number 1 versus number 2. It's Ragnaros versus Dahaka. Who's going to win? The answer is... I can't remember.
I think Dahaka wins the pushing war, but Ragnaros clears really well. His clear is pretty insane.
I think it's pretty even. I guess it depends on if Drags land. Because if Drags land, then you can get a lot of free damage off onto Ragnaros.
Yeah.
And then it also depends on where you take the engagements. Because if you fight him amidst the wave, he's going to get so much health back from his Empower Sulfuris. So, yeah.
Well, right now, Ragnaros is set up for the Shrine, and we have Chris Explosion on the bottom Shrine as well. Both will be unlocked for the Playing Ducks. Falstad has flown to the middle lane to put some pressure on Arthas, but Arthas being full health, you're not going to chunk to that anytime soon. So both teams will continue this dance that we see here. Nape in the bottom right is going to clear out the bush and put out a scouting drone, but Chris Explosion will move in for the kill. Can they take out Nape? And they do. Solid gank there from Playing Ducks.
Brilliant block and brilliant little eyes to be able to spot exactly where he was. And it doesn't matter how many scouting drones you have there, unfortunately for Nape, it was not useful in the slightest. So, the tussle at the top continues. That will continue for quite a while. This is a nice timing on the camp, actually. You get yourself a kill, start establishing even more control over that bottom shrine, the bottom lane, and potentially do some damage to the wall.
Tricked Esports will mirror the grab of the Giants here too, just to make sure that they're not having the lanes pushed in. And anyway, 4 members down here though for the Playing Ducks, as they were looking for a possible engage. Maybe could have been a bit quicker on that, especially with the kill on Malfurion. Just send Chris Explosion instantly over to those Giants and get them checked out. a bit delayed on that rotation, but it's all going to work out as Chris will be able to help clear this bottom lane with his friend Wolf Joe. Is Fort Billy getting marksman stacks like crazy? He is here in the middle lane. I would like to see maybe Chris Explosion bury him down the bottom and help him get more stacks here. Oh, but a dragon is going to be grabbed already here at 3 minutes.
And Chris Explosion did a good job of power sliding and knocking back Alex the Prodigy there, making sure he couldn't get in range for that Howling Blast or Death Coil. As poor Death Knight's going to get kicked over the wall. Have to come back here as Jaina will enter the fray now. Looking to just slow this down. But a good start from playing Dux, especially if they get him, but no, Infernal dwarf tosses away.
Infernal watching the bush there to see if anyone's coming away. Sports Billy does get the kick, will knock him away to the top right. Dahak is there to help him get away, though. Meanwhile, Sports Billy looking for more turrets here with this early dragon. Oh, they do actually catch Murden there. Nande gets the kill. I thought Rimmerballer would be able to grab that.
Yeah, a lot of that damage, I think, came from the Living Meteor as well. He'd thrown it down in the perfect trajectory to actually catch Muradin on his retreat out as he was mounting up. So nicely done there by playing Dux. 2-0 at the moment in terms of kills, and towers.
But the Playing Ducks do have a comp here for the early game. This is what damage does well, right? And mid-game is where Tricky Sports should come online. Dahaka getting his setup for his Essence. You have Arthas getting the Army of the Dead. You'll have Muradin able to set up for his Avatar, so they should be able to stick in fights much more. Right now, the Playing Ducks are playing this composition correctly, and they're getting more, in my opinion. Able to grab turrets in the middle. I think that Dragon going over was a bit of a blunder from Tricky Sport.
I have to agree with you in terms of the phases of the game. It feels like heavier warrior compositions gain far more potential when they're all coupled together, when they start fighting together as a team. Looking to lock down. That's a good cleanse though on Sport Billy. Getting him away because a lot of damage came in. If that wasn't going to be a cleanse, he potentially could have died.
Yeah, certainly. With a Thurnal in the back there, can maybe jump in and get that Stormbolt. Gotta agree with you. Could have been a kill, but the cleanse is what it's taken for Trick Esport. And their main objective here is just get back the lanes, keep soaking that experience as Playing Ducks has taken a slight lead. Crosby and Alex Prodigy will grab their own mercenaries and stop this tug of war in the top lane. Dahaka should be able to clear that relatively well, which means Tricky Sport could get value out of that push.
Sport Billy gone for a secret weapon, not Boomerang, with this auto attack build. Some people might say, well, duh, but oftentimes you do still Season Marksman with Boomerang just for that little bit of extra burst. I think I love it with secret weapons and Season Marksman. I think it synergizes really, really well. And you'll get good value out of it, I think.
Yep, super helpful for clearing. Chris down here working in the damage. He is going Calamity. What do you think about that in the triple warrior?
That's a scary. It's a bold move. Bold move.
Yeah.
Is one way to look at it. Let's see how he's gonna play it out.
Yeah.
Because Chris knows best.
Yeah, I think Chris's thoughts is, okay, well, if they've gotten to a point where we do break Tricky Sport, if I don't break them, if I don't go Calamity and I don't break them at that moment, they will sustain us. So he goes for a Calamity here, which could mean that he's going to go for that level 13 Town Illusionist and jump into fights more effectively, but it's going to have to come down to pinpoint timing. And it can work. If you're able to take off one member of the opposing team, get that dominance blowing, Li Ming can be a threat. However, Tricky Sport should be set up well to handle that build. Howling Blast to slow down Sport Billy while the bottom lane is grabbed by Nape from Malfurion, so the denial of the Dragon will be great here for Tricky Sport as they hit 10, and this is their power spike.
I mean, these Calamity teleports forwards are going to have to be cleanup and nothing else. I don't see it coming into the later stages of the game. They may think that going up against a triple warrior comp, all of the warriors are going to get low, and then they'll retreat, and then where are they going to find the kill potential? That might be where we're looking for there. Like, he realizes they're all going to get low at some point, they're going to try and retreat out, and then he wants to chase them down. So there, maybe he can find good value in it, which definitely could happen, because that's normally how these warrior lineups work.
We'll see if Chris can get that value. Howling Blast onto ETC, the Cleanso, but the follow-up from Rimmer, and he's going to get the drag too. Wolf Joe in trouble. The Stormbolt does connect, and Wolf Joe, 2 members taken out as the Playing Ducks get rotated on there with the Dahaka.
And like the flick of a switch, that's where these warrior compositions gain their power. When they're all together, because they all have lockdown. If a Stormbolt hits, that means a Howling Blast is going to hit. That means a Drag is going to hit. So, unless, of course, one cleanse comes out. But you only have so many cleanses, and that's one.
Yeah.
Unless you're with this Zarya.
It's a layered approach to stopping cleanse from being so effective.
Yeah.
Right? You're able to get the one cleanse off on the first Howling Blast, and then suddenly you have 2 more tanks coming at you with some form of CC that can connect. So Trick Esports trying to negate the possibility of cleanse being so effective.
because the Ring of Frost doesn't really hit anything. It's just kind of in safety or defense, I suppose. But, I mean, even Roots, even Jaina slows and lockdowns, like, all of this really lines up nicely together. And if, like, at level 16, we see Rampant Growth come in, if we see Numbing Blast coming in from Jaina towards 16 as well, then anybody who gets caught out of position is going to be very, very stuck.
Explosion trying to hold on the shrine here to prevent his opponents from grabbing the dragon. He'll be able to do so. Nande has rotated all the way from the top lane here to the bottom lane, which should be key here for Dahaka to move back to top lane whenever that Brush Dunker comes off of cooldown. But all 5 members for our teams are A-ramming here on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unfortunate, though, for Rema. As a Dahaki, you've got to consider, like, do you want to use your Brush Stalker to go up there, assuming that there isn't going to be a fight in the next 40 seconds, or do you want to walk up there and then use it to get back to a fight? And sometimes you can be stuck in that spot. That's why maybe, like, Falstad can be faster, because his base movement speed is just faster than a lumbering dinosaur that is Dahaka.
Poor lumbering dinosaurs.
No.
They need to sprout some wings and evolve.
Yeah.
Pressure from playing Ducks will now occur as we have Mercenaries pushing the top lane. And Tricky Sport is just looking for an engage. Sport Billy does fly down to his teammates here, but luckily for Trick, they just left that bush. Ring of Frost on the way here.
That's a good theory, though, because didn't, like, all the paleontologists say that birds evolved from dinosaurs? Yeah. So is Falstad's bird actually the evolved form of Dahaka?
That could be a possibility.
That's a possibility.
That could be a possibility.
Look at him. There he goes.
I mean, if you rearrange Dahaka, it spells Falstad. That's pure math right there. There you go.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know.
Never noticed that.
Oh my god. Somebody's gonna tweet you now. They're gonna be like, well, actually.
That's not true, Trixler. Do you even spell? And also, it's not math. This calls me out straight up. All right, guys. Will Tricky Sport and the Playing Ducks continue this dance back and forth? And I think it really comes down to Tricky Sport. Like, Playing Ducks has the tools to disengage really easily. They have Wolf Joe, they can the Ghost Wolf, they have their Lady Mings, they have the teleports, they have mobility. So Tricky Esport has to make the play. It's just a matter of where do they find the play. Cleanse comes out for Alex Aproji. He will put the slowing sands here, or the slowing attacks here on Alex Aproji and Chris Explosion. Eternal is up here looking for a Stormbolt, but the Blizzard does come out, and Chris Explosion is able to escape.
It's like the fights go down in slow motion with this many warriors. Like, yeah. the Ancestral came out, and I felt like it took 5 seconds to cast, but it still hit ananyway.
Yeah, so connected. You're looking at Chris, he's throwing out these orbs, and you're like, that's going to be a massive orb, and it connects with a warrior. It's like, oh, wait a minute.
That did nothing.
That's only like a fifth of its health bar. He's good to go. So top lane has been grabbed, and we're continuing this dance back and forth between our two teams. This is the strength of double or the triple warrior. Honestly, you have sticking power. You're there constantly. And it comes down to rotations and playing Ducks, making sure that they play smart. Because if they never move out of position, then Tricky Sport ever can't grab the dragon. But if they step out of line ever here, Tricky Sport's going to show up with some form of CC and get that kill.
It's like a new age meta from about 8 or 9, 10 months ago when we had all that CC going down and all CC got nerfed. Now we've got like even Trail Frost at 13 for Arthas, so he's technically got more potential to lock people down. And overall, it works out in terms of them getting 2 kills, but this match could go on for a long time considering the compositions. There's not a single fault gone down yet, and we're almost 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game. It's going to come down to a massive dragon at the end to have that killing power. Because, yeah, even if you look at playing Ducks, if they get a fight, they don't really have sports on the dragon just as well as for G-Sport to finish out this match. Dahaka keeping with the pressure in the top. Falstad is continuing to ramp up in power here, as that Seasoned Marksman is definitely going to be a thing for him, as he's getting the middle lane and the top lane in experience and Seasoned Marksman stacks with the aid of Giant Killer. He will start melting tanks soon here. So Turkey Esport will need to make a play before Sport Billy becomes an absolute monster for them to deal with.
All right, yep. So good delays out towards the middle here against Alex Progy and Nappy, moving up there. And here comes Eternal, trying to do something, but the Bolt lands, Cleanse will come out. Attempt at Roots, doesn't quite work. Slow and steady wins the race. We're currently at 18 stacks for Perfect Storm for Muradin. So doing a bit more damage. How much is that? I'm not maths. I'm just gonna scroll over it. 90 damage, there you go. I'm not maths. Oh, dear me.
90 damage, more than a Jaina auto attack, so it's kind of a big deal. Something to think about there.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Sport Billy rotates to the middle, and we're just moving towards 16. Both teams are even right now, honestly, in all facts of the game here. If you look at the aspects here, right now it's 15 to 15. There are sports here on the side for both teams.
Is this the fabled game that never ends? Is that what we're stuck in right now?
Is this the level of 30 game?
Is this Time Splitters 2? Is this what's going on right now? We're just going to be stuck in a time loop?
We made it to, with Trick Esport, I think we made it to the level 25 the last time they played. So they definitely do like the strategy of just holding on to the late game here, these long drawn-out games, that they can just kind of wait for a moment to finally happen for them.
Is Chromie going to turn up and tell everyone off? Is that what this is?
He comes in on a referee card and just yells at everyone,
Yeah.
"Stop! What are you doing? This never ends. You're ruining the timeline."
Yeah, the space-time continuum cannot continue. Oh, no. Well, yeah, but we're still here.
Yeah, this is going to be Mercenaries again, just both teams grabbing when they can. I think at some point, I just keep looking at Tricky Sport to be the one that makes a play. Falstad is going to be okay, just farming marksman all day. Li Ming's okay, but floating in the bottom right lane, waiting for someone to show up on the map and then just grabs his shrine back.
I mean, at this rate, what could potentially happen is, because we actually see Muradin taking Perfect Storm at level 1, he could eventually get to around maybe 5,000 stacks and then just one-shot people. So that could be a possibility as well. Who knows?
5,000 stacks here on the HGC.
It's a lot of stacks.
Dragon Crit Explosion, Instant Cleanse occurring here as Wolfjo will save his ETC. Muradin, though, is setting up for a flank in the top right corner. Dahaka here is ready to go. There goes the jump.
No.
The Store Bolt does not connect, though, as Crit Explosion will power slide away. Slight coordination off there for Trick Esport, and they will not get a kill. Sport Billy says, "Thank you. I got some damage on your fort, and I get more stacks. You guys are too kind. Too kind to me."
Thank you. All right, well, Crit Explosion's going to power slide away. And
ooh, the Howling Blast connects.
You say that, but he's not going to die.
Some damage from Crosby, and yep.
No one's going to die.
Especially with the little 4-town kicking in there for Ragnaros.
We're almost at 20.
And the thing is, Resilient Flame at 13-2.
Wait, up top, full stat.
Is he getting a fort? He's killed a fort. Look at him. Sport Billy, the champion here. MVP for the team. Rimmerballer, though, is pretty upset.
No, fly.
Can he get away with the tongue?
Oh.
It misses. And Falstad will fly away. Sport Billy showing off them plays there.
Getting a fort.
Winning his lane against the fort.
But in all seriousness, as much as we do kind of like poke fun at these two compositions, you know, it's a very, these compositions were designed to be very slow. There comes the Ancestral Heal once again. Alex, Silly Pro G, made unstoppable by the cleanse down towards the bottom. Infernal's holding them in the backlines. He might actually die himself, though. Ooh. And yes, he will go down. That was the killing blow, actually. You could see the Calamity coming into play there towards the end for that extra bit of burst. And another member is going to fall. That's 3 down there for Tricked Esport, and they crumble.
Yeah, Dominant showing off there in the Calamity build, just showing, hey, okay, once we get a pick-off, I can take this team fight and run with it. 3 members fall for Trick Esport, and Playing Ducks will make the maneuver to grab the dragon here. The Season Marksman quest is finished, which means if he hits that button, he'll be able to get that attack speed ramped up and shred those tanks even more.
Yeah, so that's going to be really powerful, especially with Secret Weapon available to him. And also, note to note, Giant Killer and Cripple Hang Hammer have come in, so he's going to be able to slow them down, do big percentage damage as well. Fireflies was picked up for Li Ming. A bit more of an uncommon talent at 16, especially in the European scene, but it just makes her more consistent, you know? She will be landing those missiles against the targets they want to hit.
Yeah, you don't need the burst there. You just need constant damage to keep marauding that front line. Get him to a point where they're half health. With the help of Falstad, you will eventually get to a point where you can break through them. So yeah, I agree with you here. The pick is great. Also, there's no bosses on this map that she needs that mirror ball to break things down. So yeah, Playing Ducks here, switching up the talents a little bit here on their Li Ming, and it all makes total sense. As level 20 is going to be hitting here for the Playing Ducks. 2 to 5 kills. Such a low kill game here, especially on Dragon Shire, but we are here at level 20.
So before level 16, before Tricked Esport, of course they had a lot of CC, but at level 16 they got themselves into,
Death Bridge?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. We got a lot more CC. Numbing Blast, Heavy Impact, Entangling Roots, the Rampant Roots even, and then so technically they still have so much lockdown, but if they're not getting the kills off it, I don't know where their achievement is anymore. I gave them props early on for the potential of the front line, but Playing Ducks has moved around it well.
Yeah, Playing Ducks is picking them apart. You know, in the draft, I was like, this Flame Mutant pick is kind of odd for me, but it's been really paying off, especially with the pick here off ball set. So Playing Ducks continue the momentum. Now, Tricky Sport just needs to get to level 20. They still have their keeps. They still have a crazy front line. They just need to find an opportunity to get a pick-off. And I don't even think you go for Nanda here. I don't think you go for Chris. I think you just need to find a way to get on top of the Rhaegar here. But Wolf Joe has been playing so patient that his team has just never been in a spot where they have to watch out. Chris Explosion is the only one extended, which makes sense. He's a tank. He's in the front line, and Cleanse is always there.
But not only did now Playing Ducks have, I mean, they had Gus for a long time, yes, but they have Repulsion. And anybody who gets collapsed on by that, like, heavy warrior lineup, you're going to have a Repulsion right on top of that person. It creates a great defensive mechanism for that person to then get away and survive, but also the warriors are then scattered. Like, somebody could potentially be picked off underneath that condition.
Yeah, they're told to reposition them. That's a really good point there. And right now, with level 20 being here, Playing Ducks is just putting some pressure on the keep. Don't think they'll be able to fully grab it, especially with Dahaka already putting pressure in the top right lane, unless they get a pick off. But Crosby is playing safe. Eternals in the front line, they're just clearing their minions as much as they can here with the aid of their keep. Repulsion does go off and knock Nappe in the back left. Chris Explosion wanted to follow up Alex Proji, though.
Unless they actually get that kill on Alex, they have to back off now. Level 20's just hit. Here comes Dahaka on the right-hand side. He was soaking up towards the top. He's going to come in regardless of that. Burrows away, gets himself a Dark Swarm going, picks up on towards ETC. This is the perfect opportunity for them. And will they get him? So close to death, but they actually don't start focusing on him. They will kill him off. They deny the Ragnaros Molten Core going down on towards his fall. That's 2 for 0 at the moment.
Malfurion gets a wonderful Twilight Dream. Submerge comes out, but Ragnaros is definitely going down. Can he take one with him? No, he cannot. Crosby follows up with the Blizzard, and there's the pick-off potential. We've won it all game from Trick Esport, taking out 3 of the opposing team. The problem is they have yet to get a fort.
Yeah, I think they stuck around a little too long there. Just like 5 seconds. Dahaka up towards the top was soaking up towards his corner, and then as they get level 20, that's when you need to back off as Playing Ducks. They didn't, though. Dahaka from the back line, man. Strong stuff.
That it can be. And now a strong dragon will be picked up for Rimmer. And they will put some pressure here on the lane. Probably going to go to bottom lane. It's the number 1 you want to break down when you have the chance. Yes, they are beelining straight for it. With this dragon, they should be able to get the fort. Now, the keep is the question. Can they get the keep? Falstad, Mighty Gust, Leaning, Repulsion. There is good defense tools here for Playing Ducks.
Yes, and especially because Molten Core was actually interrupted, I think. Ragnaros should have it. So when he is up, they should be in an okay spot. I'm just clicking through heroes to try and check, but not having much luck. But I think it did get interrupted, so should be there for them.
There's a Mighty Gust to slow it down. Rimmer is going to continue with the push here. He uses a kick to get closer to the keep there.
Yeah.
Ragnaros does spawn, should move over here and start using that Molten Core right away. Now, similar to what we saw with the Playing Ducks, you don't want to overextend here. Eternal moves in for a Stormbolt on Sports ability. The Cleanse does come out. He's able to walk away from the fight. Rimmer just trying to deal with Nande here as he's using that Molten Core to his advantage there. Finally, Ubikitov, can they get the keep? Keep still surviving here. The minions trying to get the final shot. The minions and the bolt here from Crosby will kill the keep, and Trick Esports will take an advantage in this match.
The term threading the needle couldn't be any more precise. He slipped that through 5 members there to get that last shot. Good stuff by Crosby, because that now means that this bottom lane is theirs, effectively. As much as other pressure was put on by Playing Ducks towards the bottom to keep themselves, they just didn't do anywhere near as much.
And that's very helpful, because they can grab Giants, they can put the Haka down there, they can put their other 4 on the top lane to control it, which means they can eventually get a fort and break that down. Big play there from Trick Esport. Here comes Chris Explosion, though. Dropped up the mosh pit. Nappe is in trouble on the left side here, but he is going to get turned around on, and Crosby will snipe him just as hard as he sniped the keep.
That could be absolute monumental here, unless they get into getting that. The Submerge as well as the Ancestral Heal comes out, but a lot of damage coming out here from Trick Esport on towards Playing Ducks. That blink into Mosh alone could have completely cost them. They've got 3 down. Bottom lane is open, and everybody on Trick Esports is alive currently.
Falsa comes around and wants to get a pick on Crosby. Crosby healed, though, by Nappe, and is walking away. Chris does get the Q. There's a repulsion, though. They're trying to kill Jaina. Jaina's probably a big target to take off here, as the DPS is actually relatively low for killing a core for this team. They're also also just in fury, just trying to slow down the push here of Tricked Esports.
Yeah, it was really a good idea for them to try and get Jaina. They're just focusing her down, just protect the Jaina, just get her there, over there. She is the VIP of this moment right now. And they're looking towards onto Li Ming as well. 20-some seconds before everybody is back up here for playing Ducks. The core is under threat.
Mighty Gus up in 3 seconds here. The core now is taking damage to the health here. 3 seconds until we will be having the ETC on the field. Blue team gets off 2 members though. Li Ming going for the resets. Can Sport Billy and Chris do it? Here's Chris. He misses the power slide, but Alex Aprochi will be focused. They're just right-clicking. The core is low, down to 40%, but playing Ducks somehow, some way will defend.
Oh my god. I can't emphasize enough how powerful and well played Sport Billy and Chris orchestrated that defense. They knew from a minute ago they had to kill Jaina, and they somehow found a way to get to her, as well as Malfurion. They know the power isn't in these warriors. What a defense from playing Ducks, but the game is not over just yet.
It is not here. Rimmer's in the top right now. He gets Sports Billy, does hit the tongue, gets the auto attack as well. Falstad should be able to go away. He does get away, but he is delaying the Dragon long enough here. In 14 seconds, not able to spawn, so will Jaina. They still have that Ring of Frost combo to help defend here. Rimmer trying his best to just hold. Does Nande get it? Yes, he has the Dragon Knight at 23 minutes here to push down the middle or bottom lane. All right, here we are. Chris down here, starting to siege up. Here's Nande, looking to push into the middle of the keep. Nabe is spawned. Here is Crosby. Arthas needs to spawn here as well as Murden in 6 seconds.
Yeah, this could be lights out.
It could be.
This could push us on to game number 5 if they don't somehow do this very, very well.
He gets Sport Billy. He actually takes him out, and the Dragon Head's yet to hit the core. Finally, it does, but Chris Explosion's low on HP. Here's the Ancestral. The Mosh Pit, though. The repulsion from Chris knocks everyone away, so the Mosh Pit misses. Nande is being focused down. Now, do remember, he will have Molten Core and Ragnaros here. Wolf Joe needs to be focused down. Chris is on the back right. Alex Aprochi trying to defend. Nande looking to maybe use that Molten Core. No, does turn around and focuses the core. The core low on HP, 10%. Chris does get killed off, and playing Ducks.
Wow.
Will tie the series here 2-2. We're going to a game number 5.
Yes, we are. I really didn't expect any different from these two teams going up against one another. I think they're very similar skill level right now. That could have been a different story, though.
Yeah.
I think we can actually take a look back at the core call that we saw from Tricked Esport to actually go for this. So you can already see, we've seen about 20 seconds worth of them trying to get onto Jaina. I'm wanting to know exactly, they almost kill Li Ming. And then on this right-hand side, it seems that the Warriors are more bothered about getting onto the core than protecting Jaina and Malfurion from Sport Billy and Chris.
And they just poke him down. Chris gets engaged. There goes the resets. You look at Rimmer, Repulsion, and the Mighty Guts, and knock them back in the back right so they could have Chris come save. The power slide does not connect, but it doesn't matter. Alex Apoji gets focused down. Also, something to note, too, is that this entire catapult / giant push was delayed long enough, too. The Giants actually started besieging the keep on the left side there. Had the Giants and catapults been there slightly earlier, that may have been enough to help aid in the kill. Because that's the main reason why we didn't see a full charge. They were trying to get this big, massive wave to come with them to kill off the core. And it was just slightly delayed by Sport Billy, the well being there, and the keep also taking damage on the left side.
Sport Billy and Chris, a great defense. I mean, as much as I feel that the Warrior positioning could have been a little bit better to protect them and then let Jaina get damage on towards the core, Sport Billy had 58 stacks of Season Marksman by the end of things. That's a lot of damage coming out if Jaina steps out at all. Fireflies from Li Ming at level 16 actually secured so much damage towards that later moments in that fight. So massive kudos to Sport Billy and Chris.
Massive kudos. We're getting ready for game number 5 here at the HGC. We'll be back playing Ducks, taking on Tricked Esport.
First, they're sour. Then they're sweet.
Nice. Now only get one lecture.
You have any idea what time it is?
Sour Patch Kids. Sour, sweet, gone.
Heroes of the Dorm 2017 is here, and signups are now open. Test your skill for a chance to win tuition for your college career. Find out more at heroesofthedorm.com.
On our day, we are definitely the strongest team in Europe.
If we manage to beat Dignitas, it would give us a lot of confidence.
ADRD is the centerpiece of that team.
I think Baker's proven to be the most consistent and probably best support in Europe.
Going up against Team Expert, I feel pretty confident.
Our rival is Fnatic.
Fnatic proved that they are the best team in Europe.
I think they have a shot to take one of the top 3 positions in EU.
Strong players overall, and you should never underestimate them.
2016 was good for Misfits, but I think we can improve.
They have a crazy playstyle, they play very aggressive.
We want to get our revenge and perform on the world stage.
Welcome back to the HEC. We're getting things heated here as we're going into game number 5 here on Warhead Junction.
That's right.
Of all the battlegrounds, let's start with the draft, passing our band out, and we'll find out what our next band will be.
Ah, yeah. The global could be a focus here, for HEC Europe. 2-2 in this best of 5. I wouldn't have it any other way between these two teams. They're really showing, again, how deep the talent in Europe really is as these two go and butt heads with each other. That being said, I don't want to see a big, huge Warrior composition again, because that will be insane on this matchup.
I'm over it, too, especially here in Game 5. Globals are where it's at. And actually, the question for playing Ducks is, do we leave a global up, ban out something else, and then that way we have the choice to move in a double global potentially with maybe a Brightwing, a Falstad, or maybe a Dahaka and a Falstad. Trick Esport now has a choice to take what they want. They go for Dahaka, which was my assumption. Now playing Ducks, do they move into their Falstad and maybe a Brightwing here? We haven't seen much Brightwing from Wolf Joe, but it's incredibly powerful. Another thing, too, that can be strong on this battleground is Medivh, which we could see early picks of Medivh and Falstad here, which can be quite devastating.
Yeah, we could. We definitely could. I think for Medivh, I don't know if they would pick it up in the second in this 2 pick that they have.
Sure, totally.
And then Trix Esports doesn't really have to, they don't really play it that much, right? So if we're going to see it anywhere, it'll be in later picks from playing Ducks. That should be a stage dive.
Yeah, that's definitely a stage dive, ETC, unless they find that their opponents just get no mobility whatsoever, which would be quite the blunder from Trick Esport. Now, on this side here, Trick Esport needs to figure out what they want. Do they go with a Brightwing pickup at all? I feel like all I see from Trick Esport is we want Rhaegar. That's it. They highly value that hero, which could be something that playing Ducks gets later on. But that means there are more globals available for them if they want to move into that route in the 3rd and 4th slot if Trick Esport doesn't change it up here.
Yeah, for me, Nape kind of isn't the Brightwing guy. Yeah. Ragnaros is going to come in as some damage for them. That's really powerful, actually, on the Infernal side.
Do you go Lava Wave on this battleground? Ooh. Because if you don't get hit with 3 nukes on the phase that there is multiple nuke spawns, there's Tychus as well. You get double Lava Wave at 20, which can be the most annoying pressure to deal with. You never, ever get momentum in your lanes. So something to consider for Warhead Junction here. I feel like Lava Wave is actually good on this battleground and Brex's Holdout. Less so on Brex's Holdout because the Fierce Matches gives you the ability to grab beacons, but we could see it here.
Could. I think overall they might just, because in Europe it's this weird thing where, it's not so weird I suppose, but I think they might just prioritize teamfight anyway, even though the map is good for something like that. Yeah. So it's like, Sulfura Smash just has its, I mean, even at the very beginning of Ragnaros, it was like always the best heroic, and then Lava Wave got nerfed.
I mean, my goal here is to get Lava Wave in and accept it into the brains of people, so the next couple of weeks we see it played, and then I can take all the credit. Exactly, that's the plan here. It's to set it up. I'm planting seeds right now. To any pros that might be listening, Bakery is probably sitting in chat right now thinking, you know what? we should run Lava Wave. There's a ban there on a Nubrak, which indicates to me that we would probably either see a Jaina or a Li Ming there. The Medivh ban does come out for Trick Esports, so they were thinking what we were thinking.
Yeah, and I didn't expect that. I mean, we expected it to be in the last 3 picks for playing Ducks, but I didn't expect Tricked Esport to pick up on that.
I feel like with the ETC being grabbed, it's just a huge tell that they would want that Medivh. There's Li Ming. There is the Tyrael taken away here from Trick Esports. First time we're seeing them go for a target pickup. However, there is no indicator that Trick Esports really wanted to have said hero here. But it's good to see Tyrael on the Playing Ducks.
And based on that, they've got a good front line. They just need their healer now, which could potentially be a Brightwing. But again, we'll see. Tricked Esport though, only the hacker as the global. I think that's fine. I don't even particularly want to see Nappe veer away from the idea of a Malfurion or a Rhaegar if he wants it. And then as final, does it have to be another warrior? What do you think?
I just feel like because it's Trick Esport, it will be another warrior.
Yeah.
It's because that's what they show off so much. I don't think Arthas works here.
It might be Leoric.
But there's Diablo.
Ooh.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I was trying to think of going down the line what it would be. I didn't want Muradin. I didn't feel like he would help out too much with Tychus being here. But the Diablo now gives them solid engage and also would help them control Tyrael after he uses Sanctification. So yeah, there's some tools here. Also the wonderful ability to drop APOC if ETC were to go Mosh Pit, but it should be a stage dive. So Trick Esport does have hard engage. They also have great rotation and they have their Tychus here. Playing Ducks. Now we'll pick up their support.
Yeah, I feel it has to be Malfurion. I think Brightwing, it's like you're going against a team that has stuff like Ragnaros in it, and there is a lot of potential for the Apocalypse into Sulfura Smash to just pop someone. Brightwing doesn't really heal that well against something like that. What do you think?
You can get Spell Shield to deal with the Sulfura Smash with Supple at 13,
yeah.
And then you get Bouncy Dust, so you could be good to go. I just think the global pressure is too much, so I see what you're saying with Malfurion, and I feel like it's the safer pick, but I want Playing Ducks here in game number 5 to go all out, control this battleground,
run rampant,
get nukes, take Brightwing.
Okay.
And they do. Good stuff. So now we have 3 globals on the side of Playing Ducks. We have crazy team fight if Li Ming gets a pickoff, as we've seen already before here, and Chris has been playing really well on that hero.
I mean, with Brightwing, you can make the argument to just go Mosh as well.
Yeah.
Which would be nice. Not necessarily have ETC in that global spot that you could see him in, and then from that point on just be... you have more team fight strength behind the Mosh and forcing your opponents to react.
Mosh in a Sank and then Mosh in a Cleanse could prevent Diablo from going the APOC and messing it up. Dehaka would have a hard time walking in there. Yeah, I could see it happening, but there is a grenade capabilities of Tychus.
Yeah,
I think
there's a lot.
There's so much to go here. If they want to bolster the team fight, I agree with you. You can go Mosh Pit and Sanctification, but it looks like their plan is to control the battleground, period. Get pressure constantly happening, make sure you're winning the 4 nuke phase, and go from there.
But it's ETC Tyrael. It's holy cow. So
it's a holy cow.
It's a holy cow.
It's the most broken pickups you can get. Game 5 is ready, guys. Let's do it here between Playful Ducks and Tricked Esports. 2-2, the series is tied. Claris, before we even introduce, who wins? Give it to me.
I'm going to go with Tricked despite all of those globals.
Okay.
Even though I like the holy cow, I like ETC Tyrael. Tyrael is one of my top picks. But I think Tricked Esports... Oh god, it's so difficult again. Why do you ask me these things?
Because I like to just, I like to have us have a conversation, a dialogue. You know, I feel like it's growing our relationship.
Okay.
You know, having these thoughts. I'm going with Playful Ducks.
Okay.
Playing Ducks. Gosh.
That's the first time you've done it.
That's the first time I've done it. I've been fighting like all week. I said Playing Ducks 5 times each day.
Yeah.
Whew. That is such a hard name.
You've done well today. You've done well.
Thank you, man.
Likewise.
Somebody.
Likewise.
Give me some love, man. All right. Turret killed off down here in the bottom right. We'll have that picked up. That's one of the best things you can do when you realize that your opponents have gone for globals is go for a quick turret rush, get a slight experience advantage, and then spread out and go from there. Because you're going to have a hard early game.
Yeah. But just actually even to talk about that, because we didn't have Playing Ducks on our 3rd day. It's a German team. And as such, things can be lost in translation a little bit between German and English.
Well, Eternal could be lost down here.
Yeah, he could be lost in translation completely.
Yep.
Oh, bye. Sorry.
Yep, we don't know what language he was speaking.
Yeah. So something that popped into my mind after we'd had all that debacle was phrasing in German. So there's a lot of phrases in German that translate really weirdly to English, and one of them that stood out to me was a famous phrase that's, if you translate it, it says, "I think I spider." And actually there's a website called ithinkispider.com that you can check out. But it's all the weird phrases from German to English that just don't translate properly. And that one means you're going crazy, you're going mad,
yeah,
when you say it in German. But when you hear the translation, it's insane. So that's kind of what brought up all of this, and that's why it sounds weird to us as native English speakers, and even to fit into sentences while casting.
Well, we're going to get it down, man, because we are committed.
Oh, we've done really well today.
We are committed to giving Playing Ducks the love that they deserve.
Yeah,
here.
we've done it good.
Well, Playing Ducks are down here on the bottom as they continue their pushes. I like the pressure, though, they're putting on. They have Li Ming already here for ETC. So far, Trick Esports has been actually kind of rotating between the middle and the bottom lane, and so Playing Ducks is looking to get a take. Trick Esports has caught onto this, though, and they have rotated a long way all the way to the middle and the bottom. It's also important for them to set up over here because here is the Warhead now spawning.
All right, so, yep, just a poke back and forth here as Chris just trying to secure it. Explosion attempting to zone out Alex, but not really having much success. Jeez. Alex is going quite far there, though.
So that's what Diablo does.
Yeah.
He is a premier, I'm going to get in your face warrior, and then escaping is a different story for sure. Chris Explosion, though, trying to escape here. Here is the Brightwing phase shift into Wolf Joe, giving the Pixie Dust for some speed. He will power slide away. Nande shows up with the wonderful jump in by Eldruin, and Chris Explosion will be able to walk away. Sports Billy now setting up for this Warhead. Can Crosby stop it? No! Is the answer, and they will be taking 1-for-1 in trades of nukes. While Dahaka, meanwhile, in the top lane, just pushed all day.
Yeah, he had a whale of a time. He got himself a nuke, he popped it, and that is all good. As Trick Esport now finding themselves some good room. I think that the Dahaka solo global for me is really good, especially if you just get Dahaka. If you can know exactly when to be going 2 lanes, almost never do you actually see Dahaka in mid lane, for example, on a map like this. It's so huge. This is the first time we're seeing it in HGC Europe. So he'll be hanging out in the top. He'll be burrowing down to the bottom. You know, those are his most effective locations compared to mid lane.
Yeah, totally. And communication between him and Diablo will definitely be on point there, as Diablo will be the one to start the engage for fights, and then Dahaka should start brush talking the moment that Diablo says he's going in for the engage. So watch out for that coordination between our teams and Trick Esports. Playing Ducks is starting the pressure, as we're going to be having Knights in the top right, some pressure in the bottom as well. And right now, this is where Playing Ducks can start to gain an advantage here, as they need to set themselves up for the next Warhead phase and make sure that they have a Brightwing or a Falstad at a different lane. Because they're going to have the Dahaka with the 1-on-1 matchup happening, but they have a chance to have a 2-lane soak, which could give them the advantage if Trick Esports ever does not rotate correctly. Oh, Brightwing, though, is being caught here by Wolf Joe. Wolf Joe trying to escape. Will he get to safety? He will there.
Yeah, thankfully for Wolf Joe, there wasn't much damage follow-up from Double Warrior and a Rehgar. Despite Rehgar's bites being potent and very, very angry. And that's going to be a nuke from a Falstad that was on the other side. Where was Dahaka? He'd left for some reason. So not too bad to get some extra damage in there for Playing Ducks.
Trick Esport and Playing Ducks still tied here 2-2. Sport Billy will head back home. Can fly back in and soak it on up. Now Warhead should be spawning at the next minute, if I remember correctly here.
Yeah.
So grabbing Hellbats, getting pressure on their lanes is one of the best things you can do here. I think the next one is 4 Warhead spawn. So locations do vary, but there will be some Warheads popping up for these teams here. I am looking at the build here for Trick Esport. There is Diablo. He has a full engage build here. He has a bulwark set up at level 1. He has everything just to move in and get that resistance available for his team. So he is going to be the primary engager, and he is banking on the Dahaka and Ragnarok's follow-up every single time.
Yeah, I'm surprised to even see even in Death coming out from Tyrael. Just kind of finding use of those abilities midway through that Death phase with his trait, as here come 4 nukes now. So this is where the globals really kick in, as Falstad and Brightwing can just reinforce at any given time. They want to go to the extreme location so that they can then reinforce the other extreme, similar to how I was describing Dahaka's presence on the map throughout a lot here in Warhead Junction.
Li Ming and Chris Explosion will be down here for the poke wars. Brightwing will be able to be annoying to Ragnaros in the bottom, and this is kind of the fun part of this battleground, trying to figure out how you get these nukes and how you're going to handle them, and that's why globals become so powerful.
Yep.
For the most part, though, Trick Esports doing a good job of kind of holding it. However, Dahaka is being engaged on the top left corner as Sport Billy was able to grab the first nuke, and Rimmer is forced to retreat, and Sport Billy will be able to grab another nuke. So Nande into 2-0 right now. Brightwing continues to be annoying. Ragnaros rotated in the middle lane here. They want to get a nuke. Or maybe a fight here as they're about to hit level 10.
Get this one. Oh, very close. Eldrunes might almost denies Alex the Prodigy from grabbing that. And we're going to have the tunneling down towards the bottom as Dahaka looks to pick another nuke. So 2 for 2 by the looks of things, as value is going to be taken by playing Ducks towards mid lane, and that could push them to level 10 if they're able to get this. And they're going to have to be very careful though. Trick Esports coming in.
Bit of a power play there from playing Ducks. 1, it forces Molten Core, and 2, it gets them closer in experience to that level 10 that Trick Esport just secures here. So let's find out our heroics. We got Saphir Smash for Ragnaros, we got Adaptation for Dahaka, Ancestral Healing for Rhaegar. Diablo most likely going to be picking up that Apocalypse. Lightning Breath can be strong against dive heavy comps, but that's not the case here for playing Ducks. And Tychus for the last choice here. Laser is probably the go-to with Li Ming being on the opposing team.
An attempt at an invade, not successful. Gust, Mosh Pit, and we do have that Blink Heal as well as Repulsion, not the Repulsion, Wave of Force, as well as finally Sanctification coming in.
We have Mosh Pit, by the way.
Yeah.
For Chris Explosion, so yep. They can have their engage, again the power slide and Sanctification follow-up. So they have the fabled Holy Cow.
Oh, I like it.
That Kalaris loves so much.
All right, so let's see how Trick Esports is going to kind of adapt to that. One thing that is important to note is that Molten Core can soak up a nuke. It's on cooldown, obviously. You can't do it right now if it's going to be coming. Nice denial there, though, to stop the actual channeling of the nuke here. Nande can't quite get himself a good position. Diablo's very good at that. He's probably one of the best at it. Oh, and a grenade comes out from Crosby. Good denial.
How annoying. When you have nukes sitting on you, you just want to get rid of them.
Yeah.
That's all you want to do, just use them.
And the longer they stay down there trying to secure that, the more value Dahaka is going to get in other locations. So
max value. He actually gets a fort. Oh, the fort is actually still living there with literally 9 HP. We're going to have Rimmer retreating here. There's a Polymorph. We're going to have the Adaptation popped. There we go. Sportsly keeping the engage hammering. Should be coming off cooldown. There it is. Can he get the kill? No. Rimmer will be able to escape.
Yeah, close calls there up towards the top. So not getting the fort, but still forcing 2 globals up there allows Trick Esports to just out-rotate their opponents, because you can see that Rema actually came down here to then secure this fort. So as much as he almost died, that was a loss there for playing Ducks because of rotating 2 instead of having the 1.
I would have argued if he actually just kept going and killed the fort and there was rotation from playing Ducks on the bottom with that pull in there, they would have had even still a win. So win-win no matter what there for Trick Esports. So great rotations by them, good cleanup. Playing Ducks, man, would love to get on the board, and they do here with a fort killed off in the top left. But these globals will definitely need to come in hand for them soon here.
This is why, for me, Dahaka is the more powerful of the globals, because he has so much pushing power compared to like a Brightwing or a Falstad.
Yeah.
And if they ever need to counter on such a huge map like this, you do have to send 2 of them. Where like, and Dahaka, he is a lone wolf. You know, he doesn't need people with him. So it's cool. It's cool to see Trick Esports in a strong position here, going up against the amount of global power that playing Ducks has. Ooh.
Gets a spawn, a slight delay there by Chris, and he's going to graze a Thermal there with a Q. Alex the Prodigy looking for an engage here on the side, but all playing Ducks are forced to retreat as Falstad decides to fly to the bottom lane, grab a nuke, a 1-for-1 trade for our 2 teams. And Trick Esports is doing what they need to do with this composition. They need to be aggressive and in the face of the playing Ducks with their might and power, with Diablo being the hard engage, with Dahaka being able to show up at any point. Finding moments where playing Ducks just aren't near each other is the main thing they can go for. They have much better team fight, I feel like, especially with the APOC engage and Sulfura's smash. So they continue to use this advantage they have in just pure raw power to their advantage.
Li Ming.
Ooh, the Wave of Force instantly comes out. Joe, Polymorph, slams against the wall. Chris does retreat back.
There was an attempt at a charge and then a flip, and then that would have gone into the tongue there on Remabola, but That was a really good little counter to make sure I was going to survive, but that being said, they're retreating in the wrong direction at the moment. That's a mosh pit, as well as Sanctification coming out. A lot of damage going down. Great ancestral heal on towards Crosby, though, on the left-hand side. He's actually going to drop a nuke, thinking that he was going to die, trying to get as much damage done as possible. He takes ETC with him. A nuke coming down from Nande as well to try and do some damage. Nobody's in it at the moment, though. Rema gets chipped on the side, on the right-hand side there, and Nande gets out with Eldarin's Might. Oh, barely missing with the tongue on Wolf Joe.
Even with the Holy Cow coming from the Playing Ducks, they're not able to secure more than the kill on Crosby, and even that was close. Diablo didn't even land a massive apocalypse there, as if he missed out on everyone. It wound up becoming more of a divider, as Li Ming had at the top right corner. But yes, that fight actually went pretty well, in my opinion, for Trick Esports. They got for a 1-for-1 trade, but they were able to walk away with the nuke still.
That fight came out of nowhere, really. Considering that, unfortunately for Playing Ducks, they had to retreat out in a very weird angle after their hard camp location had been invaded. And that's why we saw that all ensue. But now, Playing Ducks here, Sport Billy on his Falstad. Spots Rema Baller. And just walks away.
Meanwhile, Tricky Sport takes the opportunity to head in the middle lane. They will nuke the fort. It goes down. The engage, though, from Alex Aproji onto Sports Billy. He will use Mighty Gust. Can he escape? He cannot. And that is a takedown here. Nande in the back right using Eldraun to escape. Oh, but he decides with Diablo and Dahaka being there, he's not going to take that escape out and will move to the bottom right. But still a good pickoff here for Trick Esports.
Yeah, very nicely done. So now they're getting themselves very much so rapidly towards level 16. Eldraun's Might comes out for the vision. They don't want to go too far further down. Chris is going to poke it and realize that they're all there. They have to back off. Oh, Diablo going in, suplex, and he pins him. Oh, that's done. Diablo with the pickup. Nice stuff.
Time for some trade value as Tyrael was traded to death for a sliver of health on Crosby. Definitely not any value there. And the problem is there is a 4 warhead spawn now, which Trick Esports, not having a body on the field, can take the opportunity to maybe grab 3 here, whereas Playing Ducks can maybe only take 1. Chris Explosion continues with the push here. Chris is channeling, and he is holding firm. Will take it and does blink away, so Playing Ducks, even a man down, will get 2 of the nukes. There was an awesome brush stock, but the Wave of Force was on point.
Yeah, and there was also a cleanse attempt on towards the person that was about to get dragged, so all the things came out there, all the things, and they all saved him, so it's all good.
The boss thing, though, is being focused down by Trick Esports. All 5 members here and a laser. Chris Explosion is on the side. Here goes the Chris. There goes the Mighty Gust. There goes the Steel, and Playing Ducks take the boss, but ETC will lose his life over it.
He's dropped a nuke! Rema!
The Sake, though, coming out to save Nande as well. Can he escape? He will have threw it away. Alex Aproji going for the chase. Sulfurous Smash connects. Alex doesn't get it. No, Nande continue walking away here, but that imposing presence helping him out. Eternal finally does his tell. He misses, though, and Nande is literally flying away here.
Here he comes. No.
He's an angel. He can't be touched. Nande continuing the escape. And he has bought so much time, finally dies from a grenade. But that was such value for him.
Let's check this out again. Boss steal as this is going to come up. And they Gust into Chris, knocking back there and saving him. Brilliant boss steal. But watch as Rema. He's in the middle of the nuke. That's why I was so concerned. And he gets healed up instantly from his adaptation. I guess he calculated?
Oh, yeah, 100% calculated.
Yeah.
You never doubt in that scenario. 100% knew he was going to live. 100%. The boss did put some pressure on the bottom left lane and finally got to keep walls. So Playing Ducks are on their way to level 16, which could be helpful. But that boss steal was needed for them. Needed for them.
Absolutely. That's the highest pitch I've got in HGC Europe so far. It's kind of like when I was casting StarCraft and things get hit by a nuke. You're like, is this actually going to happen? Is he actually in the middle of that nuke? And then your entire army dies and it's a bad time. But now, Rema down towards the bottom. Hero to Hacker staying alive. There's the spear again from Alex Aproji going in towards Chris. Looking for some damage. Looking for the combos. And, oh, nice Holy Ground. I like that.
Yeah, I've got to remember, Holy Ground's down one. The Molten Swing connects to Chris Explosion. Nande gets guided here as well by Alex Aproji, but Chris is able to kite backwards, and Ragnaros isn't going to be enough to secure a kill.
That's such a shame there for Eternal. He actually threw down Sulfurous Smash, where technically Alex Aproji would have charged and then flipped. But obviously there was no flip there, unfortunately, for Alex. So, yeah, a bit of a shame to waste Sulfurous Smash in that position.
Bit of a shame for sure there, especially with the Molten Core being down. Now Trick Esports has lost some of their power in this composition. Crystplosion looking for more as he chases forward. Cleanse is still down for another 30 seconds, so gotta watch out for these stuns here. There goes the power slide. There goes the burrow. Rimmer does turn around for the drag. Alex Proji on the flank on the back right, though. Scorch Billy does get caught and slammed against the wall. Here's a big hammer, and Falstad is no more.
He got squashed. That was very, very brutal there for Falstad. And now the chase continues. Alex Proji looking for a charge on towards somebody. And will it be Chris? Oh, he attempts to put the teleport away.
But here's Rimmer coming from the side, using that Broster to go for a gank. Crystplosion in the back line here, and will get grab the instant cleanse from Wolf Joe. Will save them. Crystplosion, can he get past the wall? He does. Nande with the assist, and now with Falstad up in 14 seconds, Trick Esport will pull back and look towards getting nukes.
High level play from both sides. Not only the cleanses coming out, but also the continuous attempts from Trick Esport to get their CC in and try and lock down a kill. But ETC, slippery customer, he gets away. And
Ragnaros is by himself. No one's here. The instant mosh pit.
He's not getting away.
He gets away. I will give you $4. That's all I got in my pocket. There we go. There's the kill. And we have 2 nukes. Moving over to the Playing Ducks. Dahaka takes the opportunity to nuke down the middle lane here. It will not kill it. Keep, though. And Playing Ducks, they are moving in for a boss. This could be a win condition for them.
It's going to boss for a keep, though. Are they not going? Wait,
I don't
what?
Why? Trick Esport doesn't know they're here. They saw ETC Crystplosion here on the right side of the watchtower, so they assume that the entire team is coming down for a rotation to gank on them, so they back up, all because of Crystplosion showing in the watchtower. And now Playing Ducks gets a boss and 2 nukes. Great play there by the ETC.
Funny thing is that just for good measure there, Nande actually threw his holy ground on towards the boss location. And now, yeah, I guess so. I swear they could have got that, but you're right. That's good vision control by Playing Ducks. Now they're going to push on with this boss, and it's getting to the wall before they can even do anything about it. If you can slow down these bosses, it's good, but because they haven't been able to, damage on the way.
Yeah, this is where they become a pain when these Bailings start sprouting all over the field here. Eternal pops Ragnaros. Crystplosion in the front goes to the power side. Adaptation has been popped, so everyone retreats. Nice play here. The Holy Ground follow-up, though, from Nande. We'll keep him here for a slight second here. There's still a drag available. It does not connect, though, and the keep is now being sieged upon. Wolf Joe has a nuke available for the core.
Nande moving forwards, looking for a Holy Ground. Tries to block Eternal out there. On towards Remaballa. Ancestral Heal has already hit onto him. As this boss does enough damage, they get themselves the keep. They're gonna back away from this point on, because anything else could have been a little bit tricky. Even just 1 or 2 kills towards Trick Esport could have spiraled it to a level 20 situation.
Yeah.
Look, great Holy Ground, by the way, preparation for that.
Especially with Dahaka just being able to flank behind with his Bloodstocker, you don't want to risk losing anybody.
Yes.
Because if 2 people are taken out, as you were mentioning, Trick Esports goes down the middle line. They go up the gut, and they kill the core easily. So, yep, great heads-up play there from Playful Ducks, or Playing Ducks, and Trick Esport, and now moving towards level 20, but Playing Ducks having so much pressure on the top lane, and Catapult should be able to weather the storm that could come from Trick Esports.
You know how, like, offices have swear jars?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Every time I say Playful Ducks, just drop $1 on your foot. Here you go. Thank you, hilarious. But I only got $4, so only 4 times.
4 times, that's your limit. There's nothing more. But anyway, Trick Esports now gonna move on down the right-hand side. They're about to have level 20. This is interesting. Are they just gonna go boss? But
they want to keep Trick Esport completely away from them.
They've got a
power
base.
slide adaptation is popped. There's a burrow. I think Rimmer actually canceled it early, though.
What's going on? They had to base, and now there's going to be a gust. They attempted to nuke this core.
They brought out the surprise factor. The first time here in the Best of 5 series, Playing Ducks has made an insane play, and Trick Esport was not ready for it. Rimmer in particular. Good pickup here, and now with 4 nukes available on the battleground and 2 globals, Playing Ducks is going to grab some warheads.
Yeah, so we're going to have Tychus be a little bit more mobile here. He's taking Bob and Weave at level 20. I love that name, Bob and Weave, Bob and Weave.
I like it too. It reminds me of fishing. I don't know why, but it's good for Tychus too.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, Bob does weave. And then Playing Ducks up to the top left. Look up, they've got 3 nukes. They don't want to get to... They don't want to race to 20? They're just going to nuke everything?
No, these nukes will drop it down to 20% and then you'll auto-attack it.
Oh my god.
Go for it here. They have
god.
Nande,
Sanctification.
There
we go.
Now they all 3 drop their nukes. There's a Holy Ground. APOC comes out. The nukes are colliding with the core. Now they need to focus it down. Playful Ducks, can they end it in explosions? Yes, they can here, as it is going to be game over. Playing Ducks does what I would consider the impossible. Makes a crazy comeback, wins 3-2, and now Trick Esports is 0-4. My heart for those guys is bleeding.
Yeah, that was a great call by Playing Ducks towards the end. It goes to show, don't put crazy people in charge of big red buttons. Like, as the real world might...
just don't do that.
That was... I can't believe.
A crazy, incredible job by the Playful Ducks. Playing Ducks. The Playing Ducks, right? Hey,
$3.
Yes. I'm poor by the end of the day. The Playing Ducks, man, they bring it together. They make the insane calls here in game number 5 on Warhead Junction. They were down in levels, but they had the global control, and they used that to their advantage. Kudos to them, but a great best-of-5 series overall.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That was a really fun one. I expected it to go quite far, maybe like a 3-1. I didn't really expect a whole 5 games. I was kind of being a bit ambitious with that. But look at the Playing Ducks, man. Able to bring that win out there with that crazy core call towards the end, get the 3 nukes. Bomb, bomb, bomb.
And you know the Tricky Sports got to be kicking themselves a little bit. Game number 4, Dragonshire. The core rush. You know, it's such an exciting series, so much back and forth. And you can see, as you keep alluding to, the depth that is here in Europe.
Absolutely.
And how if you make a slight mistake, like we've seen multiple times during this best-of-5 series, the other team will run with it, and they will take that advantage. So we'll have to hit up here, the Playing Ducks, whenever we get a chance to actually talk to them on the interview and get a feel for what they thought about that battleground and, of course, that best-of-5 series, because it was definitely insane. I was not expecting this much of an enjoyable series.
Their second win on the scoreboard for Playing Ducks.
Yeah.
So they're positioning themselves in kind of the mid of the table pretty strongly now, I would say.
Sure.
Whereas now things get a little bit concerning for Tricked Esport, unfortunately for them. They've, you know, they had some hard matches before. They went up against Fnatic, they went up against Expert, they went up against Dignitas. But losing to Playing Ducks there for them, that's 0-4 now. And there's only a few shots left. I mean, at this point, I think their hopes for Katowice are gone. Now it's about survival. That's very important for them.
Yeah, the Crucible is down the line. Again, we still have, what, 6 more weeks left of HGC before we get to that point. But still, it's something that we have to start asking here. This is a team, Tricked Esport, that everyone was saying, all right, they're 4th or 5th easily. We can watch this team grow. We can watch this team be successful. And it's just not working. They need to figure it out. But we are going to be getting on with Chris Flosion here of the Playing Ducks here. We'll get a feel for what he thought about the entire matchup. He's got to be shaking right now, just trying to figure out how to turn a webcam on, because that was such a back-and-forth series, and it's cool that they pulled it out.
Yeah, no, I have to agree, especially with how they were able to fashion that little fight towards the end. Just didn't even need themselves level 20. They were like, as long as we have enough nukes, we can actually make this work. And yeah, good job, Warhead Junction.
Sanctification and the Holy Ground, the Mighty Gust, things like that. It's probably why you don't see Warhead Junction so much picked by the pros, because there are other moments. So if you get an advantage, you can roll with it. So hopefully you learned a thing or two. Now all we need is Tyrael, Morales, and Vikings with 3 nukes and go for a core rush. That's spicy.
Trixler's wacky meta.
The best meta. The only meta.
The only meta.
The only meta.
Oh, God, save me.
That's the meta that everyone's going to be playing in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
We're just so far out there that we can't win any games because of it, but it will become a thing that people can't handle. I'm telling you.
When you play in HGC 2020, is that?
That's the future. Murky first picks. That's the life right there. Hopefully the rework will be in by then, because I know I have definitely been missing out on that.
That poor fish. I mean, that poor Murloc. Whatever.
I was talking earlier to someone in the chat. We were mentioning that Murky is actually a savior. He is a strong individual because Murlocs get beat up so much in World of Warcraft that he's just leading the charge. He's not evil.
Right.
He's a man of the people, his people, and he's a visionary. Okay? And I believe that. I believe that.
I've probably killed a lot of Murlocs in World of Warcraft.
You're the first to go.
Yeah, I'm
first to go.
Like that guy, that Kylaris.
We're getting Chris Blosion here on Skype here, and we'll get an interaction with him. What are you wanting to ask him, man? I just want to know his overall thoughts, especially there in game number 5.
That's a good question.
Oh, wait a minute. You might be able to ask it, Chris Blosion. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I do.
There we go. There we go. First off, congratulations on your victory, man. That was a nail-biter.
Thank you very much. It was a tough series.
Yeah,
we made it in the end.
That it was. Did you think this far in, you guys would be in the 4th or 5th slot in the standings, start moving up, and this team that you talked about at the summit just growing and becoming a better team, and now suddenly you guys are looking pretty dominant. It's all coming together. How does it feel?
Yeah, actually, it feels pretty good to win the series, especially when you're like two games behind and you win 3-2. It feels amazing. But we are not in the end. We still have to improve. We still work hard, and we want to show even more.
You were mentioning about improving, working hard, etc., and stuff like that. I think from the first week to now this fourth week, it feels like you guys have grown as a team. Does it feel like that as well internally? Are you guys just feeling like you're performing better, etc.?
Yeah, we're performing better for sure. It's like practice helps us a lot, but like I said, we're not in the end. There's still so much space to improve.
Okay.
I want to know about that game number 4 on Dragonshire with Sport Billy and Chris having the most miracle defense. How was it on comms? Were they like, hey, we got this, or were they freaking out? What was going on?
Yeah, well, first I was tilted by myself. I did such a huge mistake, and they carried it so hard. Like, it was really sick defense by them both. Like, they stayed calm and they did the right thing. So thanks for carrying this game.
Awesome, very cool. Well, Chrisplosion, congratulations to you. Thank you so much. Please, do you have any shout-outs for anyone at home?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to Be Quiet. Shout out to Playing Ducks. Thanks for the support. Thanks to all to our fans. Cheering for us. Keep do the great work, and I hope we can make you proud, guys. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chrisplosion, and again, congratulations to the Mighty Ducks. All right, guys, we're getting ready for the next series of the day. Be Genius taking on Fnatic. We'll be right back. This is the HEC.
Everything that I do in my life is working towards getting on to the big stage of video gaming.
I don't want to get second place this year. Like, I'm going for first. I won't be happy unless we win.
My name is Andrew Rodriguez, and I go to University of Texas at Arlington.
Daniel Lee, and I go to University of Connecticut.
My name is David Young, and I go to school at University of Tennessee, Knoxville.
My name is Michael Udall, and I go to ASU.
Heroes of the Dorm is an amateur tournament focused on college teams, playing not for prize money, but for tuition.
This is my first year competing in Heroes of the Dorm. Gaming at first was just a hobby, but now it's kind of evolved into part of my life.
I grew up in Mesa, Arizona. Gaming was definitely frowned upon.
I would think, gee, what a waste of time. You guys ought to be studying algebra or anything worthwhile.
My parents used to hate when I played, but now they're like, this is so cool, you're going to Seattle for playing a video game.
Hello and welcome to the Heroes of the Dorm Heroic Four. Here in the beautiful Pacific Northwest, 4 college teams have come to battle it out.
We started over a month ago, and now we have Tennessee, UT Arlington, UConn, and Arizona State.
We all felt really good after the win, but we came here to win the whole thing, so the work's not over yet.
You don't reach that level without the dedication and the focus and the endless hours honing your craft.
It's going to take a determination and discipline, just like succeeding in anything in life.
It's intense. That's the best way to put it. Until you play the game and try to excel at it, you have no idea.
An outlet like that where students come together and share the same interests. That's what it's all about.
This was the future of esports that we imagined.
Taking a lot of damage, he blows up in a matter of seconds.
Shot low on HP, but the boy with another
They are going for the core. They're going to be able to save it in time, and it goes down. GG.
An adventure. I mean, have you seen this Nexus place? There's limitless worlds to explore. Constantly new things to see. Ew! Sure, there's danger too. What's an adventure without a little action? Oh, I can help with that. I am a Storm Scout after all. And for Storm Scouts, life is an adventure.
Welcome back to the Heroes Global Championship. We just ended the first series of the day. We had the Playing Ducks walk away with a 3-2 over Trick Esports, but we're going to get ready for match number 2. My name is Trixler, and I'm joined once again to the left by Caleris.
Hi.
Hey, how are you, friend?
Yeah, I'm doing good because overall what we had was a really cool series, all going all the way to 5 games, and now we get to see one of our favorites, one of the big 3, take to the stage.
I'm gonna hold off on that first. Let's check out the standings and see where the Playing Ducks is now currently sitting after the last matchup, as they will be moving up slightly here to number 5 with a 2-2. Trick Esports, oh man, I feel so bad for them, down to 0-4. Luckily for them, there could be a chance for BGenius to tie with them, as they'll be going against Fnatic as our next matchup. So
yeah, this is going to be difficult for BGenius, I suppose.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Just before we dive too much into it, I feel like BGenius has a lot of drafting issues they need to work out, but we'll dive into that more after we start actually looking into the matchup. As Heroes Global Championship, man, has some good stuff, dude. We are in week 3 already. Right now, things are starting to heat up. In a couple of weeks, we're going to Katowice. Is that how we pronounce it?
Katowice.
Katowice.
I mean, it's close enough. The Polish people pronounce it a little bit differently, but yeah.
I'm going to get it. Katowice. We'll be going to Poland soon. We'll be having a clash. But let's go ahead and look at our schedule for today. What are we going to be watching? Already, we just saw the first matchup finish up. Later on today, we have North America going at it with No Tomorrow and B-Step, Superstars, and Gale Force Esports. That'll be casted by our wonderful friends, Gillyweed and Dread. They're so cool, man. They're so
lovely people.
Lovely people. Our second matchup is the one that we're jumping up into today. It is BGenius taking on Fnatic. And yes, let's dive into it. Fnatic is probably the clear favorite to win this battleground. Obviously, they are one of the best teams in Europe. BGenius has been struggling here in the Heroes Global Championship. But just like Trick Esport, if they want to make a play, if they want to be noticed, now is the time to start doing something.
Yeah, undisputedly, you're correct. Fnatic is the big playmaker here in this series. For BGenius, it's going to be a case of, do we bring something wacky, crazy, and wild and try and kind of knock Fnatic off their keel a little bit?
Sure.
Oh, and then how do we get maps, not the series? I mean, we have to be realistic here. This is Fnatic going up against BGenius, who haven't shown us as impressive performances just yet. So they're going to have to bring something very, very special if they want to take some maps, or maybe the series.
Well, let's see what the teams themselves think about this matchup. Fnatic taking on BGenius.
I think Fnatic is the best team in EU because so much time they play as 5. They are all Swedish and they are good.
BGenius is kind of an odd team. Sometimes they look really strong and sometimes not. I'm confident we'll win either way, but I think they can put up a good game versus us if all of them are having a good day.
Fnatic, like, they are even better drafts than Dignitas, and they are good as well, so it will be hard as well.
I think BGenius is going to be quite easy. I think their players are not close to our players in skill level. I think we're a more developed team in strategy and just team play overall.
Pretty young guys who get the perfect reaction, and should be pretty cool match.
BGenius showing off a lot of respect for Fnatic, but they even say it themselves. Fnatic is a strong team. They know how to draft, and that draft is going to be a big deal here. Because I feel like BGenius has put too much into Malfurion and Tychus these last couple of weeks. They are going ham on picking up those 2 heroes. 7 of their matches has had those 2 mixed up for them to even have a chance. If not, they fall apart heavily.
Yeah.
So something to consider for today.
Yeah, and it's not like they've had success with these heroes. I mean, they haven't really had success with much at all going into these games. Admittedly, again, you know, they come into, they're in a very strong region. Like, the depth of quality and play is very, very high here in Europe. And they just kind of happen to be on that lower rung at the moment here in the standings. It's not to say that they can't pull out something wild. I would like to see something maybe a little bit like them choose the map and then push a weird strategy there, perhaps.
It would be refreshing to see from them, because we've seen straight up hard comps, double warriors. Let's start a fight. Let's find out what battleground we're going to, and we'll see if maybe we'll have some variety here from our bans do begin. Fnatic will ban out Battlefield of Eternity. And if you're BGenius, you got to think about banning out 2-Minute Spider Queen as Fnatic's favorite battleground. But they actually ban out Praxis Holdout. And every single time Fnatic goes 2-Minute Spider Queen, and they are what, now currently 4-0 on this battleground. They are absolutely devastating. And the thing is, if you look at the numbers, they're finishing matches within 17 minutes on average. Compared to the 22 on the other battlegrounds. Fnatic just has this map figured out.
Yeah, it's really powerful for them. Not only have they got like good potential for pocket picks like the Chromie, which then forces out potential bans down the line, but that then empowers their normal compositions because those bans have to come in. So very scary battleground to go up against. Fnatic on here for game number 1.
It's a uphill battle, that's for sure. BGenius will be getting the first ban of the day here on Tomb of the Spider Queen. What will they be choosing to take out? Will they move down the Ragnaros route? Will they move down the Tassadar route? It's kind of weird because these are the heroes that technically float to the very top, but it feels like they're not worthwhile bans against Fnatic, just because they have such a wild pool. In terms of picking heroes, they've had so much variance compared to every other team in the HCC so far. Their most played hero, I believe, was actually Brightwing and Tychus with 3 to 4 games, and that's it compared to everyone else.
Yeah, that's a low number.
That's a low number.
Them, most played. For now, though, BGenius is racking their brains over what they want to do. Because the technical is, because your first pick on this map, this is that weird place where it's like the throwaway ban, but they don't want to go too throwaway, so it's just going to be, they want to deny Ragnaros from their opponent's side. Tassadar obviously coming in, and we're back to normal.
All right, so BGS will be getting their first selection. Now, again, they've been picking out Malfurion and Tychus as their first slot the last couple of weeks. Some different variety would be great for them. However, Tychus can be strong on this battleground, so we'll see if they go down that route.
Thing is that they must have come in knowing that they were probably going to play on Tomb of the Spider Queen somewhere in this series.
True.
Never mind at the beginning of it. So I want to see what preparations they've made throughout this week, knowing that they were going to be on here. Maybe even let Chromie through and see, like, in their mind throughout their preparation, do we have something that we can use to defeat that in a convincing manner? So could be interesting.
It could be. Fnatic, first and second slot available for them here on the left. And just some more stuff while we're thinking about what they're picking up. They have a 7.6 kill-death assist ratio on this battleground. For every kill, for every death, they have 7.6 before they die once, which is insane to me.
Yes, that's good.
And the average is actually 14 minutes and 31 seconds on this battleground. This just how devastating Fnatic is. Knowing those numbers, BGenius should think about having a strong early game.
And now that you mention that, imagine that number if we removed the match against Misfits.
Yeah. That one went longer than normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be actually insane.
It's pretty insane how good they are here. So yes, speaking about all this, BGenius needs to be having a strong, powerful early game. Fnatic here on the left picks up ETC and Malfurion. Taking away the Malfurion from BGenius is a solid pickup. As again, they've always prioritized that. And then ETC, we've already seen it in the past here. Fnatic with that breeze can just breeze through the competition when ETC is here with the power slides.
I can't believe.
I got you. I got you. I'm here.
All right, so let's go back to the previous phrase for this battleground. I think I spider, because there's a lot of spiders here, so we'll be okay with it. Overall, Tychus, now what are they going to go to? They don't necessarily need their support, but if they really want something like Rehgar, for unstable, which I think has more power than Brightwing, they might go down that path. Zarya early, very early here actually.
Yeah, Zarya being mixed in for BGenius. Are they gonna go Arthas as well? Because you need the warrior, they're getting Zul. Okay, so now they're getting wave clear and they're getting a solid handle on the early game by having shields available from pressure that could come their way. And they haven't revealed too much. This is pretty obvious. It's 2 minutes Spider Queen. We have Tychus, we have wave clear. We're set up for the second half of the draft. That's where the crazy comes in.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. That's our hope.
Because one of them has to be a support, and then, well, we'll see. We'll see. Fnatic, what do you ban out? I think you ban Rehgar. I think you take that away. Yeah, like, I'm surprised it didn't come in one of the slots before, but oh well.
Okay, so Rehgar possibly getting banned out here, and then you look at BGenius. What do you take away from the opposing team? Do you allow the Chromie to go through, and then we can see the playing Duck's way of handling the opposing team by going Johanna full wave clear, and you just push in Chromie.
I mean, technically, Zarya, we've mentioned it when we previously cast Chromie on this map. Zarya is actually pretty good against Chromie if you can kind of anticipate where the shots are going to go. But they might just remove it. As I say, Shrimpy has shown fantastic play with that Chromie. On MVP levels, when it comes to like his position in that game, he was definitely the most valuable player in those games.
There it is.
Bye-bye.
So the Chromie ban, bye-bye, indeed. Got our level 11 talent here on the draft. Does escape away. Now we see the other side of Fnatic. What do they pull off on this battleground that they have been known for so long? Leoric starts to come to mind.
Yep.
Get that wave clear, get those engages going on. Suddenly Falstad, they played it in the past, can be played on here on Doom of Spider Queen, and they make it work, which is pretty crazy to me.
I mean, they've even made things like Tracer without much shielding work as well. I don't think that they would go down this path in this game, because they've almost forced BGenius to go down the Brightwing path with Unstable. So Polymorph could always be a little bit scary. I'm thinking like Li Ming, something like a Li Ming for damage.
Yeah, if you go Li Ming, I'm worried for wave clear.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing Jaina instead as a mage, just to help give them that clear and get them set up. And then you have your ETC, you have your Malfurion. There's the Haka, and there's Sylvanas. I always feel like I forget about Sylvanas.
Yeah, so do I. And then she always comes in towards the end of the draft and actually dominates the game.
Yeah.
Especially in the hands of Fnatic, actually. We've seen that a few times from them. Sylvanas just... I think it ended up on Quacknix, right? And then from that point on, they just had like some crazy fast games. Karazine. Okay.
Okay. All right, then. Well, BGenius is certainly going down the crazy route here. They have their Karazine for their single heals. Are they going to go with Transcendence or Insight, maybe? Instead of Iron Fist as their sole support? They could just be hoping for the idea of, all right, let's just fully butt heads into Fnatic. We're going to go full damage, get an Entomb, get an Engage, 7-sided strike, and hopefully we get a number advantage.
I mean, if they did do that, then at least they have Zarya for the shields alongside with it. So it kind of alleviates a little bit of the healing pressure required for the Karazine.
True.
Fnatic, though, now, something damagey. So I'm assuming the Sylvanas ends up on Quacknix. And then I'm thinking, what would Shrimpy play? I don't know. I think maybe if Shrimpy was on the Sylvanas and then Falstad just came in, that would be a better setup for them.
Yeah, you can leave the Huck in the bottom lane. I personally just want a mage in this comp. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Li Ming.
So that one should be Shrimpy and then Quacknix on the Sylvanas. Is the normal setup that would end up with. But you know, we speculated the Li Ming before.
Yeah.
You know, it's got good poke. You can deny the turn-ins from occurring, etc. and stuff. So
with Sylvanas coming in for the mix-up, you can finally hold off that clear that's coming your way for Zul. I think in the early game, BGenius is pretty well set up, actually. They did a really solid job of getting Zul. They got Karazim. They got Leoric to help out with that bottom lane. They get that wave clear. They move towards level 10. They get Entomb. They have Expulsion Zone. They have things here that do set them well up in the early game, whereas Fnatic is like, okay, well, we'll just hold on. We have Dahaka, Primal Aggression, can handle that bottom lane. We have Sylvanas that can stop your Zul from pushing it all day. And then we have Li Ming. If you ever overstep, we get a reset, and we're going to kill your entire team.
Yep.
So they're actually really well set up for handling the pressure that's coming from BGenius, but I see BGenius having a strong early game.
yeah, I have to agree with you with the fact that even just Zul there alone, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see where this is going. You know, it has power on these maps.
Yeah.
Whether or not though they're able to crack the synergy that Fnatic has as a team is another kind of thing entirely. I mean, Fnatic hasn't really taken the most mobile of compositions. Dahaka is just the one that's really, really powerful in that regard. But they're Fnatic.
Yeah, I like that BGN is just coming out though with this aggressive stance on the battleground. Just all right, we understand that we're on the underdogs here. We're going in. The Karazim pick kind of makes it for me. I want to see how that shakes out, because that's obviously the odd one here.
Well, it's far more aggressive than something like a Brightwing could have been, which is kind of like the go-to meta after you've seen Malfurion and Rehgar being kind of taken away on the other side. So yeah, I think that you're right about that. Like the Karazim adds that little bit of extra spice that could kind of tip the scales if they're to get the right fights for themselves, but it's whether they get them.
Yeah, Karazim just has to watch out for ETC here. That's a real major threat. And then Malfurion with those roots.
Yeah.
You, again, just don't have the cleansing ability. You can get the talent level 16, but the problem is you go in for a cleanse on a Malfurion root and you actually get yourself rooted, which is kind of unfortunate. So his dancing in the early game is going to have to be spectacular. And he's really going to have that backup from Zarya. Luckily, Zarya can be the one to bring those cleanses later on with those later talents she has available for her. But again, it's all about early game versus mid to late game for me. And I see Fnatic, if they can weather the storm here, not lose a couple of forts, they're going to be Fnatic here, and they're going to clean up. So, BGenius, good luck. I like the approach here, but I definitely want to see what you can do here. We are ready here for our first map of the day here. It's going to be the Tomb of the Spider Queen Fnatic taking on BGenius.
All right, to the left-hand side here, looking to propel themselves to the top of the division, sitting up there with potentially Misfits and Expert. It is Breeze on ETC. We will have Quacknix on Sylvanas, and then Shrimpy will be playing Li Ming, and Wooby is on the Hacker, and finally Smexy is on Malfurion.
To the far right, BGenius here unstable, showing up the Karazim here. Danatan will be showing off his Leoric. Erikine with the Zul, he'll be the one clearing those waves. Kirwa with Tychus, and finally, last but not least, Tank for the win. Tanking it up here on Zarya.
All right, so let's see how they're going to be able to play this out. Looking with Sylvanas to be aggressive early on there. Not quite getting anything done. Good separation here by BGenius to make sure that they won't lose a tower or anything like that. And also, because it's such a short map, they can reinforce quite nicely from any of the lanes that they went to.
Danatan will leave a charge here on the wave clear. There'll be Zul to follow up with this straight. A tongue, though, immediately here on Erikine. Erikine is being hit here. And if you kill a Zul in the early game, you are sitting pretty. And Fnatic being the prettiest right now, as they'll be able to secure a takedown.
It's not only the blocks from Breeze, it's the blocks from Quacknix as well with the Haunting Wave forward. So very, very good start from them. You're right. And that is going to give them much more power over that bottom lane towards mid lane. The rotations just anywhere, really. I think Azul's currently in the mid to top rotation, right? So
I'm watching Wubby here, and I love his rotations. He's walking between the middle and the bottom lane, using that primal aggression to give him just so much essence, but also to be there as a potential gank tool. As Danatan, yes, he can clear decently here with Leoric, but he's going to need some assistance from his teammates if he wants to match the power of Dahaka.
And just as an offsite from this series, I love the Heroes of the Storm community because I believe they tweeted you a picture of Dahaka evolving into False Outer Bird.
Yes, it's actually amazing. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you.
If you've seen Animorphs, it's kind of in that style of them transforming into False Outer.
That's so perfect.
Thank you guys at home for being awesome. You guys are seriously some of the greatest. That's why we do this for you guys at home. The players, casters, everyone here at HEC. So thank you so much.
Your art efforts are especially appreciated, even though we don't show them. I very much appreciate that. More art, please.
Totally agree. All right, so rotations continue for our teams. Fnatic just in a great spot. Normally you start to see Zul taking the lead here. Oh, but Breeze is taking some damage. Does he can take it away? The grenade from Tank for the win, and BGenius gets on the scoreboard here with a pickoff.
Yeah, not too bad. As 1-for-1 at the moment. They're doing okay in terms of experience, and they'll be able to clean these waves up quite nicely. Zul has separated himself off from this group, looking for maybe damage on towards the Hacker and getting bottom lane pushing pretty heavily, but the Hacker can clean that up very fast. So I think don't prioritize your Zul there. Get him back up towards the top. Because there isn't this, as much as Sylvanas is a good wave clear, it's slow wave clear.
Yeah.
So just put your pressure up here.
The main appeal for Sylvanas isn't the wave clear or pushing into a turret, it's more of the stopping a wave, putting damage onto your turrets, and your turrets can clean it up but not take any damage, which gives them the chance to regen that ammo eventually. So Sylvanas, good spot in terms of holding. Erikine, though, taking so much poke, having to back on home and heal up, but they have edged out a slight lead in experience, which is what you're normally going to see with Zul.
Now, one thing that became, it was common when the rework came along for ETC, but it's not as common now, but it still finds its way in sometimes, is level 4 Crowd Surfer on ETC. On this map, it's especially potent because there are so many little things that you can power slide over, little walls that you can power slide over, and really catch your opponent off guard. So BGenius is going to have to be very careful of Breeze's specialty warrior with a specialty talent.
Yep, especially with Mexi being available here. He can moonfire over the wall, and then you have that crowd surfer coming in. Gotta agree. Watch out for Breeze here, as he can be so powerful. with these walls that are blocking the vision of the opposing team. 6-6 for both our teams. In terms of just looking at the turrets between top, middle, and bottom, honestly, Fnatic's in a good spot. I'm going to keep kind of hailing on that, but Zul's main power is that you're trying to drain the ammo, set yourself up for a turn-in the mid-game, and then get a huge wave pushing and grab experience and maybe get a 4 early. I
mean, they've done really good at turning in, actually, against Fnatic, although Fnatic, that being said, will get themselves the first turn-in with Breeze towards the top, so Caster's Curse comes in, B-Genius don't get the first turn-in, and Fnatic start to exert themselves on this map like they usually do.
Well, the curse isn't going to hit too hard yet. If they're able to clear these web weavers, they will have a turn in immediately afterwards, and they'll be closer to 9 or 10. So Vegeta still has a solid chance. The problem is Sylvanas.
Yeah, how did they find that opening? Zul went towards the bottom for the moment, I suppose, to equalize out that lane before the web weaver came down, and they exploited it so quickly.
Power slide. Arakeen in trouble once again. Wubby shows up from the side. Will get knocked back by Kirwell, though, to save Arakeen. He is low with a sliver of health, but that is still effectively a one team fight here for Fnatic as they push down the turrets, move towards level 8.
Yeah, and they're going to get a lot of experience from this. Bottom web weaver's still quite healthy, so is the top one. So they're just looking for all the turrets here, there, and everywhere. Breeze is going in pretty deep on towards Arakeen if he can get on towards him. But Sylvanas locked down the fort, so there's literally zero to worry about there for Breeze.
Yeah, he has to wait for his teammates to come in and assist. They finally do show up. Here is Kirwa. Breeze in the back right. Yeah, Wagnick steps forward and then Haunting waves away. Wonderful escape, and that fort is in trouble. Here comes a web weaver push, but Take for the Win does a good job of catching the attention of the web weaver, so therefore the splash damage from that attack does not hit his fort, so he saves it. Nice heads up play there from Take for the Win.
Yeah, absolutely got to agree. A lot of this game actually, in a subtle way, comes down to AI manipulation.
True.
With you know, you see it on this map with stuff like that. You see it on Infernal Shrines with making Punishers jump in the directions that you want them to, and that separates good players from great players sometimes.
Play here from Schwimpy as he goes on Dantan, but Dantan will escape a solid manner there. There's the turnaround on Zul with the Bone Prison. Here comes Unstable. He starts punching things, unfortunately not able to secure a takedown.
Small thing there, but you saw when he got Bone Prisoned, he actually threw his missiles towards where any potential rotation could have been coming, instead of throwing them towards Zul and the targets. I think that's a really small thing, but just a finite thing to say, if anybody was coming along, I would then do a little bit of damage to them and maybe made them a bit more cautious.
And knock them off the mount. That's the major thing there. If they're not able to mount in, you lose that movement speed and get a kill. So heads up play there by our leading player. Now, Genius is kind of in a weird scenario right now. They need to consistently hold the pressure that's coming their way, but they have two places they have to hold it, the top fort and the middle fort, because both are low on health. And if Fnatic finds an opening, they're going to do this. They move in.
Exactly, and the problem is that Dahaka is positioning himself when he cleans up waves. He goes straight back to check mid. He doesn't care about anything else. He just checks that turn-in point and then goes back down and clears the wave. Likewise, this force here from Fnatic will clean up mid, and then just go and check other locations. But even Dahaka is just roaming around that spot now, making sure that the turns don't happen.
Fnatic just taking his advantage and running with them right now, grabbing the mercenary camps and their opponents, keeping the pressure up. At the same time, Dahaka's in the top lane pushing.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit scary now, because they still don't have level 10, and this is going to get a wall. Opening up a keep for a net and a web weaver turn in which they have 55 gems, by the way. So this could really, really snowball.
And they're doing this against a team that actually had a very strong early game. They had a Leoric, they had a Zul. They should be in the lead here. And this is where normally that lead starts to fall off for Big Genius, but they're already so far behind. Tonight, I don't see them having a really solid job of coming back here. Wubby continues with the turn in. He's okay. He's inviting Danatan to engage him. They'll bring out the Dragon as they mean to follow up. The delay does occur here, and Big Genius finally has their chance to make something happen.
Yeah, that delay from Danatan absolutely had to happen. Like any other way, and they probably lose mid-keep and then continue to lose the game. So that was very important there from B-Genius, making sure that they can put on some pressure themselves. Maybe find a team fight somewhere during all of this chaos, but I think Fnatic just will keep hold of their gems and be okay. Whoop.
Breeze watching out for the flank, will use his knockback to save his teammates here. Kerazim goes in for the attack. There is a shield from Tank for the Win to build up that energy, and now they can start sieging upon these structures. Dancing on the back left, watch for him. He'll be the one to start fights for the team with Entomb. Kira has popped Odin. He wants to help bolster this push into the forest.
And strong Disintegrate will come out and do a lot of damage. He takes quite a bit himself, though. Gets chunked down there. And it is Divine Palm from Karazin, so he will be able to save some of his members during all of this craziness. And
pretty helpful against Li Ming, because her attacks are pretty telegraphed. If you can't dodge them, you can at least jump in and get that Divine Palm.
Yes. That's one thing. the key part of that sentence that you just said was jump in, because actually the range on Divine Palm is very short.
Yes, it is.
So you got to be careful.
Fnatic holds this push well. Dahaka was in the bottom the entire time, clearing up the Web Weaver, while the other 4 members of Fnatic held the top. And now they're in the driver's seat to get a turn in, and BGenius will have to keep an eye out for this. Problem is, Odin's down. It was used to break that fort down, but Fnatic has such a good hold, even with that Li Ming taking heavy damage and Sylvanas being there, that they actually didn't lose too much health. So BGenius in a bit of an odd scenario here, just trying to chase that ever so important level 13.
All right, so, that's a good little thing, but Crowd Surf.
Another reason why Crowd Surfer is good. Entomb does nothing.
Really, Tim? Wow.
It does nothing. I don't know if you saw that on your screen, but I'm going to sound smart and just throw that out there.
It's just science.
It's just science, man.
What is
Drag, though, on Zarya, and Wubby goes for the chase. A Palm pops out, and Wubby is going to proc it there with his primal aggression. Continues the chase, so will have a drag in a second or two. Will he set up for it? No. The Zul, dropping a Skeletal Mages, keeps his team backwards, and Wubby does not continue the chase.
All right, so getting themselves more turn-in. Oh, God, it's another Web Weaver for Fnatic on the way. And that now means that that middle keep is very much so under threat. I'm surprised they're not prioritizing, like, pushing out a little bit more, but they're happy to just take guaranteed forts, basically, with their level 13 that they currently possess.
Yeah, pushing into an Odin's going to have a pretty solid clear no matter what, so they're just going to go ahead and move for the forts and just open the map up more, which can give you a lot of breathing room, especially when you have this much of a lead already. So, Fnatic up here on the top, Dahaka in the bottom, doing Dahaka things. Quacknix looking aggressive here, will rotate to the middle lane. We have a Kirwa being caught, a solo mosh pit. Kirwa gets focused down. There goes the Palm, though, but the Palm is too early, as there will be a cleanup from this. Kirwa does start to escape, unstable, in trouble, and he gets focused down. Breeze here with the power slide, Tank for the win on the back left, getting chunked here by Schwimpy.
And that was the power of Crowd Surf. I can't believe how quickly he was able to get on towards him. And that is going to be Leoric as well. Yeah, that is so many. Unfortunately here for BGenius, they're going to get rerouted. That wave, he had to dash away from it. He would have taken a lot of damage.
And here's the worst part. They lost the team fight, and they're still losing in the top and the bottom. The fort was cleaned up. Kirwa does escape the push here. This is a dead keep here at 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Fnatic continuing the push here, continuing the trend of dominating on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
2 damage dealers here from Fnatic, doing very well for themselves in HGC Europe right now, as dashes away there. Likewise, Wubby wants to get out to Expulsion Zone, will block him for the moment. He's popped himself the adaptation, he's got himself a lot of essence. That's a great silence coming in. Attempted for the Palm there on towards Arcane. They don't even pop it. They look for Leoric instead. There's Quacknix now at the front, taking a lot of damage, but Roots will come out on towards Karazin. Shrimpy off the back of that, almost got a combo there against Karazin.
Forced to pull back Fnatic is, as they are just so low on mana, and Sylvanas is low on health at the point, as well as Smexy being low on mana. 16-14 now, starting to gear up for another turn-in. They have 61 gems, once again, versus the 44 available for BGenius, as they lost, what, 25 off of Karazin's death earlier?
When a Wailing Arrow comes out like that, it's a miracle that a team like BGenius only even lost one person. They could have lost multiple, so kudos to them for retreating out in a very, very strong way against a team like Fnatic there.
So BGenius needs to float here. They need to get 16, and they need to weather the storm that's coming their way. Some delays would be good. They do have Tychus Grenade. They do have grenades available from Zarya, so they do have delayed tactics to get as close to 16 as possible. However, they do not decide to implore them. They pull back, they hold top lane, they hold middle lane, they hold bottom lane. As Fnatic will take this turn in without any thoughts after they start their Giants in the bottom. Just continuing this pressure, continuing to keep applying pressure to the chest of BGenius.
And they're doing really well about it. It's like you see this camp being taken as BGenius, but there's nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. So now, do we see keeps? Do we see death? Do we see what? What does Fnatic want out of this?
They want keeps. Getting both would be great. Getting a kill and both keeps could potentially be core. as you would have a push in the middle with catapults already. You would have Dahaka that can rotate in. You would have Saul sustain with Malfurion. So things to think about for B-Genius is they need to get close to 16 here. Here goes the Odin to pop in the bottom lane while Dahaka is already pushing the top lane, keeping up that pressure. A fight soon from B-Genius would be one of their best ways to stop this push from happening, but they're just so far behind. They're just trying to hold and apply pressure to Quacknick so they can have their fort out in this defense.
A lot of damage came out there on towards Unstable from Shrimpy as he looks for more missiles going over towards Kirova. So the Commodore Odin bought enough time to slow this down towards the bottom. Dahaka's been at the top all the while, but he got the wall, but I don't think he's going to get much more than that. Is this going to continue down towards the bottom?
They're dancing around. Breeze is looking for it. Thinking about maybe going for an engage. Sylvanas just continuing her poke here with that Shadow Dagger. Zul just trying to hold the top lane as the Web Weaver keeps pushing in, and that keep is starting to finally get some keep damage there. And Quacknix now moves forward and starts chunking. That keep is so low on health. B-Genius needs to make a play, and they need to make it now.
Patience and poke, the two mantras that all Fnatic really needs to live to here, as they will just slow things down towards the bottom now. But they still want it. They're still hanging around. Level 16's here. If B-Genius is going to take a fight, I think it's now. Look, up on the mid lane, we're seeing Leoric as well as Zul try and flank around.
All right, watch for Dahaka. He'll be the one that saves this if this fight does occur. Ganotan does pull away. Good heads-up play from Fnatic. They realized, okay, we saw Zul. We didn't see Leoric. Let's pull away from this fight.
Yeah.
Dahaka just holding top lane, just soaking the experience there passively as the minions do clear it. Kirwa is being engaged upon, though. Swim goes in.
They feigned the retreat, and now they're back in. Okay, come on. Leave. Towards mid lane, I mean, if a flank had continued from B-Genius, that could have been a 4v5 for, about 5 or 6, 7 seconds, whilst Dahaka tried to reposition.
Watching this fight, it just feels like Fnatic's a lion and B-Genius is a caterpillar, right? They're just trying to hold on, become a beautiful butterfly at some point, but they need to start metamorphosis soon. They need to start engaged. They need to get in there.
They just want to be a metapod.
That's all they want to be.
Yeah, I just want to be a metapod.
They just want to evolve. And is it the time? Have they gotten a rare candy? Now is the time to find out, as Xanatan will use the Drain Hope. Starts to get a little bit of damage, but Breeze just walks away. B-Genius has Web Weavers. It's time to take these Web Weavers and stretch them to full potential.
Yeah, an attempt from the drag there onto Xanatan, not to be successful though, as here they come. All right, so let's see. Fnatic doesn't mind giving up some structural damage here. As it is going to be Commandeer Odin. Just give this one up. Just get yourself level 20 and just back off. They want to slow it down as much as possible, and that's why they're stood around here at the moment, but they know it's going to die. They will back away here at the moment.
Sable goes for some damage there. Finally having the wave 1,000 Fists. Going to be punching whoever he gets nearby. Breeze zoning in the top right corner, just threatening for the opponents to come in. Could power slide into a mosh pit at any point. The entire team of BGS is actually kind of grouping. I feel like they're kind of trying to bait it. Please come in.
Yeah.
Let's get into a fight. Breeze not biting though. Again, waiting on that 19-20. That is so important for his team.
Not only Breeze not biting, but just Dahaka not biting. Just kind of sat around here for a while, soak some of this experience. Not exactly next to the wave, but he will just move away. And notice he based and didn't use Brush Stalker to go and clean up bottom. He knows that there's a potential he might be required here. And obviously if you Brush Stalker down towards the bottom, then basing is far slower to get back into the situation. So he'll just base, walk down, clean up, have Brush Stalker available for the fight.
And Fnatic gets their goal. They hit 20, they save all their keeps, they still have catapult pressure in middle lane and bottom lane. So BGS now needs to start thinking about the turn-in potential that can happen, as there's 58 out of 65 gems available for Fnatic, but also a potential boss grab, which means Fnatic could go for a boss bait. There's so many tools they have here, like the lead that they've built up, that they can utilize at any point. BGS has to think about all these factors while staying in the game and soaking.
Dahaka has to be a bit careful towards the bottom because Li Ming's very far away from the potential rotation. It gets stopped actually on that, and that could be a kill. No, he's actually popped himself his essence and adaptation, so he's fine. But, ooh, that was close.
Oh, but they go for the engage. We'll be on the back right. Breeze and crew do catch Zarya trying to move down to the fight. There's a drag. Xanatan will entomb, but it's not going to do anything. Here comes the crowd surfer. Breeze chasing Arakeen in trouble at the same time as well. That is 4 members burned for B-Genius. And a rotation on the Dahaka becomes a rotation for Fnatic.
And that Kerosene pick at the beginning of all of that meant no palm, meant no sustain. It was the perfect engagement for Fnatic. It's, yeah, just distraction tactics by the sounds of things.
Fnatic showing off here on 2 minutes. Spider Queen starts to focus the core. 13 seconds until York even becomes available. Tygus healing back on up, but it's going to be game here as Fnatic will go up 1-0 in the series between them and BG. So here we go, man. 2 minutes Spider Queen. We should rename it to Fnatic of the Queen. Straight up drop it off, man, because they destroy on this battleground.
Did they? Yeah, they're very, very strong. I mean, for the whole entirety of 2016, they were good on this map.
Yeah.
No surprises to take us there, and then they do very, very well. So, kind of putting on a clinic for the most part. Even the Web Weaver control, just putting on a clinic.
That's what they do, man. We'll see what they do in game number 2 as Fnatic versus BGenius will continue.
Are you ready for victory?
Assist me, servant. Ready to smash things?
Heroes of the Dorm 2017 is here, and signups are now open. Test your skill for a chance to win tuition for your college career. Find out more at heroesofthedorm.com.
Welcome back to the Heroes Global Championship. We are set up here with BGenius taking on Fnatic. Fnatic is up 1-0, but it was on 2 minutes Spider Queen.
Yes.
To be fair. So BGenius, now with that battleground out of the way, what Fnatic is so good at, maybe they have a chance here in game 2.
Maybe. It all depends where we go is the problem. I think I would like to see us propel towards more unconventional maps.
Sure.
I think if we end up on a more common map, I think that Fnatic is just going to be able to power it out.
Yeah. I think, gosh, BOE is the one that's been banned out here by Fnatic, so we won't even get BOE, which is unfortunate.
Always banned out by them, always.
Yeah, always ban that map. They don't want to deal with any type of weird cheese that could happen. Warhead Junction could be a choice here, but then you start to play with the whole strength of Fnatic, which is the globals, the Brightwing play that is absolutely stellar on that team. So a lot to consider if you're BGenius in this scenario.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You could try and take them to some of those maps and then try and seize the global pressure completely. But it still is fraught with danger because we've seen even Fnatic just having one of them and then being able to control it well. Like, they will probably prioritize the Dahaka over the other two, which does have far more power in it, I believe.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be setting up soon for our next battleground, which is going to be an interesting choice for us. Where are we going? It sounds like we're actually going into Sky Temple, and we're just going to jump into the draft. So there we are. Okay. Sky Temple. Here it goes. So who actually chose this battleground? We'll find out here in a second. It was
Fnatic, right?
Yes, Fnatic.
Yes.
I had to think about that for a second. Ban first ban. Yeah, it was a Fnatic taking Sky Temple here.
So they're just taking them on the tour of Fnatic, the worldwide tour of we're good at these maps Fnatic.
The more and more that we watch this happen, man, I really wish I had an explanation why it is Dahaka ban. Why teams aren't prioritizing their battlegrounds, why they care about first pick so much more. I feel like if you go somewhere that you're comfortable with, you can make some stuff happen.
Yeah, I think statistically throughout the entirety of HGC, I think that first pick is slightly eking out wins. But when you have these matches that are like, you know, you're going up against like a team like Fnatic or whatever, they're so well known for some of these maps. And they take Falstad away, which is kind of what we were to be expecting from this draft to start off after the Dahaka ban. But so Fnatic surely has Brightwing and something here.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think Falstad just is a key indicator to me that in this Zoltan patch at least, you take Brightwing no matter what against Falstad. You want to have the ability to match it, especially with Dahaka being banned out. But they actually pick up Malfurion and Zeratul.
This is another eventuality that I thought would be cool. So Malfurion obviously is absolutely their go-to healer across most battlegrounds, and they're not going to focus on global. Instead, they're just going to focus on the team fight and the potential of global, which is the Zeratul, which is the threat that always looms and lurks in those shadows, and then it sort of puts the fear into them.
Yeah.
Or like a Falstad when he is alone and all those situations, you know? Ooh.
Varian, are we getting Li Ming too?
Hello? Is this Korea?
We have Falstad, Varian, Li Ming.
We
One
had
of my favorite combinations. We've seen stellar Li Ming play from BGS in the past.
We just had the Heroes Global Championship Korea kickoff, if you are only just tuning into Europe, and we actually had a few variants, I think 3 or 4, throughout the 3 series that did go down there. So, yeah, he's definitely gaining some traction over there. They take Varian and Brightwing. The thing that with Varian now is it makes me think, what are they going to do with it first, which I assume will be taunt?
Yeah.
And then what are they going to follow up in terms of damage onto that taunt?
Well, Ragnaros is available. Li Ming is available. We've seen it in the past from BGS. They've played both, and they played them relatively well. So those are options that Fnatic should worry about here. Their bans are now available to them.
Is this our first variant in Europe, or am I missing one?
No, we had one during the Dignitas matchup.
Oh, yeah, we must have done, mustn't we?
Yeah, I think it was the first week. So in terms of bans, I think you get rid of either Li Ming or you get rid of Ragnaros here. Sulfura Smash into Varian can be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Unless they intend to take it. But it's looking like with Zeratul being on this side, Jaina, Diablo all becomes tasty options for Fnatic. Fnatic elect to actually ban out Diablo themselves. Which means BGS could get rid of Jaina here. And that means suddenly Zeratul just becomes a counter jungler / global deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be wary. I think Jaina's the better ban, but then Ragnaros just gets picked up by Fnatic. Then they've got Void Prism into Sulfura Smash.
Yeah.
And that being said, who plays the Zeratul on? Because I'm thinking like, okay, so they take away ETC. I actually think that's a really good ban on towards Breeze, because it is by far his best hero. Like, he's good at a lot of warriors, but ETC is the standout.
He just changes the world with it. So does Fnatic move into Jaina? They get Jaina, Zeratul, Malfurion, which is an incredible foundation. And then
I just think
the way into a clear.
I just think find the team fights. Find the team fights. Get yourself a Jaina. Get yourself what warrior?
Muradin, probably.
Muradin?
Yeah, unless for some reason BGS went Colossus Smash into blow up potential, because then you can blow up a Muradin, which is pretty scary.
I think they're a little bit worried about what follows up with the Varian. I'll be honest, because they are taking their time about this, and rightfully so, because who knows what can come off the back of that variant if they want to combo something.
If you go Ragnaros, I don't think you take Jaina. Having Jaina, Ragnaros, Zeratul, and Malfurion could be a kind of too squishy.
It's why I was racking my brain about what you want to go. Okay, so this is cool. So this is them. Sulfura Smash would follow up Varian really nice if he goes Taunt. So I think you take away Ragnaros. You have Tyrael here as a safety mechanism for any kind of potential weirdness that B Genius could bring out in these next 2 picks.
Yeah. Save the blow-ups.
Yeah.
Sanctification becomes something they can hold. You also have a great deterrent against Mighty Gusts and such. Yeah, I think so, actually. So solid pickup for Tyrael here. Would love to have maybe a range there, the 5th pickup, obviously. They can have whatever choice they would like to go. I want to know what B Genius is. This is where the moment where we figure it out. I feel like Li Ming's the auto go-to in my head.
For the variant follow-up?
Yeah, for the variant follow-up. And it's not something that's like all in either. It's, okay, every time you get a Warbringer charge into, I just toss out a W and a Q, and we get damage, right?
Yeah.
Which is really easy to orchestrate. And also, doesn't always set up the fight. So there's Li Ming into variant, and they move into a Nubrek. And I think a Nubrek here is a thought of maybe Jaina might come out, but I just feel like you go into Vala as Fnatic here. You just pick up Vala, and Vala shreds variant, you get Rain of Visions, you shred a Nubrek, and you also have tools against Li Ming, especially when you get Gloom at 13.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm still curious as to where everything's going to go for Fnatic. So obviously the Tyrael should be technically Breeze. Ragnaros should be Wooby in theory. So I guess at this point Shrimpy ends up on the Zeratul, and then Quacknix ends up on the Vala.
Okay, cool. So I actually think Fnatic wins this draft, even though they have a tank Tyrael. They're just really well set up. The Nubrek, I think, was a smart pick for the dive to follow up on Varian, but I also think it was more of a deterrent not to have Jaina be on the other side.
Yeah.
That way they can have their Li Ming be the main mage here, and then Vala, as long as she plays mechanically sound, is in a great spot for the team. And then with Sanctification being in the mix here, they really handle that Varian pressure that they saw with that 2nd pick.
Yeah, because it does raise question marks when you see that kind of thing early on in a draft. In the current meta, of course, where we're currently sat. As I say, it felt a little bit more popular in HGC Korea this morning.
Sure.
For us this morning. It felt more popular there. Whether or not this is going to work, I don't think it's the wild card I want, but I'll be pleasantly surprised if it is.
I like it, though. It gets BGS in a spot where they force isolation. No matter what. Varian goes for the engage, Brightwing gives them Pixie Dust so they can have some of that damage mitigation available. They have a Polymorph in case he needs to retreat, and then they just have Li Ming follow up with damage. Like, it's actually pretty solid. The question is, do they go Taunt, or do they go crazy and go Colossus Smash and set up for a full-on engage? Now, Sanctification, that's where it comes in, but the cooldown is so low that you can waste one Varian engage into a Colossus Smash on Sanctification and then back up with a Mighty Gust, and then re-engage and get a blow-up.
Well, to that point, I think that Anubarak is in a bit of a weird spot here.
Yeah.
I think maybe they were anticipating that last pick being a Jaina.
That's all I think that it was. Straight up.
Yeah.
I think the Anubarak was, okay, you go Jaina, we dare you.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But then now does he go like Cocoon, and then they just try and follow it with something crazy like a Colossal Smash? I don't know.
Cocoon can be great. You can Cocoon before you do the Colossus Smash, so you force Sanctification no matter what, and that way you stop the Cleanse, you stop Tranquility, if that is the route that we go here. It's layered aggression for sure, but it's aggression that can happen once again once they all pull back. But we'll find out as we're actually ready for game number 2 here between Fnatic and B Genius. B Genius, man, what are you playing here? We're about to find out with Varian and the hard engages.
Okay, to the left-hand side in the orange, well, is what they normally wear, but they're in the blue this time. It's going to be Fnatic, Breeze on Tyrael. We will have Quacknix playing the Vala. It's going to be Shrimpy on the Ragnaros, and Wooby will be actually playing the Zeratul. So a bit of a shake-up overall. Wismexy going to be on the Malfurion. I wondered who was going to be playing the Zeratul, and they've shifted things around a little bit for that.
Well, Unstable on Brightwing, Danatan playing the Anubarak, Eric here with Falstad, and Kirwa, who plays an impressive Li Ming, will be showing off his Li Ming play today here in this series. Tank for the win, showing off with Varian.
So very rarely do we get to see Wooby on Zeratul nowadays. Back in the Team Dignitas days, way back when
back in the day when we were young.
Yeah, because at this point it feels like everyone's been on Team Dignitas now. Because we talked about Alex the Prodigy back in the Dignitas days. So yeah, he actually did play as Zeratul from time to time. It wasn't Snitch that would end up going to that.
Okay.
When he was on that team. So Whoopi definitely has some prowess with this hero. Going to be good to watch.
Oh, let's watch him pick it up here. Breeze coming in for aggression on Danatan. Should be able to throw charge away. We'll trade slightly here. As that's such a interesting lane. Zeratul versus Anubarak.
Yeah, that was funny as well, because Tyrael came in. Whoopi was like, no cares given. I'm still just going to hit minions. I actually don't care.
Good luck with that fight. So BGNS, I guess something to talk about is that they still have the global pressure with the Varian thing. So when Varian calls out, I want to go for an engage. I think someone's out of position. Brightwing and False that can show up at any point. I wonder if Brightwing is actually going to go for the shield build here.
And also talking about builds, something that's important here for a tank for the win on Varian is that he has gone Lion's Maw. Is that what it's called? Yes, Lion's Maw. So this is a questing talent, which will empower that ability quite heavily later on down the line. But it's normally telegraphed to say that yes, he will be going down the taunt route, as it couples up with the taunt build quite nicely. Not that taunt is uncommon. Obviously, it's the most common build you would see in competitive right now.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
But just getting confirmation of that nice and early.
It's insane against Zeratul. Like Zeratul will be the cleanup crew here. Zeratul won't be the main engage unless it's going for a solid Void Prison, because a taunt into or a Warbringer into taunt usually equals dead Zeratul. So Wubby will have to play safe around that. Unstable and Danatan will hold this top temple as the middle temple is held by Tyrael. He shells away on the middle lane. However, an aggressive call has been made as Fnatic will rotate to the top right. Breeze and Wubby leading the charge. Unstable in the back right there just gets eliminated. They literally just ignored Anubarak.
Yes.
Said, you're not worth our time.
No.
Jumped over the butterfly skinned Anubarak, sorry, Ladybug, and jumped on the actual butterfly itself and squashed Brightwing.
Yeah. Do you remember when they wanted to evolve into that Metapod from that little canopy that we wanted?
That's what Anubarak is?
Well, now we have a Butterfree in the mix, and unfortunately that Butterfree just got squashed.
A bad day for those grass-type Pokemons. So Falstad and Varian floating around here on the right side should be able to start Giants relatively soon. At level 4, we got the standard Warbringer here for Varian, so definitely going to be the main engager. And it's actually something to note is that Varian not ran as a solo tank very often, but Anubarak can just dive in. Like, that's all his job is going to be, is just to dive in on top of Varian's combos here. And if Tyrael isn't on point with synchronizations, we could have people picked off and isolated. So the more I think about this comp, while awkward, it can work out for BGNS, and I'm actually excited to watch it.
Considering that we do have the potential of Taunt Variant coming in, what do you think about Li Ming's build?
Q build?
Yeah.
It's good. First off, it is easy to set up with those shots. Most of the time, the Q build, I think, is actually the best build in terms of DPS over a long period of time. But it's hard to hit, obviously. But if you have a Varian isolating every target, you're able to land those shots. And there is a dead Varian, by the way, laying on the ground.
Sometimes you don't have Varian because he's dead.
Yeah, there's not even a golden around. Like, I don't know even how he died. But yes, the Q build can be incredibly powerful. So you have Q straight into Calamity, and then you follow up with the auto attack, and there's your burst. Unstable. Getting bursted here in the middle lane, but the last second polymorph on Wubby. Nice control by him. Often supports freak out and they drop their polymorph the moment they get in trouble, but it's always important to know that slight timing that you can save yourself with a polymorph, and Unstable knows it there.
I mean, all these fights are just not going BGNius's way, and they somehow need to... I mean, the temple is about to open up bot, and they've just taken down this wall, and if they were somehow by chance to get that well, then it would be fantastic for Fnatic, but they're just going to retreat back, get themselves the well, put themselves on this down towards the bottom. And I think that well will actually get finished off quite quickly by the shots anyway, right?
Yeah, so it should be killed off relatively quickly. So
brutal
stuff. In a really odd spot. There's the well.
Oh, God.
Sniped by the laser beam. Wubby also put pressure on Erikeen on the top and continued to match him here. Finally, Erikeen, though, is rotating down, and this is the play, I think, for BGNS. Move in.
Tank for the win.
Tank for the win, being a little too forward. Does pop Quacknick so. Quacknick so low. Will move back for Breeze. Get the shielding. But there is the combo from BGNS that we were looking for. Warbringer into Lion's Maw, hit the damage. Kirwa shows up with the Q build, follows up with the Calamity, and there was a popped Quacknick.
Yeah, and they're absolutely going to have to hit those time and time again this game if they want to stand any chance against Fnatic. So that's very, very important. They wrestled themselves some shots. Level 10 is now hit for Fnatic. as we'll be seeing Void Prism coming in, as well as the Sanctification, Twilight Dream, Sulfura Smash, and I want Rain of Vengeance, but it will be Strafe. So it can be interrupted quite easily by quite a lot of things that are available, but we'll see.
I like your thoughts on the idea of Rain of Vengeance. It's helpful against Varian, right? You can drop it on your teammate if they get dived on. But there's also the chance that if Sanctifications pop after the engage happens and you pop Strafe, you just hit everyone on the back line. So I think the idea is, all right, well, my Tyrael is Breeze, and he's a god tier player. He's going to hit these Sanctifications, and I can counterattack when they dive into us.
I'm wondering, as well, what we actually get from an Uberak.
We're about to find out. I am on the Cocoon bandwagon for life.
I'd like Cocoon in this game. I don't know why, but I'd like it.
I think it could be solid. Locust Swarm does give you the ability to help stick with people if you don't think you can blow them up, but you're already so far into this Li Ming, blowing somebody up, fall stat into taunt, that you could be devastating.
I just love the divide and conquer mentality. I think that's one of the ways that they could potentially get into it. Is Locust Swarm going to keep you alive long enough against a team like Fnatic, who have notoriously good team fight? I don't know. Just remove someone from the picture, try and blow someone up with taunt and the explosions.
Still a question here for Danatan as they wait. I feel like Nubrax, though, do this all the time. They always have that thought of it like back there. Like, there's a 20% chance that you pick Cocoon. Can't be crazy. And there he is.
I love it. I like it.
Danatan will be bringing the waves of webs here. He's going to be able to most likely focus that Malfurion, or even Tyrael to a degree if Cleanse gets used. Drop it on Tyrael and no Sanctifications available. Beat Genius now. Will be grabbing some Giants to grab pressure on the battleground. One of the best things this comp can do is get pressure on the map in terms of opening it up, so you can get your engages. Right now, the middle of the map is kind of enclosed too much for them, and their only main engage is around the temple phases. To get more opportunities to engage on Fnatic and maybe catch them with their pants down is to open the battleground.
Oh, speaking of pants down, Arakeen is going to... Oh, nice Gust. But an impactful cooldown to be using, considering you get caught out alone.
Breeze scouts out the Knights over here. Will call to his teammates, but no, they're already starting to rotate down. Should be on the right side here. Could drop Molten Fire there. There it is. Does scout their opponents. Tank for the win, though. Continues to keep moving forward and grabs said mercenary camps. Temple in the bottom is grabbed by Brightwing, but remember she can phase shift in at any point. For the most part, Genius is staying in experience, but I feel like they're losing map control. The middle of the force been opened up already, and the rotations from Fnatic are bold. They don't feel any fear against the comp that Genius has picked.
Yeah, it feels that way, especially just with the solo Tyrael warrior composition. It's like, oftentimes I feel that there should be a little bit of fear going into some of these situations with that, but it's Fnatic, so I can't really blame them. They're just doing what they do, as we'll have Spell Shield being picked up as well here for Zeratul. So knowing that he could be a little bit more vulnerable later down the line, and all of those shots being soaked up here. Shrimpy going to clean up top lane, which is very, very nicely done. They just seem to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, BGNS actually had their Brightwing come up too to help out in a fight, and the fight just never broke out, which is awarding Breeze this temple down here at the bottom. Dantan and Erkin, though, do rotate down to come out well with the fight. Breeze will be able to jump over the wall. Dantan goes before him, though. There is still a Sanctification available. Dantan does drop the Cocoon. It will be focused down. The Void Prison to slow down the fight will be helpful, and Smexy starts to retreat. He also has his Ice Block available. There's a Mighty Gust. Practice on the side. Sanctification is used. Can Fnatic get out? They're going to get out, and meanwhile, Ragnaros just pushes top lane. So much patience. So much control.
Yeah. That was an escape.
That was an escape.
That was pretty brilliant. I thought that two of them were going to die. I thought Smexy was going to die. I thought Tyrael was going to die on Breeze, but no. And now they're going to turn it around. So now Tank for the Win is in a lot of trouble, and now he's going to die. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow, indeed. Fnatic showing why they are considered some of the best here in Europe, and showing the sheer skill difference and teamwork they have over BGenius. Pressure continues here. But now, they could have moved in for a boss, but the best choice when you have a Tyrael on your team is to wait till 16, especially when he is your solo tank, so you can have that holy ground available. So they continue to push the middle lane, grab more experience, and wait it out.
Yep. So now, this is just going to be easy pickings here for Fnatic, seemingly. They might want to go and clean up bottom lane in moments. But that's going to be an attempt at a Gust. This is a bold play, but I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either. There goes the engage. It will be on Tyrael. Tyrael's Syndication not up for 25 seconds, and they get the blow up. Molten Core from Swippy will stop the fight from resetting here, and from Kirwa from getting a few more kills, he actually cancels it too so he can escape.
And that's exploiting Fnatic feeling too comfortable there. Obviously, you know, they know that they're favorites in this game, they know that they're favorites in this series, etc. But that was brilliant little play there, and they're going to get more for this.
There goes a fierce smash, though. They blow up one of the members here as Falso taken out. There's a Void Prison. This is a 4v5. Danatan is taking the damage from the boss here as it was set up. Taunt goes off on Schwimpy. Schwimpy, though, starts to turn it around here. Kirwa in the back right, low on health. Here goes Wubby as well. This is a 4v5 that Fnatic is winning.
I think Shrimpy can quite easily just turn around and say, that's how you Sulfura smash, because that turned the entire fight on its head. It was 4v5, and now they're going to get even more from this.
The best part, too, is Sulfura Smash and Void Prison went out at the same time.
Yeah.
But the Void Prison was so clutched by Wubby that he hit the 2 in the back that could have saved the Falstad, and Falstad just being barely out of line, Sulfura Smash connected, and they were able to focus him down.
Right.
Pixel perfect coordination.
Pixel perfect. Put that on SGDQ, my friend. They're speed running at this point. I can't believe that was phenomenal.
And now Fnatic walks away with a boss here. B-Genius needing to defend this. Air King still in trouble. Will be able to walk away from the fight with a teleport. Good. Mighty Gust then popped. Bed of Barbs here to slow down the rotation, but the boss is just pushing bottom lane.
It's like I can barely even fault B-Genius for continuing and going for that fight. You're 5v4. You think that you're going to be doing so. I thought they were going to get more down towards the bottom as Anubarak went in towards another member, but there you go. Now this boss is going to push very heavily. And still no level 16 here for B-Genius. They have globals, but they're not having any opportunity to exploit them for a good while here. I can't decide if they haven't had an opportunity to exploit them, or they just haven't been as proactive enough to exploit them.
The rotations have been well. They did have a good, solid chance in the mid-game to use those globals, but they just haven't had the chance since then. The pressure for Fnatic has been too much and too scary. Fnatic is doing what I wanted B-Genius to do, which is open up the map, put pressure everywhere, paint everything blue. Fnatic is doing it so much better, which is eliminating that global pressure. B-Genius moves in, setting up here. Brightwing soaking level 16 right now. There is a temple being grabbed, but for now, Fnatic's going to go ahead and hold it here. Brightwing's trying to get 16, and this is kind of a tense moment for our teams because there is a keep in the middle that is already killed off, but B-Genius knows they have to make a play, so they are grouping up down here on the bottom right by their Giants, hoping to maybe get an invade on Wubby and crew who are grabbing their own.
Yeah, this is a good ambitious move. Once again, it's exactly what B-Genius needs to do against Fnatic here. They find Breeze on the right-hand side, and they should be able to steal this away. Good patience, though, really, by Fnatic, though, to give it away, knowing that it's probably not going to be too impactful as long as they clean it up before the next temple phase arises.
Yeah, they've gotten the advantage that they deserve from the great game. Oh, Wubby, though, coming from the side. Holy Ground holding Tank for the win on the side there. Nice layer of abilities to get some more damage on Tank for the win. We do have Zeratul floating on the top. Brightwing has phase shifted in, trying to keep members alive. Kirwa over here. There goes the Holo Ground, and there goes the Tank for the win on the side. The Clint has popped out. The Sulfura Smash connecting with 4 members here. Schwimpy looking for more as Strafe is popped by Quacknix.
Absolute devastation as now B-Genius on the retreat out here, trying to get away from Schwimpy as much as possible. He even was able to juke some of the missiles there as he was chasing on down. And that will be any attempt on that. I don't think it's going to be worth it.
Oh, he's gonna go for it. No, he's gonna escape Kirwa with single-digit health bar there.
Yes, that was low.
Taken out. Gosh, that was a scary moment for Li Ming. She is able to escape. Nice use of a wave of force there. But already the pressure continues for Fnatic as they can open up the map. Top lane is pushing, Catapult's pushing the middle lane. They're sending a few back to already defend the Giants that were grabbed by B-Genius. And now Temple's activating in 30 seconds.
All right, so Danatan just going to have to clean up towards the top here with Kira. And that was that all. It happens sometimes. So
3 points, field goal.
3 points. The crowd goes wild. But anyway, so these two temples now, very impactful here. Fnatic could quite easily take level 20 from them. Let's take a look at this fight again. Tank for the win, unfortunately, charges around that, and they were all grouped up for that Sulfura Smash because of Holy Ground. This is how much power an impact that has behind it. And now, obviously, Wubby on that chase was in a very funny position.
Arakeem going for the engage. There's the instant cleanse up from Smexy to keep Quacknings from getting in trouble. Wubby was pushed at the same time. Cocoon does come out. They do pick off the Vala here. There's a big Void Prison. We have Molten Core from Swippy moving damage in. There could be some follow-up. Runic Blast helping out as well. So Fear Smash is up, but no prime targets for them to grab.
That was the first momentary lapse in coordination that we've seen from Fnatic for the past 2 games. We saw the Void Prism go down, and in a panic to try and save Valor, Sulfura Smash came out and hit nothing there from Shrimpy whilst he was Molten Core. So it was an attempt, and it was unsuccessful. So B-Genius has a small little window where they can do stuff.
Yep, they're getting some pressure finally on the keep in the middle lane. Shouldn't be able to kill it off, but they do have another temple on the top. They could maneuver their way too. 30 seconds for a boss. Fnatic will have to keep an eye on that as they just hit level 20.
And it's absolutely why B-Genius has more control over the map right now, and even that situation where you don't necessarily want to send someone up to the top to rival that Trine because of the boss, you know? Because globals are far more powerful for B-Genius in that instance.
Yep. Gotta agree with you. Fnatic and B-Genius 20-19 here, a full level lead for Fnatic. They should be looking for a fight now, and they are. Wubby on the right side, looking around, doesn't have Void Prism for 20 seconds, so doesn't want to be too bold in case it catches out. But with the advantage of knowledge they get here from scouting out the Danotan and Arakeem and Kirwa, Fnatic just grabs the last few shots in the very top. Breeze already setting up for an escape in case he needs it. Fnatic just grabbing a few more shots on these keeps. I don't think that'll be enough to actually finish off that keep in the top right corner. So the next point for contest is going to be this boss.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to who wins that out. Is it Void Prism and Sanctification and Holy Ground, or is it Gust and the Wave of Force that we currently have, which is soon to be Repulsion if our usual go-tos are met?
I think you don't go for it. We just wait it out, especially with 20 hitting for B-Genius. Fnatic playing a safe play. You do bait it, though. You set up around, try to get your opponent to group up.
I mean, even Cocoon's powerful on there as well, right?
Yeah. It certainly is. If you hit Tyrael, no Sanctification, no Holy Ground. And that means that there will be ways to deal with that. There is an engage.
Perfect!
Tyrael B-Genius does make something happen here. Arakeem goes for the engage. The Mighty Gust goes out. The wonderful Icebox from Smexy will save him. Danotan taking damage. There is Cocoon. Shwimpy working some damage in massive Void Prison. Quackning's on the side here. Will he pop straight right away? He goes in for the multi-shot, goes for the attack, and Smexy with the blink in, and the wonderful attack will help secure a couple of kills.
I can't believe what we just saw. Blink into Twilight Dream into Sulfura Smash, and massive damage. How do you defeat Fnatic? They went into the fight completely without their warrior, and Void Prism with the Brightwing pickoff as well. That was beautiful stuff from Fnatic, and they are going to march to the core.
That they are, and they'll start shelling damage on the core. I gotta agree with you. Is Fnatic beatable today here? 4 B-Genius, 4 members still down, only a Nubrak left to defend. B-Genius put it all on the line in this game, and it wasn't enough. Fnatic going up 2-0 in this series.
I love how B-Genius did put it on the line, though.
Yeah.
The way that they tried to find plays in that game was very important to go up against a team that you know is more powerful than you.
Sure.
That last fight, though.
That's 2 4v5s that Fnatic has won in that matchup. Jeez, my golly. Void Prisons, the Holy Grounds, the Sulfuras, the Bolt into Twilight Dream. Just perfect execution constantly. There was only one slip-up that I saw in that matchup that Fnatic made, and of course they still rectified it towards the end.
I mean, we can take a look at it again and show people exactly
check it out.
That Void Prism went down. So 4v5, somebody in that cocoon comes out at the right time. Here comes the blink from Smexy, and so much damage. And that's what you get from a world-class team in Fnatic. That's the kind of coordination and the kind of precision that makes you a potential BlizzCon champion down the line.
Yeah, it almost feels like B-Genius was playing worse after they get a pick because they group up so heavily against these AoEs that were available for Fnatic, and it just cost them. In game number 3, we'll see if they can still make this comeback happen. Fnatic versus B-Genius. We'll be right back. god. That was so painful. I feel so bad if I got crushed.
Orphaned as a young child, Valera Sanguinar has led a life of hardship and adventure. She forged iron bonds of friendship with Broll Baremantle and Varian Rin while fighting alongside them as a gladiator. Even after becoming Varian's advisor and bodyguard, she held on to her independence, which she still maintains as a member of the secretive Uncrowned. Now in the Nexus, Valera is loyal to neither the Horde nor the Alliance, but to her friends and herself. Valera is a quick and deceptive assassin who strikes from the shadows with deadly combo attacks. Valera uses energy instead of mana to cast her abilities. Unlike mana, energy constantly replenishes at a rapid rate. She also generates combo points when using certain abilities on enemy heroes, which she spends to make her finishing move much more powerful. Valera's first ability is Sinister Strike. Valera dashes forward, striking all enemies in a straight line. If she hits an enemy hero, she stops immediately, generates a combo point, and the ability's cooldown is significantly reduced. With Blade Flurry, Valera can damage multiple enemies at once by spinning her blades in an area around her, generating a combo point for each hero she hits. Eviscerate, Valera's finishing move, can only be used if she has combo points. Casting this ability spends all of her points to slash an enemy with both blades at once. The more combo points she spends, the greater damage Eviscerate deals. Valera's trait is Vanish. Just like the WoW Rogue ability, activating Vanish immediately places Valera in stealth, granting her an entire new set of abilities. All of her abilities in stealth generate combo points and bring her out of stealth when she uses them. Ambush is Valera's signature combat opener, stabbing an unsuspecting enemy with her daggers for heavy damage. If you need crowd control, Cheap Shot allows Valera to stun an enemy while also dealing a small amount of damage. Garrote is a particularly vicious opener. Along with its initial damage, this ability silences an enemy and deals additional damage over time.
Welcome back to the HGC. We're just going straight into it. Game number 3 here. Infernal Shrines. Fnatic taking on BGenius. Fnatic up 2-0 after a stellar team fight. Tassadar will be the first ban.
Eager Beavers here in the HGC as Ragnaros goes as well on the side of BGenius. Overall, I mean, you're on Infernal Shrines. No surprise that you would want to remove that on the side of Fnatic. It's not even just the fact that it can Molten Core. It's not even just the fact that it's great wave clear and great sustain. The Sulfura Smash alone in last game made it scary.
That it was, and any setup was absolutely outstanding for Fnatic, and they hit it every single time. So there is the ban now. This is the Battleground chosen here by BGenius, so Fnatic will be walking away here with the first pick. What is their choice? Do they get their patented ETC, or are they feeling comfortable enough to maybe switch things up a bit?
Yeah, I would like to see ETC, as you mentioned. But going for Malfurion seems like that has become kind of like a basic trademark for Smexy as well.
Which leaves BGenius. Do they want to play the standard game? They didn't really get a chance to do it in game 1. Game number 2, even worse there.
I think take ETC, take
Tychus?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. ETC Tychus, the first pickups here for BGenius. So they take away the ETC from Fnatic. Malfurion will be the foundation start off for Fnatic. Now, where do they start moving to?
I would like Zarya.
Yeah?
In a weird world, yes, I would. Why? Because I think that Fnatic could set up for a Tracer pick towards the later stages of this draft. In a weird way.
No, that makes sense. I think you take it away from Tychus too. Zarya and Tychus is actually really strong on this battleground, especially when you have an ETC. You get that Odin form, you get a lot of abilities to drop out those shields. I could see that. Zarya pick up, and then the follow-up into which warrior? Diablo?
Oh, it's a good call. That's a good point.
If you get it early, I would probably get Murden, but if you hold it the second phase, I wouldn't mind seeing Diablo.
Yeah. Let's see. It's odd theory crafting, but Tyrael and Valor come out. Okay, so no Tracer, no Zarya. Ignore all of that.
You could still get Zarya, though.
Yeah, you could. You could definitely for that.
For the later stages.
Yeah.
Vala, Tyrael, and Malfurion gives them a lot of shields and allows Vala to go full carry mode.
I mean, when I see a Valor here, I say to myself, okay, I do want to ban Zarya, but the big problem that B Genius has here is that Smexy can happily be on a Medivh with this Valor, and then you run into some problems as B Genius. So the Valor pickup, I think, is really powerful for those reasons.
So B Genius thinking about their bans. I think Zarya makes choice here. What other tanks would I be scared of if I didn't want to take Diablo? If I didn't want to take Diablo, I might get rid of Diablo. Diablo,
Yeah.
Tyrael, Malfurion, Vala. Whatever fifth they want to go to could be quite the thing to deal with. In terms of actual clear, Kerrigan is still an option floating around for both teams. I think it's less of an option now for Fnatic, but still something that B Genius can pick up, especially with it being Infernal Shrines. Zul is being highlighted. We've seen some Zul from B Genius here, and it can be ran on this battleground. Less of a priority compared to others, but if Fnatic is scared of wave clear, they'd rather just do straight up team fights. Just get rid of Zul, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I think it sets things in Fnatic's favor. Just, you need to team fighters, come and team fighters. You have no tricks, you have no gimmicks. Get rid of that. I'm surprised, though, that I think Sylvanas could become a thing in this next couple of picks.
True. That could be an option. Especially for B Genius here. You get Sylvanas. I wouldn't mind a Murden a couple with that.
I mean, Kirava's not bad on it. Like, the thing is that the times we've seen Kirava play well on B Genius, it's when he's been on Li Ming. Like, Li Ming has been the real standout for him, in my opinion. Tychus is something that he can go to, but oftentimes you see that on Arakeen. So it really depends on where they want each player, of course.
Li Ming just scares me so much with Tyrael being on the other side. Because then you just get another warrior and you just go for hard engage. But I agree with you. It's by far his best hero. He's impressive on it.
You're right, yeah.
It loses some value on this battleground.
Right. So
there's also the Data 10 special that we have yet to see.
The Johanna or
Johanna Arthas. There's Sylvanas.
Yeah.
Let's see what their fifth pickup could be, or fourth pickup for B Genius could be. Johanna wouldn't make sense, but they're still going with this Karazim thing. Man, they are on this train right now. Had him in game number 1, now game number 3.
Yeah, I sort of didn't mind some of the plays in game number 1. I think it has its place, but against Fnatic it's difficult, right?
Yeah.
Anything's difficult. So if they have comfort with it, why not? Try and get some blow up on someone. If no, they're not going to go that way. They'll go Palm.
Because Fnatic's just been doing what you do against Karazim to break him down. You put pressure on the back line, then he can't punch anything. He has to back up and heal, which makes him obsolete based on his trait and what he can pull off.
Obsolete.
But B Genius can have a better chance here of getting a few more punches in because they will be around the minion phase, so they are guaranteed to at least proc his trait.
So, what do they want to couple with the Tyrael? They don't even necessarily need. I mean, they made the Tyrael solo work, but they had a bit more of frontline and pressure with it, with that Zeratul, with other things. They could happily go Zeratul. I don't think they will. What would Whoopi be on? Leoric? Leoric and some damage? Oh, well, I should just stick to my guns, really, from about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
I was wondering about Greymane, but a Greymane into an ETC, and then Karazim does give them the choices to actually make those trait procs.
You think about, though, something that we see a lot in Heroes of the Storm is very strong duos, right?
Yeah.
They have 2 super powerful duos here. They have Tyrael Greymane, they have Zarya Vala.
And it can crisscross.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to get onto. The fact that Zarya still empowers Greymane as well in a tremendous way. So
I kind of want Arthas now as a 5th pick for BGenius.
Yeah?
Greymane diving into
Slow
an
him.
Arthas, you can slow him down, you can apply the damage. It's one of Daniel's best heroes. I mean, if you're going to go out in your comfort picks, right?
No, I agree.
And maybe learn something from it. And then you also have solid wave clear for the Shrine with that Arthas pick. And then you have Sylvanas potential if you ever do win. You get the Sylvanas push, you have Arthas in the front line.
Yeah. It's kind of why I wanted that Dahaka pick ban to be a Zarya ban, because we were theorizing at the very beginning, but it's here. And Arthas will come out, so you are correct. Here it comes. I understand the logic behind it, right?
Yeah.
I think at this point, nothing's going to save BGenius, as pessimistic as that sounds. But, you know, a lot of people out there, they understand that, you know, Fnatic is this powerhouse. They are one of the big 3. They are one of the top 3 in Europe.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They rivaled for the World Championship in 2016. Bring it out, see what Arthas is going to do. Sure.
Yeah, and I think he gives them tools. The only thing that I kind of question is Karazim. I just want to see more impactful moments with that hero.
I think if you're going to do it, just go 7-sided.
Yeah.
Screw it. At this point, just do it. And then, like, if you actually catch someone off guard, you blow them up or whatever. I think don't try and go for the sustain game against Fnatic when you're the heavy underdog. Just go for the blow up. See what happens.
Let's try and take someone out. All right, well, we're ready here for game number 3. Can Fnatic end this with a 3-0, or is BGenius going to put up a fight? Here we go. Inferno Shrines.
All right, to the left-hand side in the blue. Oh, look, it's Lunar Festival time in Fnatic Land as they ride all of our lovely Chinese dragons.
Fireworks and dragons. That's how I like my Friday afternoons here on the right side.
Meanwhile, it's a party.
There's a pleb horse there. So here on the far right, we have our Kirwa tank for the win. Danatan, Arakeen, and Unstable charging to the middle of the field here, ready to do battle against the champions of HGC here, the wonderful, fantastic Fnatic. And so far, they've had some splashes of glory, but Fnatic has just done such a good job of really just kind of swatting them down. This is their last chance here, if they were to fall 0-3, to make a few plays and kind of walk away from the match learning something.
Yeah, you can. So let's see now. As Breeze seems to be kind of gravitating towards the Tyrael, even the solo Tyrael, a bit more. We saw it in the previous game. Not this one, though, as Zarya will help out quite a lot with the shield, will Wooby. So Nom Nom clean that up and then head on down towards the bottom. The one linchpin that I could see going very well for BGenius is if they gain some traction and then Sylvanas comes into her own. That could be their key to success.
Yep. That's the moment where things can explode here for BGenius. So we'll watch out for Sylvanas. We'll see if they can win these Shrine phases. It's important for them. Schwimpy now matching against Danton here in the top lane. There is an ETC floating around. If an engage does occur, they could get a pick off.
What a world we live in where your Team Fnatic and Quacknix is not playing Greymane. If this had been a year ago, everyone would have lost their minds, but there we go. He's on the Valor as Quacknix and Schwimpy on that Greymane. It's fun.
Arthas and ETC are making a play, though. Arthas actually rotated in the middle here.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they were going to go for a full-on engage and try and get a quick 5v5. Actually, here comes Arthas floating down for the 5v4. They will pick up Quacknix. There's the kill from BGenius. Unstable. Low on health as well, but he will be able to escape.
At that point, I think he wishes he was on the Greymane. Being up in the top lane, being safe and sound in his comfy bed. Okay.
On his dragon. Just owning the lane.
That little dragon's a happy dragon.
And Arthas actually gets here just in time to soak that experience. So the rotation, great here from BGenius. They will also get first dibs on this Shrine phase. Start clearing 5-5 though, as Wubby and Greymane are clearing well here on the side.
First dibs, I like it. They're gonna get quite a bit of value from there to start things off. Quacknix is back now though. Likewise, Breeze is gonna launch himself in. The front line of BGenius is good though, so I think that they actually win this Shrine unless something crazy awry goes on here. That's a lot of damage, AoE from Quacknix.
Yeah, it's all gonna come down that Howling Blast. Donaldson needs to make sure he holds it. If Swimpy ever dies, then he's be ready for that punish. Turn around, need that Frostborn. 21-32. Fnatic make him play to move in. Quacknix on the right side here, working on take for the win. Danton goes for the engage. There's a Howling Blast, and that is a dead Greymane.
Absolutely perfect. Really good stuff from BGenius there, as they will seize this. And now, Sylvanas, where is she? She comes into her own. Let's see her put on some pressure. Let's get some of these towers down as fast as possible. Really put Fnatic on the back burner here. jumps across. So does Unstable.
Ooh, he went in, man. He was ready for a fight.
Living up to his name.
For those at home, Iron Fist and Earth Ally will be the choices for our Karazim that's diving into the back lines. The fort finally getting turned off here. Arakeen kind of missing out on the opportunity for a little bit too long. Will put some damage on, but that is not what you picked Sylvanas for. That should have been a dead fort.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It could be there. I think overall, they did enough, right? They did enough to then go to their lanes. They're a level ahead. They got themselves the towers. And now, Fnatic just, walking away with the tails between the legs, really. Not much that they can put on in terms of pressure early on. I think they're just having to wait until level 10, where all of those heroics come into play, get something done.
Yeah, their team fight is pretty insane if Arthas isn't sitting in the back line, kind of destroying things. Gunny and Cocktail being here is also great too. If they ever do win the Punisher phase, they have great siege potential for breaking down that back line.
I forgot how much that hurts when it hits you.
It hurts.
Because I very rarely ever play against Greymane or play Greymane myself nowadays. And then I got hit by it, I think 2 or 3 days ago when I was playing. I was like, damn.
Ow.
Damn.
That hurts.
Do you mind, Greymane?
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's pretty explosive. It's also really good against double warriors because you're most likely going to connect it.
Yeah, it's
and hit those squishy backlines. So it's a good build, but it's definitely one that takes a while to wind up. So this is the moment for BGenius to keep up with their pressure and take this early game lead they can really run with, especially in that first Punisher. Put pressures on forts, keep people at bay, don't be in the lane that Greymane's in, that way you don't have to deal with that Gilding Cocktail. And Fnatic has to kind of lay down and take that damage for a while Quacknix is the one that tries to repel the opponents by putting some damage out.
All right, so cleaning this up, making sure that these annoying Khazra aren't going to do too much here down towards the bottom. But that for BGenius was actually a big win. Why was that a big win? Because if they can get this Punisher, this wall is already down, and they could easily bag themselves a fort if they get this Punisher. That was cool by BGenius.
Yeah, little things like that, killing a wall can suddenly net you a fort on the next push. Fnatic now having all 5 members do move in for it. There's a power slide from Tank for the win, straight onto Quacknix. Quacknix low on HP. Here comes Arakeen showing up as well. Gonna slide in some damage at the same time. Wubby in the back left though, shelling those grenades away at full energy. Working on trying to grab a few of these minions. 22-11. BGenius is ahead.
Yeah, Fnatic isn't going to be able to do this unless they get a really good engagement right now with Breeze, but he didn't get towards the back of those, so he wasn't able to block them. He threw his Elder Rune's Might, hoping that he was on the other side of those warriors so he could block them. But now they have established themselves with a lot of good AoE damage off the back of that aggressive move by Breeze on the right-hand side, but here comes Tank for the win.
Nice engage by Tank for the win. Damage here on Wubby as well. Kirwa in the back still low on HP. The tap is great for BGenius. 33-32, back and forth. Wubby shelling grenades from the side. Arthas does get picked off. Danatan will be killed off here, and there is the Punisher for Fnatic. Can we get a kill? No, Arakeen with the Haunting Wave will be able to retreat with the Gilding Cocktail.
Look at it! Look at it!
Oh, that's so devastating.
It's vile incarnate. I can't believe. That's so damaging. But actually, BGenius did a great job of being able to avoid Tyrael in his explosion, because so many of those guys were low. I almost said, don't kill Tyrael, but they killed him and they avoided everything really well, so I'm impressed.
Now a fort is awarded here to Fnatic as they just move in here, especially with the Sylvanas being low on health. Unstable, forced retreat at the same time. A little too close for my taste there.
I thought he was going to get mortared.
Wubby continuing with the grenade shelling away, and now Fnatic, who was behind on this battleground, is ahead as they got the fort, they got the Punisher here, and they continue to soak in the middle.
The sustain coming out from Fnatic during that Shrine fight where BGenius had such a good lead was impeccable play coming out from our Swedish team. And that means now that a lot of what BGenius could have done in the early game has been diminished. Fnatic bought themselves time for those level 10s to come in. And I am very, very scared now for BGenius with Sanctification, with Go for the Throat, with Valor and Zarya being in the back lines as well. Strong stuff.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head here. It becomes very scary for BGenius. Fnatic has kill potential with Go for the Throat. While, as you mentioned, there is a slight invade available here as Breeze walks in, drops a smite. and tries to grab the attention of his opponents here for a little bit.
That was a cheeky one, that's the best way to describe that one.
That was quite cheeky there.
Cheeky.
BGNS continues to focus down there in Paler's Zoe, and will go for an invade. Having Tank for the win, leading the charge here. Schwimpy on the top right. Danatan trying to lock him down.
That's another cheeky one. Let's go and steal this. And, well, they have nothing to say about it. Take it and walk away. Nice. And cocktail.
They have decent clear here with the Quacknix dropping down the multi-shots, and then you have the Killing Cocktail, so
you know,
they'll leave them to defend it.
If there's any like esports bars out there and you don't have a drink called Gilnane Cocktail, you're doing it wrong. That is a brilliant little, I mean, I don't know if it'll do as much damage to you in real life as here, but
I hope not.
No, that's probably...
I hope you enjoy it, you know?
Yeah. It's blue. It must be... The cocktail's blue, right?
Yeah, bonus points if it catches on fire. Well, that's super bonus points there.
Super bonus points, yeah.
Next shrine is activating in 10 seconds. BGenius grabs the mercenaries, but at the same time Fnatic does as well. We'll have the pressure of tug of war in the top lane, and we'll see who can walk away a victor here. I feel like this is the moment BGenius needs to win this shrine. One, it's the Arcane Punisher, and two, it's a big statement of how they're going to hold on to being in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they did win this, then they would take that fort instantly, and then they could push on for keep wall, maybe even keep if Sylvanas does her job properly, or is allowed to, I suppose. But now we're going to see this come on through. Let's see how much damage our Commandeer Odin's going to do. Breeze is going to launch himself forwards with Elder Rune's Might if he sees an opportunity. They're so grouped at the moment. Here's going to be Sanctification. You see them dashing into it. Here is Valor looking for damage. Danatan is getting a lot of damage done to him. Tank for the win tried to mosh pit, but he didn't really catch much with him at all. Sindragosa came out. I didn't even know Sindragosa was being taken.
Sindragosa being taken, and Schwimpy was in the back line just melting Kirwa the entire time, and no one did anything about it. Eventually he did get away, but all the heroics have been used besides Divine Palm for BGenius. Fnatic moves back, and although they didn't secure a kill, they win the team fight and they take the Punisher.
My problem with that fight for BGenius is they're fearful. You saw them all backing off into this corner, into this right-hand side of the shrine, and then Tyrael launches himself forwards, throws down Sanctification, and they're all stuck there like penned sheep. I mean, it's a bit of unfortunate there for them.
That it is.
They lose this.
Danatan, almost getting caught by the explosion zone, will be able to escape though. Unstable turns around, applies some punches to the Punisher. You know what? Iron Fist is actually really good for throwing that Punisher up and jumps in. So
yeah,
was wondering about the Monk Pit, but I can see why the value can be in picking that hero. Arcane Punisher is under half HP though, should be able to dive in. There it is. There is the dive. Freeze looking for maybe more here as the keep wall will be extinguished.
Yeah, definitely extinguished. Put out like a light very quickly. BGenius now just looking to rally back. The one saving grace is that they haven't fallen that far behind in terms of experience at all. Incendiary Elixir now complete. Grey Mane. Just stop throwing those cocktails, mate. That's all I want. It's scary.
It's pretty disruptive, man.
Yeah.
For you at home, that means that there will be, after hitting 15 heroes, a cooldown is also reduced by 4 seconds, which means more Gilnane cocktails continue to be thrown.
I know. Stop it.
At the opposing team.
It hurts.
Lots of splash damage coming from our Grey Mane.
Splash damage.
Splash damage.
Yay!
Yes. There it is.
I like it.
Wubby, Smexy, Breeze, and Quacknix. Rain of Vengeance does pop out. Kirwa going for the chase. Grey Mane's in the top lane is pushing right now. Sindragosa flying out. Does not connect with the fort, though. The fort will be here for defense, but that will be a dead Quacknix, and Vola is falling victim.
Yeah, thankfully at least they have Sylvanas on their side, right? So even if they miss the fort, they can still lock it down there for the moment. Now taking an experience advantage here. BGenius looking for more, looking for that middle fort. Lock that down. Arakeen gonna haunting wave himself towards that so he can lock it down fast and get out of harm's way.
So BGenius now a little bit ahead here, has pressure on the middle lane. Grey Mane was still soaking in the top lane, but there is a solid team fight here from BGenius. However, they did use Odin, and they also did use Sindragosa, which could still be down when the next temple phase does spawn, if it spawns within the next 20 seconds, if I remember correctly. So we'll see if that will hurt them, as Fnatic just wants to get to 16. That's all they want to do here. But they also want to start to get into a fight before BGenius has its important heroics back up.
Yeah, definitely. So at least they're soaking on either Wetleaf, and this is not bad to start softening up this bottom lane for BGenius, hoping that they're going to get themselves a good fight. I feel though, that BGenius does not want this to be delayed down, because if Fnatic does get level 16 in this location, Holy Ground is brutal to deal with. So, well, Fnatic are going to start it themselves. All right.
Yep, they're postured here. 10 seconds until we actually have Zaragoza and Odin available for BGenius. BGenius takes the time to soak middle lane, get closer to that level 16. Xanatan comes from the side. Good flank here. But the immediate turnaround, though. Bree says no thank you on that flank. Cleanse comes out on Wubby, saving him. The explosion zone keeping the rest of the team out. And now BGenius is fleeing. Look at that gilding cocktail doing so much damage. Unstable Divine Palm. Can we get the chase? There it is. 3 members down for the red team. BGenius will have to deal with a Punisher pushing the bottom lane.
I was looking hopeful for BGenius, but now Fnatic with that little turnaround. Xanatan goes too far. I mean, yes, you could make the argument they would have a bit more sustainability with Ghouls and not having Zaragoza himself there, but I think he would have got popped anyway.
Same.
Like, with the amount of pressure that was there, the expulsion zone coming in, and just sealing him out.
So that fight looked like a 5v5, but because of that explosion zone, because of the flank, it became a 5v1 in a small perimeter, and Fnatic just capitalized way too well. Xanatan still in trouble, getting sieged down. The keep will be the main target here for Fnatic. Can they get more?
And they can't stand too close here because Holy Ground has the potential to really cause someone problems. So if Breeze launched himself forward, he doesn't have that much health, so they're gonna get out now.
Zaragoza. The Sanctification, though, down immediately here. Fnatic turns it around. Tranquility being popped. The massive howling blast, though. Xanatan continuing the chase. Unstable, does palm, but doesn't get popped. Nice control from Fnatic. Erikine goes to the chase. Gilding Cocktail will get the kill, and 3 members only alive here for BGenius. Fnatic's looking toward the core.
I've never seen a Divine Palm be controlled as well as Fnatic just did. The trigger, what's the best way? The trigger,
the proc.
The fact that they just didn't trigger it in that small window when it came down, just trigger discipline. There you go. That's what I wanted to say. Amazing by Fnatic. What a way to end that fight.
And they just go for core. That's it. GG. Fnatic takes the series 3-0 over BGenius. Again, solid control in team fights. Fnatic being Fnatic here. BGenius, though, they had some moments where they looked pretty good in terms of small team fights. They were small moments. They were moments, but they were small moments. But you can just see how crazy it is that one of the best teams in the top 3 against one of the teams that are in the bottom 2 can be when they face off.
I mean, aside from, like, did a single palm even pop during that game?
There was one palm. There was one palm that went off.
Like, I think try and just bring in 7-sided, just try and get blow up on someone, because when you're this is exactly what I was saying at the beginning. You're not going to get value off a palm against a team like Fnatic. You delay your death for a moment and maybe save someone because they're not hitting you, but other than that, just masterful play. Masterful.
Masterful play. The Gilding Cocktail build was great to see here, too. It just splashed so hard there on Double Warriors. If you ever are running against Double Warriors that are stationary and don't have much mobility, you can set up those Qs heavily, and we saw it time and time again. And then you have the Vault from Vala. So you have multi-shot, and you have Gilding Cocktail area effect, and you just break them down, and you have control. But it looks like we're actually setting up for a interview here. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hey, congratulations on your 3-0 against BGenius. Obviously, you guys did such a great job in this matchup. Where is all this fantastic teamwork coming from and the coordination? Were you guys just on today, or is this just Fnatic that we should expect every single weekend?
Ever since BlizzCon, I think our teamwork has been pretty spot on, so I think you should expect plays like this all the time.
I mean, there was those great plays on Sky Temple where it was 4v5 and the Void Prism came down, Sulfura Smash came down. How do you orchestrate those so well? That was an amazing turnaround.
I accidentally misplayed and actually went into the VP. So that was pretty bad, but we got a 4-man VP and Mexicals, silence, so we just go on it. Yeah, I don't know. If they're stacked like that, they will just die in 1 second.
Well, I want to ask you about your matchup on Sunday, because obviously you're done with today's matchup, but you have a big one on Sunday. You're facing off against Team Expert, who is considered to be one of the many in the race here for the top 3 spots. Are you guys preparing for them? Any crazy thoughts about that team?
I mean, Ediardi is a mad scientist. I think they have a big chance of making it to Kato.
Okay.
Probably versus Dignitas, but they might upset versus us as well.
Final question from me. Do you live in a library? What are all those things in the background?
So like 1 year ago, I got a sibling, a sister.
Uh-huh.
So I had to swap room, and we don't have a lot of space. So that are my dad's CDs.
CDs?
He's a big music fan. Yeah.
What's a CD?
Oh, right. Oh, you. That's a lot of CDs. Wow.
That is awesome. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations to you and Fnatic. Before we let you go, any shout-outs?
Monster. Energy. I don't have one of the bottles here, though, sadly.
That's good enough, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your time. And, of course, we'll see you on Sunday. So that's going to be it for here on Europe. Let's go ahead and check out and see what we're going to be watching tomorrow, as we have 2 other amazing matchups to watch out. This is the one that I think a lot of people are looking forward to. Yes. Team Dignitas taking on Team Expert. Now, of course, we will start the day with Synergy taking on Misfits. Later on, of course, North America will have Team Freedom and Ventic. And, of course, Temple Storm versing off against Team 8. But tomorrow's matchup, oh my golly, man. Dignitas taking on Expert. It's been building for 3 weeks now, and I'm ready. Give it to me.
I've hyped it up for weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
Since week number 1, Expert is the team to look out for when it comes to breaching into the top 3. Team Dignitas versus Expert might decide it. We'll find out tomorrow.
I'm absolutely excited for that matchup. But there are more coming today here on this channel, so we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you so much for watching HGC Europe. It's been great.
Now we bring them to pain.
Deep within the forests of Lordaeron lies the kingdom of Zul'Aman and its zealous guardians, the Forest Trolls. During Azeroth's Second War, the Amani warlord Zul'Jin struck an alliance with the Orcish Horde in order to eliminate the Trolls' ancient enemies, the Elves of Quel'Thalas. But their pact would not last. With the Horde's defeat, Zul'Jin and his kin returned to the forests. Now, drawn into the Nexus, he still seeks a way to enact his terrible vengeance. Zul'Jin is an aggressive ranged assassin whose Berserker Rage increases his attack speed and damage at the cost of his health. Zul'Jin's trait, Berserker, has both a passive and activated effect. Passively, Berserker increases his basic attack speed as his health lowers. When activated, Berserker increases his attack damage, but also drains his health as he attacks. Berserker can be toggled on and off at will. Zul'Jin's first basic ability, Grievous Throw, hurls his axe forward, dealing damage to the first 2 enemies it hits, marking them. Marked enemies take increased damage from Zul'Jin's next 3 basic attacks, or until the mark expires. His next ability is Twin Cleave. When cast, Zul'Jin throws his 2 axes in a unique circular arc that returns back to his position. Any enemies hit by an axe take damage and are slowed. The slowing effect will stack if an enemy is hit by more than 1 axe. All Forest Trolls have the gift of regeneration, and Zul'Jin is no exception. When activated, he channels for a moment and regenerates a significant amount of health. Moving or taking damage will interrupt the effect. Zul'Jin's first heroic option, Taz Dingo, provides him some incredible survivability. By channeling the power of the Loa, Zul'Jin gains the unkillable status, which prevents him from falling below 1 health until the effect ends. His second heroic ability, Guillotine, is a deadly tool of destruction. This hefty axe can be thrown a large distance and deals immense damage to enemies in the impact area. Guillotine's damage significantly increases as Zul'Jin's health lowers. Zul'Jin lives and fights on the axe's edge. Activating Berserker increases his attack speed and damage, but costs a small chunk of his health for each of his basic attacks. At low health, Zul'jin dishes out a ton of damage, but does so at great risk to his survivability. Don't be afraid to pull back and use regeneration to reclaim some much-needed health. Both of Zul'jin's heroics play directly into his health pool. At low health, Guillotine's damage increases significantly, and a well-placed throw can take down multiple heroes at once. Taz Dingo can be used in conjunction with Berserker, leaving Zul'jin at 1 hit point for an extended period, maximizing the strength of his attacks. Zul'jin is a strong solo laner, and his ability to ramp up his damage can easily bully enemies out of his lane. Use Twin Cleave to chase them down. Hurl his axes forward and watch as your enemies run right into your slowing blades. Leverage heroes that can shield, like Medivh, Tassadar, or Zarya, to make aggressive plays. Try pairing up Zul'jin with Lieutenant Morales, and have her keep your health steady as you take full advantage of your Berserker trait to tear your enemies to shreds.
You are axed.
Zul'jin, Warlord of the Amani, is ready to enter the fight, whether you want his axe or not. Make sure to leave us a comment to let us know what you think, and you can always subscribe to Heroes of the Storm here on YouTube or around the web if you want to keep up to date. We'll see you in the Nexus.
Week 3 of the Heroes Global Championship, and it's a big one. I'm Gillyweed here with my co-commentator Dreadnought, and we just concluded our European broadcast for the day, so we're switching gears over to NA. Dread, with so many pivotal matches this week in HGC NA, who's on your radar?
It's got to be Team 8, and their whole week, really. Mainly is going to be that against Tempo Storm. The fact that we are going to have number 1 and number 2 going head-to-head really, set the tone for them for the rest of the qualification for the first Western Brawl.
I have my eyes on Team 8 too, and if we take a look at the standings, you guys can see exactly why. Team 8 is currently tied at the top of HGC North America with Tempo Storm. Both are undefeated so far, but that's about to change because these two will face off tomorrow. Similarly, Gale Force Esports and Superstars are also tied and will fight for the 3rd place spot so far in standings later on today. But as we continue through the standings, there's 2 names that really stick out to me, and that's Team Naventic and B-Step. Dread, why is it, do you think, that we have had these seasoned veterans struggling so much here at the beginning of Phase 1 of HGC?
Well, I mean, Naventic's thought process is that they have a slow start, if you will, right? And, I mean, that might be justified, but I can't help but feel like it's just caught in their own ways more than anything. A lack of innovation coming out of those groups is really the main tell as to why they've been struggling so hard.
Let's take a look at the schedule and see that B-Step is about to get a chance to put their first point on the board. We started out in Europe with Playing Ducks versus Tricked Esport, a reverse sweep for Playing Ducks here, and maybe even had a guest appearance of Cho'Gall. That one was pretty crazy. And then, to nobody's surprise, Fnatic continues their dominance with a 3-0. Today, we're going to close things out with that match between the 2 teams tied in standings of Superstars versus Gale Force Esports, but we're kicking things off with No Tomorrow versus B-Step. Dread, No Tomorrow, B-Step, both of these teams so hungry for their first series win.
I mean, yes, but there was so much hype behind like B-Step, as always, really, when looking at that roster. So though both are looking for their first win, I think it is far more telling the fact that No Tomorrow and B-Step are so close together. Like, No Tomorrow's got to feel great for the position that they've been in so far. They still are working, kind of for the long game here, not necessarily for the short victories looking at the brawl anymore. But overall, I mean, B-Step's got to show some kind of sign of life today.
Yeah, that's an important point that you make, is that both of these teams right now not really in even the running for the Clash anymore, but more focused toward the next part of Phase 1, making sure that they can be in a good position when things like the Crucible, the mid-season brawl start coming into play.
Yeah, it's got to be, the focus. It is a season that we have an experience here. You're not qualifying just for one major tournament, looking to be able to compete internationally. Now, it is the long game that these teams have to be focused on. And with that, they've already hopefully set their scope a little bit past now the Brawl with how weak their opening weeks have been.
Well, let's hear from the teams themselves, B-Step and No Tomorrow, exactly what they think is going to be happening in this first match.
I'm really excited to play against Mac, to be honest. Like, he left our team right before the qualifiers. It's not revenge, he's still my boy, but I'm excited to play against Mac. I just want to, show him he made a wrong decision.
No Tomorrow was a team that was my team prior to joining the team that I'm on now. I think they're a bunch of really talented players. I think they're very young, and they're a force to be reckoned with. If you give them the characters that they want to play, and you give them the compositions, they will beat you. It's something that you really need to worry about with these younger guys. With that said, I don't believe that I'm afraid of that team. I know that the team that I'm currently on, the reason I left that team was to join a better team, a stronger team, and I believe that the team that I now play on is better than them, so not too worried about that team.
I feel as if that team has a lot of experienced talent that have been around for a long time. They're definitely a top 4 contender. They've seemed to have fallen off a bit, but I believe they're refocused now. I know a couple players on that team. They seem really excited to play, and I'm excited to play them.
All right, so No Tomorrow has a lot of veterans in the scene, I guess, and they have a new player, Casanova, to look out for. I guess all to watch out for is make sure Tiger doesn't hit the God Cleanse with the God Ancestral, and pick off Casanova.
It seems like there is a lot of pressure almost on McIntyre's shoulders to make sure that he proves that he made the right decision to move through. But similarly for No Tomorrow to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't have gone over to B-Step. Maybe you shouldn't have left us.
Yeah, for McIntyre specifically. But I mean, even looking a little bit broader than that, the fact, I feel like it's got to hurt more, the fact that B-Step hasn't been able to get a win so far, and how their playstyle is really, like, it's not even that they haven't gotten the wins, it's how they've ended up losing their games, I think is, for me, would be the #1 goal. I don't even care what team I came from. I don't care where I'm really going. All I'm looking for is the situation I'm in now and how to make it look better than it is. And honestly, it won't take that much coming out from them, but that is the main focus, I think, if I was McIntyre or the rest of B-Steps in this series, is make adjustments, look like we have a full grasp of really what the meta is.
Yeah, both of the teams need to show that improvement, and we've seen a little bit from No Tomorrow, but it has to continue if they're looking for the rest of this phase. Let's go into the Battleground pool for HGC and see where our first game will be taking place. Our first game will be on Battlefield of Eternity. It is B-Step, who is the home team, so it's their choice, and it's a common one that they've been having. B-Step also banning at Braxis Holdout and Towers of Doom, the ban for No Tomorrow.
Yeah, the fact that we're going to be going to Battlefield of Eternity, B-Step has been looking for this, triple-ranged, mega poke-focused playstyle when it comes to the map. So a lot of this on No Tomorrow is just going to be making sure they pick compositions with initiation, making sure they don't lose any of the race, really 1 through 9, and then hitting 10 and making sure they execute properly. Granted, every team that's really taken on B-Step on this map, that has been the approach, and we've seen some success, not so much at other times too. So
one to consider too is that this was a battleground that Naventic chose versus No Tomorrow, and No Tomorrow came in and stomped on Battlefield of Eternity. They can play this map well.
Yeah, they can, and I'm excited to really see what they kind of pull out here. I do think that B-Step's approach with that triple backline will eventually phase out. It just takes enough teams understanding what they need to be able to do to punish that play style, much like we see like with Tempo Storm, the false set 4-1 soak. Those type of things is once you pick up on it and you know how to be able to play against it, usually those strategies kind of die out.
We talk about points of improvement and how much it's needed for both of these teams. I think one of the big ones for No Tomorrow that we've seen already has been their improvement in synergy between the players. Still some issues with positioning, but what are you looking for both sides to be able to help them win the series?
I feel like for B-Step, it's got to be bringing back the playstyle that all these players are really known for. We get hints and pieces here, but not everybody ever on the same page. I think it's going to start with the draft, and it sure is going to be able to end with their play and being on the same page. For No Tomorrow, it's just going to be, they seem to have a better grasp of the meta overall. It's just going to be making sure they don't make poor mistakes, make the small, mistake that B-Step's going to be very easy to punish. And beyond all else, I think whoever gets the lead, it's going to be really easy because both the teams struggle a bit when they aren't kind of in control, especially B-Step.
So there was an article I want to ask your opinion on, and I know you have to know exactly what I'm thinking of here. An article came out this week featuring K1 Pro.
Okay.
K1 Pro saying, I'm still the best ranged assassin in North America. Now, there are some strong contenders versus him already. Big Impact is one that we've talked about at length. What about Yoda, this star player, first time in the top teams of North America, and for 2 weeks in a row has had the highest KDA of any player in all of North America? What say you to K1 Pro? Sorry to put you on the rocks there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think I can understand his perspective. I understand where he's coming from. You know, the dominance that he had for a long period of time in the North American scene, them being successful internationally as well. But it hits a point where you go, all you can really say to that is prove it. Is that you haven't put up the numbers here in HCC this early on. You haven't for the past 6 to 9 months. Yes, I do think K1 Pro has an insane amount of potential, and he's shown it in the past, and we see moments of just, holy cow, what this player could become. But overall, I mean, if you haven't done it, you're just blowing smoke. That's how I feel at this point. You could say that for every single player on that roster and be like, I can see where they're coming from, but not a single one has been able to do it in the past 6 months. So then I feel like you're just holding too close to like the past.
Well, we soon will get to see if they're able to clutch their first victory. But for now, we're going to have to head to a break. We're waiting on one of the players. We'll see you guys soon.
My team's the best, honestly. I love Gale Force Esports. I love my teammates.
My team's goal would be top 3.
I think they got stronger with Equinox. I think he's a really aggressive tank.
Oh, that is a team that is a straight wild card.
HTC this year pretty much means everything.
But I think that team it's definitely an underdog.
I think Psalm as a player has grown so much from the 2016 season.
If the meta does favor them, they can draft comps that they play really well.
I think we're the strongest team mechanically.
I just want to get top 3 and go to the Brawl.
With leadership under Fan, they're quite good.
I think we could beat them, but it won't be easy.
So, one day I wake up to find that me and my friends are lost. Again! No one said it was your fault, Olaf. But if there's one thing we're good at, it's... getting lost? No, Baylog, we're good at... Now what? Listen, I'm trying to say that if we stick together, there's no obstacle. Oh no! Back up! Oh no! Like I was saying, if we work as a team, the 3 of us, we can accomplish anything. Don't mess with the Vikings. That's right.
Eric, I gotta go, Ramona. Please.
Now? Couldn't you have gone before we left?
Oh. Sombra, it's on you now.
I'm all over it.
See the full animated short at playoverwatch.com.
Welcome back, friends. We are almost ready for a draft. We now have everybody ready, all of our players. We're going to be going to Battlefield of Eternity. We've talked a little bit about the strategies for each of these. Do you think we're going to have another triple backline strategy, or is this the point where they finally, B-Step changes it up?
I don't think they've been punished hard enough, really, to expect an adjustment out from them. I want to see that change. I just don't think that, you know, if it's not broken, why try and fix it is really what it comes down to. And until you lose with it, usually most players don't think that there's a problem. with it.
Didn't they lose with it?
They did, but they also were successful against Gale Force as well.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy when you go 1-1, you just say, well, it was a dumb mistake that we made here, and then suddenly you don't implement those changes. I do hope they avoid it, but it very much seems like that will be the all-in focus here for B-Step going into this draft.
All right, No Tomorrow have the first ban. They've been banning a lot of Tassadar before. Regardless of if their first pick or second pick, just did not want to deal with him at all. Tassadar is in such a funny place with North America, at least compared to like NA and EU seem to be pretty set together, but it was interesting to see how he was not as much in Korea, at least for some of the series.
Yeah, I love the prioritization of some of the drafts that we saw out of the Korea so far. Got to look into those a little bit today. But at the same time, it does seem a little bit more, you know, all over the place than we typically see out of the Korean scene.
True.
So maybe showing some, you know, growing pains, if you will, of their own. Either way, the Artanis is going to be removed here. Now B-Step, I'm expecting the Ragnaros removal. Or instead, they look like they're going to be hovering over this Tassadar. I just can't help but, like, again, Ragnaros on this map, the amount of value that he's going to be able to provide is pretty good. Defensively, specifically, not complementing the race too well. But the Tassadar removing all Tasser Tracer style compositions that we may see. So No Tomorrow then, do they want to be able to first pick this Ragnaros or instead going to go with something else?
They did first pick Ragnaros versus Naventic, and that was the one Battlefield of Eternity game we've seen from No Tomorrow.
Yeah.
I love Ragnaros pickup here. He has a good win rate on Battlefield of Eternity in the North American scene, so it seems like a no-brainer for them here.
Yeah, and then the Li Ming Malfurion rotation here coming out from B-Step, sticking to what they have felt the most comfortable on. That rotation has been very successful on this map. Li Ming kind of spiking in power, at least out of North America when it comes to Battlefield of Eternity specifically. So now the transition here for No Tomorrows, both teams sticking to their guns. I would say, again, that's going to be favoring No Tomorrow if they keep up that trend, just because B-Step and No Tomorrow has like a sense of what they consider the most optimal way to kind of play the game for now, whereas B-Step very much seems all over the place.
It is a steal of Li Ming, though. No Tomorrow would have liked to include Li Ming and Tychus here for their 2 damage dealers. Instead, going to get Vala and ETC. I am a little concerned about the ETC already. They being No Tomorrow, have yet to get a win with ETC. They are 0-5 with ETC. Not that it's much better for B-Step. B-Step have only won 1 of their ETC games and are looking at 5 as well, but it's still concerning to me that even in North America, he is one of the most picked heroes, has a pretty low win rate, and still this high of priority.
Yeah, it is, to be fair, it is one of his better maps. Like, I would argue the same thing with Artanis, right? Is Artanis, even though maybe statistically might be doing a little bit better, but still Artanis accents the map specifically just purely on his passive and kill potential setup around the Immortals that I can see him rising a bit in value over some of the other ones. Either way, now B-Step in the position to be able to get their ban. There are hovering the Zarya ETC, a very common one, especially with Vala being that pseudo support. Wouldn't be surprised to see that ban out. But it also shows that B-Step doesn't want to play it themselves, which that is a hero that I believe the very first time they ended up playing on this map was a part of their poke composition. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, where they're just constant grenading, looking to get that harass and poke in the long run.
All right, what are No Tomorrow going to ban here? Maybe a warrior, but also potentially a backliner too. If they're just going to play a very melee-centric style, grab another melee along with what they already have.
Yeah, instead, it's going to be Sylve. Okay. Interesting choice there, but it does remove the opportunity of a very win harder-oriented composition, snowballing with the Sylvanas. Safe ban, I guess, more than anything, like half a throwaway in a sense. I love when you get the opportunity to do that in a draft to where you don't target anything specifically, it's just mainly whatever you don't want to see, especially if you're heavily considering your next 2 picks here. So No Tomorrow in a pretty spot here, sticking to what they know. And B-Step here, it is their option. The last time we saw them make this transition, they moved into the Zarya and Murden. We've also seen them in a position to where they go into Falstad and Zul'jin here.
Yeah, that's the one that lost.
Yeah, I think the Falstad will stick.
Me too.
I don't think the Zul'jin will stick.
What would you like to see replace it, if that's the case?
Not a backliner, like a thrall. Any kind of melee. More beef is the main, I guess, gripe I kind of have with B-Step and their approach to Battlefield of Eternity so far. So here, we're going to find out. It is the Thrall, and then hopefully a false stat too, or maybe concentration more on the Warrior. It is going to be the Variant. I like this so far coming out from B-Step, as long as this last pick from them is not another range. I guess they can get away with it being a range, actually.
Yeah,
it is a more diverse and at least adjustments here for B-Step so far, so that's very, very satisfying to see out of them.
Yeah, that was your #1 hope
Yes.
for B-Step, is a change in their drafting style. No Tomorrow with their final 2 picks still need a support. We have seen that Tiger JK love his Karazim and different Karazim builds. This is a potential one for him, although with so much lockdown from B-Step, it would be pretty scary to play Karazim up against.
Yeah.
Maybe something like a Rhaegar instead, that's still available.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Rhaegar in this world of supporting over all else. The other options, yeah, are just really scary to be able to run into that Varian specifically, and also just when looking at B-Step's composition, it's not like their race is insane. You don't need you know, anything to really kind of over-focus on defending or accelerating the race themselves for No Tomorrow. So we'll see where they go, and then probably another backliner coming out from them. Instead, it's going to be a Medivh Rhaegar rotation.
Huh.
A little bit of Team 8 flavor on there, throwing in the Medivh. We got more than one Medivh team.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've seen No Tomorrow play Medivh, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm excited to see who will be playing that. Rhaegar is the support for Tiger. And now, knowing all of the information of what No Tomorrow will be bringing to Battlefield of Eternity for this game #1, what do B-Step want? Do they want extra damage? They want more lockdown, maybe keep Medivh away from his portals and other people. The nice thing is B-Step already do have Malfurion who can place roots underneath portals. It's one way of throwing people off from it. Also, Li Ming with Wave of Force can mess with the portal synergy.
Yeah, I want to see another Warrior after the Medivh pick coming up from B-Step. I don't think I want another DPS just because Medivh, and usually with the 5-second cooldown on no damage going to be taken, CC and sustained DPS and longer fighting is going to be the main focus. And B-Step, if they draft another Warrior here, instead they go with the Tychus. All right, so the solo Warrior variant, not the first time we've seen this from B-Step.
Right.
They've already ran it once before, I believe, maybe even twice. In week #1, I believe, was the week that they were going to be busting out those, you know, solo variants. And No Tomorrow sticking a little bit more traditional, a little bit more to what they know here. So
Except the Medivh.
Except the Medivh. Yeah, that is that he, you know, he's kind of the wild card. That is like, I don't know. I've always felt that he's had such untapped potential, you know, all over the world, and we see bits and pieces of him kind of popping up, and he becomes more and more, you know, prominent within all the regions. So I'm excited to see the playstyle coming out from them, but overall it does feel like they still were a little bit more to kind of what they know, adapting to you know, some of the positive trends in heroes like the Medivh that we've seen all over the world at this point. So I like what they've managed to make happen, but at least B-Step adjusted. That is what I'm most satisfied about. Even if they don't win this game, at least they made changes. You know, they're trying to move forward.
Well, you guys have heard all about what we think of the drafts, but we want to hear from you. So make sure you tweet using the hashtag HGC. You might even get your tweet up here on the screen. You can talk to us, you can talk to the teams, and we're just about ready for that game #1. Any final thoughts? Who do you think won the draft?
I would say No Tomorrow. Just solely based on the solo variant into the Medivh. There's always an opportunity with the raw CC that variant is able to provide the poke here on the side of B-Step, but it very much feels like as long as when variant goes in, he doesn't confirm the kill, and then they portal and hyper aggression the opposite direction, I think B-Step will be a struggling team throughout the game.
Yeah, it seems like B-Step's going to be relying on a lot of picks. If they can get picks, maybe especially around the Immortals, utilizing the stuns around there too, they could do very well, but it's going to come down to APM being able to catch people with the roots at the right time. Varian jumping into with stuns. Varian does have parry, which will help a lot too with Vala, although Vala's likely going to be going more into the Hungering Arrow build, so I'm not sure how exactly that will shake out.
Yeah, that is a, you know, a subtle, I don't know, disadvantage that you really obtain, because Vala does want to move. It's pretty much a must to be able to move into that Q build on her onto this map, but then, you know, having the parry, having the opportunity to be able to defend off that, it's just one of those things that you can't really fix that might work in a different map.
All right, so Battlefield of Eternity, No Tomorrow, where are they looking at being able to really hit their power spike and just grow from that? Having Medivh, is it once they have the stacking done, or do they need something earlier on?
I think it's going to be not so much the stacking, it's a lot of it's going to be focused around 10, I think is going to be the main focus for them, just because the the options in the draft that B-Step has picked has put a lot of focus in their poking, in their skirmishing, post 4 with the Li Ming, with the Varian combo. There's a lot of harass going on, and it's going to come down a lot to Medivh early game, and then after that point, I think their composition really does kind of excel. It's just respond to Varian, counter engage as hard as possible.
There's another factor that we haven't really hit on too much is Casanova. Casanova is new to HGC in general. It's his first time in the top teams of North America. He made kind of a name for himself with his heroes, the Dorm play, and now is fully committed to his time here in HGC. How do you see him doing so far? Because he's made some serious plays for No Tomorrow.
Yeah, he's got to be probably one of the most outstanding, surprising new players that have come in so far. Like, I put a lot of hype behind like people like Insomnia, and his performance has been, a little lackluster in my opinion, though his team has been doing great. But Casanova specifically was one where I didn't have that high of expectations, and he's kind of blown them out of the water. I don't think that he's found his own play style completely yet. I think he's doing a little bit of like, he's sticking to the flashy plays, and yes, they do make him look good, but I think once he kind of hones it out, rounds out his play a little bit more overall, I think he will be a player who's here to stay, very much so for HGC North America.
Let's see if Casanova can carry No Tomorrow to victory here on Battlefield of Eternity versus B-Step.
All right, so on the left-hand side here is going to be the veterans themselves, B-Step, where APM is on his Malfurion. King Caffeine running the solo Varian. K1 Pro is going to be on the Thrall. iDream is on Li Ming. And Tychus played by McIntyre.
Huh. Their opponents in the red are No Tomorrow, Tiger JK, not on a tiger, but a wolf, Ghost Wolf Rhaegar, ETC played by Airho. Talking Trees will be playing that Medivh, Casanova again on Ragnaros, a favorite for him, and finally Jason will be playing Vala. There is a Hungering Arrow build already starting out with Monster Hunter at level 1 for Vala. Lightning Bond going to help out with more damage, especially around the Immortals. And Wave Clear 2 for Rhaegar. And Scouting Drone this time for Malfurion. So not worrying about Moonburn, relying on the damage of Tychus, Thrall, and Li Ming to be able to do enough to the Immortal. And instead, making sure that they don't get hit by any crazy flanks.
Yeah, that's been a surprisingly popular talent pick there. The Scouting Drone opportunity for the Malfurion over some of the others. K1 Pro, though, here in the top lane, Urho's going to barely be able to power slide, but he was in a fine position to be able to keep himself up. And in case you guys were wondering why Gilly's kind of said what, is the fact that we have K1 Pro playing the Thrall. You have McIntyre and iDream, who have played melees almost their entire competitive career, and K1 Pro seems to be making this weird transition for his team to filling the off melee, I don't even know really kind of what to call it. And for being such a melee-heavy meta, the fact that both of those players are in range themselves, everything about this, is a little just backwards, I think is the best way to put it.
Especially because K1 Pro played Ragnaros last week, too, in their series. And that was not, it did not seem to be one that he felt extremely comfortable with playing. Especially when you look at somebody like Tychus or Li Ming. Okay, break it down.
I've got it. All right, so K1 Pro released that statement saying he's the best assassin in North America, correct?
He did.
But here's the thing, is he didn't know he was talking about melee assassins.
He didn't know he was talking about...
He knew,
oh,
we
okay.
didn't.
Yeah,
so that's the thing, we're judging off the range, but little did we know, he's got that pocket melee. It's all wound up here. He is ready to go. Either way, these teams are ready to go, and the fact that we have the Immortals spawning, No Tomorrow making an early transition, might get caught out there, Tiger JK, but he does have Talking Trees on the Medivh. The race is going to happen, and it looks like No Tomorrow's going to get this early halftime phase. Good route, though, onto Urho. Medivh's going to be able to peel right out as the portal's laid.
Beautiful zoning from Airho to allow Jason to fully commit to taking down the Immortal, and that shows you the power of Monster Hunter at level 1 and just the consistent damage that Vala can put out overall. This has put B-Step in a position where once you get into the swap on the first phase, you just have to bring down the shielding as much as possible, knowing that they're going to lose, because there's no way you want to try to engage over on your opponent's side of the battleground that early on in the game. So No Tomorrow gets the first Immortal, fairly good shielding, but at least B-Step have made sure that it's not that strong of a push.
Yeah, it is not that strong of a push, but I can't help but, again, this is that was sloppy on the side of B-Step. The slow transition that they made, their composition, you just lost to a Medivh 1 through 9. You just lost to a Medivh. He has no opportunity to win that race. There was no contesting it whatsoever, and they were still willing to be able to accept that race because the first half was a very slow transition there on the side of B-Step and put them into a position to where they had to take that race, right? They forfeited this Immortal very early on, and these are the trends that we've seen here out of B-Step so far.
It is. They talk about how much they want to team fight. That's something they have talked about at length, at least before. At the Player Summit specifically is where I heard it from King Caffeine. And yet, they often do this where their rotations are slow. It puts them into a position that they can't look for team fights because they're always behind in some respect.
Yeah, it's, you know, a lot of it just comes down to what holds more weight here for these teams. You know, is it their actions or is it their words? And for me right now, it's got to be their actions. The lack of, you know, just heavy aggression transitions here on the side of B-Step. And it's not just this game, it's just over their play so far here in HGC North America. They have got to be, you know, one of the more passive, I think, of all teams that we've seen so far.
B-Step, instead of maybe looking for a kill, going to play the patient game and get the Khazra in the bottom. Tiger JK was starting the Bruisers, but got found out by B-Step, so he has to move away. At least, though, they, being No Tomorrow, have Medivh, so Medivh was keeping an eye on B-Step and those rotations, so Tiger didn't get caught making such a risky move.
Yeah, and we do see a heavy transition here for No Tomorrow, going to be able to knock out this front wall while the Shaman camp here picked up for B-Step, expecting to remain up there and be able to get the clear while the rest of the team back out. They should be getting on the Immortal right now because it's going to be spawning since it was almost instantly taken here in this game. So smart transitions coming out from No Tomorrow. Just, you know, it's a couple of seconds and small things that No Tomorrow's doing here, but they, I think, will add up. They're only right now about a half-level advantage. But it's all about their timings, all about their transitions, doing a very good job forcing B-Step to be the reactive one.
B-Step did get Bruisers earlier, and that has put No Tomorrow where they have to keep Medivh down in the bottom to clear those up for now. Not exactly the #1 person you want to be clearing lanes. And B-Step, yeah, they do rotate faster to the middle. Unfortunately for them, though, it's a passive positioning, so they're having a hard time actually doing any damage to Immortals. But at least they do get set up in a better defense, so it's harder for No Tomorrow to put this to halfway again, like they did in the last phase.
Yeah, and the poke here is coming into play. You see all of B-Step with the defense, getting a bit of harass there out onto Jason. Seven's been picked up, so we do have to consider the Master's Touch coming into play. We'll see if we get any stacks here coming out from trees. But for now, the teams are going to hold up this patient dance around the Immortals. Very, very common for B-Step when playing on Battlefield of Eternity. They love this long game, long focus onto poke. The major difference, though, is that they don't have near the amount of poke that they used to have, at least when running this style of play. They would have the triple backline rather than having that throw their harass. We'll see if K1 Pro can make a big impact here for this team.
And No Tomorrow have poke of their own. They have Vala, who every little bit will be throwing out Hungering Arrows. Now can do double because Repeating Arrow has been picked up at level 7. Nobody has been soaking, but Vala gets caught. Cleanse comes out, but it's not going to help her. Arrow has to power slide away, and this is B-Step's chance to finally break out of this mold.
It is, and if they can get another pick, that would be absolutely huge. There goes the combo. Medivh with a good shield's going to get the peel. Tiger JK ends up getting the charge in. Root hit on the Casanova. Portal's laid just to make sure in case things get tough, but the damage in halftime has to be procced here before Vala comes up, which is in 1 second. And so this is a good spot for B-Step, is they are going to be able to harass it down, but not, in fact, phase it yet. Tough spot for them, but in the end, they are pulling ahead here in the race. Those were the types of things that the composition of B-Step was really kind of built to do, be able to get those picks with the Varian, with the Li Ming combo. And as long as things do, you know, go rather well in the early game, I do think their composition could take off.
Airho is getting caught, does have protection from Medivh. That's just enough to get him out, as well as a portal to help Jason. Jason was going up looking to see if he can throw some more damage onto Larian, the Blue Immortal. Finally, B-Step get the swap. It felt like No Tomorrow had to be very happy with not allowing that swap to happen, but unfortunately, after that, they still were up against a lot of healthy members of B-Step, and with Airho taking a lot of damage, had to allow B-Step to finally phase it.
Yeah, and B-Step here is just going to back out, get the poke as best they can. This is fine for No Tomorrow as long as they can just get to the 10 mark. Is, I think, going to be the main focus during this Immortal phase. Largely, just again, their composition is far more successful post-10. They don't have near the just skirmishing that we see out of the composition on the side of B-Step, which always thrives before Heroics get there. Calf goes in, throws out the harass. Shield's already going to be used, so we'll see if he goes in. There's going to be the stun. The good cleanse is going to be thrown out there from Tiger JK, make sure the follow-up's not there. And slowly whittling away, No Tomorrow is losing their Immortal.
No Tomorrow were trying as best they could to soak up damage from all sources of B-Step, but they were playing a dangerous game because should anybody step out, even Airho, he could get burned down in an instant between Tychus, Thrall, and Li Ming, and especially with all of the chain crowd control options that B-Step have. It was a dangerous game. No Tomorrow decided to play it safely instead. They're going to give up this Immortal. It's about the same shielding as the last one, but stronger. We'll see how much B-Step can get done. If they can get enough of the structures down, yeah, they're going to get heroic abilities and have a little chunk of time where they have them over No Tomorrow.
Yeah, and there is it. The combo of CC, though, has already been used. Urho trying to get the harass, and without Ragnaros here, we aren't going to see that Molten Core. There's the taunt. Good shield coming out from Trees again, being able to peel for his team here. B-Step, you can tell they're eager to be able to try and pick somebody off, but hesitant positioning here for No Tomorrow is going to work out for them. Ragnaros getting the soak on Ted with the taunt.
Oh, good cleanse once again from Tiger JK. Trees came down, and he has to be careful right now. He is not done with Master's touch stacks. And there's just too many ways to lock somebody down from B-Step in that instance.
Yeah, there are a lot of tools there. And it did force the Twilight Dream, though, even after the cleanse. So APM, you know, not getting the value out of his heroic as maybe hit Aspire to make happen. And that might hurt him. If they force an engagement here for No Tomorrow, which now that they've hit that 10 mark, I really would expect them to be, you know, dictating the pace of the game, not so reactive as they were in the early parts to B-Step. And then Earthquake was the option here for Thrall. Everything else, pretty normal. We see the mosh pit opportunity coming out from Urho there.
Yeah, and he's moving down. He would like to make a fight happen. Thrall is taking a very safe rotation up, so this might be the best chance that No Tomorrow can have before the next Immortal phase. Once ETC seen there, he was seen too. There's a scouting drone. So Thrall knows it, the rest of B-Step know it too. Trees is revealing the position of the rest of B-Step. And B-Step are going to play very, very safely, knowing that they're ahead in experience. And the longer that B-Step can keep No Tomorrow, the full 5 members of No Tomorrow in the bottom, while Thrall split soaks in the top, the better it will be for B-Step going into the next phase.
That's going to force the cleanse from APM there. iDream getting caught out a little bit too much. Portal was used. So that's going to be on cooldown for a period of time, but that was very well done. APM there to be able to confirm his team, keep them alive, and they're transitioning out there. This is scouted here by the Medivh, so we'll see if B-Step is still going to continue to take this. It looks like they're backing out. Thrall making the transition down. This is such a risky invade here for No Tomorrow. If they want to commit to this, and it looks like they themselves aren't totally sure as they kind of just posture around.
Yeah, No Tomorrow feels a little panicked at the point that they're in, but they are going to have the Immortal phase before B-Step are even remotely close to 13. So that's one nice thing for them, but they still want to go for the invade too. Taunt hits ETC. He still has Mosh Pit. If he wants to be able to use it, he's going to jump in there too. Everyone from B-Step's doing a great job of separating themselves. Mosh Pit goes down, but so does Leyline Seal. Disaster strikes. ETC is blown up, so will go down. Jason, iDream just teleporting through the members of No Tomorrow, and only Talking Trees makes it away.
Perfect timing as well with the Immortals now going to be spawning. Halftime phase going to be kicked in here by B-Step very quickly, and Medivh has no way to be able to even have a response worth of damage. Very well done. And at that fight, a lot of it came down to the flank on K1 Pro. Yes, there was the mosh pit overextending over the wall with the rest of the team, but the fact K1 Pro flanked, opened with the Earthquake, and kept 3 people there busy, allowed the easy focus there on the side of B-Step to be able to confirm the kill onto Urho. And now they're going to have 13 tier advantage, a insane amount of shielding when it comes to the Immortal. But no, the transition here is going to be fast enough for No Tomorrow. So not confirmed completely. Just going to be the poke game for now as B-Step might be in a tough spot. There goes the power slide. Good cleanse again from APM to be able to get the peel taunt used. Another cleanse forced here for Tiger JK and Ancestral. 4 heroics now on cooldown for No Tomorrow. All 5 for B-Step. As Rain of Vengeance is the only one that stands.
Yeah, that's the situation that No Tomorrow have found themselves in quite a bit, is that Airho gets caught far away from his team. And B-Step have a perfect composition to do that very well. Again, here goes Airho from the jump. King Caffeine will probably jump on him too. There he is going to go in, dives in with charge, moves on back. So No Tomorrow are delaying the inevitable, it seems, from B-Step to get this phase. At least if No Tomorrow could maybe get a kill, which is what they're going for, but without heroic abilities, Leyline Seal is a possibility now.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, a tough, actually, King Caffeine there is going to be caught out. There's going to be the Earthquake used, all 5 people very slow. Portal is used. Casanova is getting wailed on. APM ends up confirming it there with the Twilight Dream as well. Now Jason ends up getting killed there. 1 reset, 1 combo coming out from iDream, confirming the kill. 4 people dead. B-Step looking like a completely different team here. Very well done. And they have, look at that health bar, look at that shielding.
I guess we see why iDream's playing Li Ming today, man.
I guess. And it's not like it's K1 Pro's doing a very good job on the Thrall so far as well.
He does like flanks.
Yeah.
He's the flank master.
He made that version of Jaina really, you know, the popular way to play. Get the flank, use the ice block. And right now he's doing a very good job there onto that melee.
And it is the bigger slow of Earthquake 2. We are still playing for the last week on the patch before Valera. Next week will be the first time the Valera patch is played here in HGC. So that is a big difference. We may see some changes, but for now, Earthquake working out definitely in B-Step's favor.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Molten Core as the pure answer. I've always wondered, is it more valuable to be able to get the poke down for the shields, or is it worth eating the HP onto the keep itself, you know?
Yeah.
It's always it's a curious question on when teams decide, you know, this is the moment that we end up looking to be able to get that peel, and I can't help but feel like it's got to be once it's on the keep.
But then you barely get to use any abilities to help actually take it down, right?
That is true.
Because it gets taken down so fast.
But it pulls all 5 members back as well. I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of here and there trade-off that we see different approach. Casanova does it before the front wall sometimes. Sometimes maybe a bit later. But either way, B-Step here has managed to be able to pick up a 3-level lead. They managed to get the bottom keep down as well. They still have both their forts up. Everything is looking good for them here with this 16 talent tier advantage. And I expect them to, ideally, I would see, you know, maybe look to even force that top keep. Just with such a big advantage, you can whittle away at the health bar of that overtime. And I would expect that route, but we'll see where they go.
Well, 13 has been achieved for No Tomorrow, but it is such a long way for them to get 16, and they're, for the most part, sticking together. They're maybe having Medivh be able to split soak since he can just soak up and be safe. He did finish Master's Touch too, so that's a nice win for Talking Trees not to have to worry about that. If No Tomorrow have to get aggressive, which it looks like they want to do, that's a nice cleansed Mosh Pit. Sulfurous Smash follow-up. Malfurion drops, but Jason's pretty low in the back, and Self Healing has already been used, and Tiger JK was far forward, making sure to keep his team alive. There goes a portal. Everybody from No Tomorrow escapes for now. Orb!
They barely dodged the orb. If that orb had hit everybody there, would have been dead. Very well done. And that portal coming out from Tree, saving the team throughout that Earthquake. It gives them a moment here where they can catch up in experience, be able to get rid of the camp there on the bottom half of the map, be able to hit that 15 spike. But with the Immortals spawning, they are going to be out of sight, really, when it comes to 16 talent here. This is a tough moment. They have to get a very aggressive split with the Vala. Maybe even like a 3-2 split and look for just getting an outnumbered situation here over B-Step and looking to capitalize. Otherwise, B-Step can be looking at another keep with this Immortal.
Both teams starting to move in toward the center area. No Tomorrow making sure to get every wave that they can, both to clear out the catapults, but also just to catch up in experience wherever they can. Looks like No Tomorrow aren't in a good position to defend really fast. B-Step rotation was much faster than earlier on in the game, and we're right and ready to be able to take out half of the health bar of No Tomorrow's Immortal. So instead, No Tomorrow just traded, and that's worked out for them so far.
Oh, that was the dream. The fact that B-Step has a 16 talent tier advantage and wasn't forcing is a very good position to be in if you are No Tomorrow. We do see King Caffeine getting the charge there. Nobody's going to be able to make too much of a response. The camp is pressuring on the bottom half here for B-Step. So over time, they will be able to get a little value out of that. Good shield coming out. Cleanse was already used here by Tiger JK. So he's not going to have that up during the next taunt cycle in 9 seconds. And the poke there coming out from B-Step. No Tomorrow's trying to find the answer, but it doesn't seem like they have it.
Yeah, the health bar falling rapidly for the Red Immortal with both McIntyre and iDream on it. Arrow's going to wrap around and jump in, but that just pulls all the members of B-Step down too. And oh no, Jason is caught out. Gets hit by a charge, gets back though, so no kills just yet. Nobody's died on No Tomorrow. They need everybody they can for this defense.
Yeah, it's a tough moment. Even with B-Step giving them a free half removal of those shields, you know, it's still going to be a tough spot for them to be in. Probably going to be forfeiting a keep here unless Molten Core really you know, is the real MVP of this next push. I can't help but question, though, on the side of B-Step, why they let half that shielding go for free. The argument would be because then you can finish this before your opponents manage to get 16, but they were so close, I felt like it was unrealistic. But we'll see how it works out here.
Maybe it was just where they were standing. They're like, let's just go ahead and burn this. We're already here. But yeah, getting some kills might have just let them in the game even without the Immortal.
Yep. Here we go, though. There's the multi-core stun coming out. The taunt onto ETC. Leyline Seal is going to end up hitting 3. Mosh Pit, Ancestral Healing, Cleanse, and the shield all used onto Urho as he has only got King Caffeine. Jason gets saved there. The stun is not going to hit as Trees uses the portal to get out, but is he going to the shield? No! Li Ming gets a reset, and they are not done. They have all eyes on Casanova. Huge amount of harass, though, coming out. The taunt, the stun as well, and he ends up going. Gilly. Looks like B-Step's got it.
Oh, yes, they absolutely have it after a couple more kills confirmed from resets. Man, B-Step with a super dominant game, only letting one person die on their team the entire time. That one time that No Tomorrow got the support trade, otherwise 14-1 in kills. B-Step walking away with game number 1.
Very well done. And, you know, they played a little bit more of, you know, they're a different play style than what they're known to, but at least sticking a little bit to what they knew as well with the poke, with the Li Ming, but then seeing, you know, the Thrall, even though K1 Pro is the one on it. I'm just glad to see those changes because, again, it seemed a little stubborn in week 1 and week 2 when it came to the drafting of this team. And they were even in that, you know, article you referenced, they were open on the weakness of the draft itself. It just was whether or not they could figure it out in time. And so this was a nice game for B-Step, and I hope it continues through the series.
But No Tomorrow aren't out of it yet. It was only game number 1 in this best of 5. We're headed to a break, and when we return, we'll have game number 2.
Time. The first of Valeera's heroic abilities is Smoke Bomb. She creates a cloud of smoke at her current location. As long as she remains in the cloud, she takes reduced damage and can't be revealed, even while attacking and using her abilities. When using Cloak of Shadows, Valeera shrouds herself in darkness and becomes unstoppable. Valeera also takes reduced ability damage and clears herself of all existing damage over time effects. Valeera excels at isolating powerful enemy heroes and shutting them down.
Our time has come.
Its attack, allowing you to dodge skill shots or escape from a fight. Vanish gives you access to powerful opening attacks, but don't be afraid to start fights out of stealth, then vanish mid-combat to trip up your opponents and continue racking up the damage. When fighting against Valeera, try to knock her out of stealth so that her options are limited. Valeera's heroic abilities focus on survivability. Smoke Bomb is great when fighting multiple enemies in melee range, and Cloak of Shadows helps Valeera avoid being locked down or focus fire. Both abilities can be used from stealth without revealing her, making them powerful tools for setting up team fights or assassinating dangerous enemy heroes. As a legendary rogue and a master assassin, Valeera isn't afraid to slice and dice her foes from the shadows or face to face. Make sure to leave us a comment and subscribe to Heroes of the Storm on YouTube and around the web, and we'll see you in the Nexus.
I'll see you in the shadows.
Sombra, it's on you now.
I'm all over it.
See the full animated short at playoverwatch.com.
B-Step are up 1-0 over No Tomorrow, but No Tomorrow's not going down without a fight. I want to see some of the crazy, aggressive compositions and strategies that they pulled out versus Niantic last week.
Yeah, I would like to see it too. And, you know, I mean, there is room to be able to do it. Battlefield of Eternity doesn't really, you know, allow you to be able to bust out, you know, the most unique and craziest of strategies. So maybe on the next one.
Well, we can see what that next one will be. Let's head back into the Battleground pool. Now it is a loser's pick format, so having lost the last game, B-Step, No Tomorrow gets to choose if they want first pick again or if they want the map pick instead. And before they have been going for first pick, but switching that up a little bit, wanting to go to a place where we know No Tomorrow feels very comfortable, and that is Dragonshire.
Yeah, and in the past, the players of B-Step, I know specifically, really didn't like Dragonshire for some time. I don't know if I would look at them anymore. You know, they could have completely gotten different favor. They also used to dominate Sky Temple, haven't done too well at that either recently. So, I mean, it could change, but Dragonshire itself is one where every player has to be on the same page, and if not, things can get really ugly really fast. A perfect example was Niantic with the Jaina pickup. What they were able to do to their opponents was, you know, just blow the game out of proportion. So if not everybody is really up to snuff, if you will, onto what needs to be able to happen on this map, it could really punish B-Step.
Yeah, No Tomorrow, the last time when they did play versus Niantic, it was something like 22 kills to 9 because of all of the Jaina play. And also No Tomorrow kept having this issue where they get behind and then have a hard time with figuring out what they need to do to get back into the game. Are you seeing what I'm seeing as a hover?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, you gotta troll.
Okay.
You gotta troll every once in a while.
Yeah.
Artan is banned. No Tomorrow now. Questioning if they want to remove the Tassadar or the Ragnaros, or if they want to be able to let those through. They ban out the Tassadar. I think that's the smart choice here when it comes to this map, or I can see you know, letting both through, but Tassadar, what he provides this map is probably just way too much. I can see the pull away there. Either way, B-Step now looking for their first pick. Any thoughts?
Since the only team that favors Dragonshire in all of HGC North America is No Tomorrow, B-Step have not played on it yet. I know that they're going to be looking at who a strong solo laner could be. In that respect, potentially they're going to bring back Thrall at some point. They've played Rexar in the past, if they want to go that route as well. He's one that Misha can just hold the shrine all day, and everyone else has a hard time dealing with the dynamic duo. Wave clear is necessary. We might see them try to get their Vala again, one that both teams have been liking, and one that's doing really well in HGC North America so far.
Yeah, the Vala is a big pickup, but I don't know if I consider it the first pick worthy. It might be. It might be.
Might be Malfurion, honestly.
Yeah.
That's the priority. Oh,
Or just Falstad sticking to the global value here for B-Step. So now No Tomorrow, when we see them on this map, they have gone with the heavy Tychus, and we've seen the Artanis out from them, which is obviously banned out here as well with the Artanis Malfurion. So with this, they pick up the Malfurion still, but then move into the Ragnaros. It feels very norm so far.
Oh,
Everybody accepts, you know, other than maybe the Falstad a little bit out of order from the norm. You know, everything's sticking to traditional North American meta so far.
Now B-Step with 2 more picks. I'm wondering if they care about getting a specific support, and now seeing Malfurion may want to get it before, but otherwise I think they're looking at some warrior here. It's just whether or not Varian or Diablo EDC.
No.
Insane, to the point where civilized behavior is becoming less and less common. This, of course, does not apply to everybody who's a liberal. It doesn't apply to every Democrat. But there is this strong strain that's building up in the more extreme circles that say that violence is okay. What they say is, somebody's a Nazi, violence against Nazis is okay, therefore I can attack X, right? So this is why the other day there's a neo-Nazi, you know, he's a white nationalist is probably fairer, named Richard Spencer, who was punched in the head on the street while he was doing an interview. And so the internet lit up with, is it okay to punch a Nazi? And the answer is no, it's not okay to punch a Nazi. It isn't. Because by the same logic you can punch a Nazi, you should be able to kill a Nazi, right? If you're violating someone's bodily integrity on the basis of their political viewpoint, you are doing something uncivilized and wrong. But there's an actual argument over, can you punch the Nazi? Okay, so a lot of the left says, great, Richard Spencer got punched in the face, that's just horrific. And then they say, well, Milo is Richard Spencer. And then they say, well, Trump is Richard Spencer. And they say, well, Shapiro is Richard Spencer. And pretty soon it's bled down to Mitch McConnell is Richard Spencer. Anyone I disagree with is Richard Spencer, and Richard Spencer is Hitler. Therefore, I can use violence against them. Sarah Silverman tweeted today that she wants basically a violent uprising. She says fascists should get overthrown. We'll use the military to overthrow. Wake up and join the resistance, all caps. Once the military is with us, fascists get overthrown. Mad King and his handlers go bye-bye. An articulate statement from one of the world's most brilliant political commentators, Sarah Silverman. And she's not the only one who's saying this sort of stuff, unfortunately. We talked the other day about how the Screen Actors Guild, David Harbour, got a standing ovation for saying that you were going to punch people that you disagree with. Joy Behar, just yesterday, she was on The View, and on The View, Whoopi Goldberg's already labeled Trump the Taliban, so here's Joy Behar on The View saying that Democrats ought to bring a rhetorical gun to the knife fight.
I think their job is to look at what's being brought to them. That's how it played out.
You know, the Democrats always go to a gunfight with a knife.
Yeah.
Let them go with a gun this time.
Yeah.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it being okay for the goose, but not the gander.
The problem is the people are the only ones who suffer. We need to keep moving forward. You fight the fights that are good. Like, pick your battles. If you really don't like this candidate, fight against him.
Okay, so the point here is not that she actually means pick up a gun, but this sort of violent rhetoric has become much more common. As I say, that's not a good thing. Once the violent rhetoric becomes more common, once you label your political opponents the enemy to actually be hurt and everything is on the table, then that means you're going to get a lot more of this sort of activity. Now, I do want to say one quick thing about the Berkeley students. My guess is that if you look at the footage of these riots, the rioters don't look like Berkeley students. They don't look like kids who are lefties at Berkeley. It looks like those kids are standing around, and then a bunch of anarchists came in from Oakland or from Berkeley or from San Francisco to make trouble. They look like WTO protesters from 1999, smashing windows and looting and doing this sort of stuff. I don't want to blame all Berkeley students for the actions of a few, but the problem is this sort of mentality is spreading. Well, joining us now on the program, I'm pleased to welcome former assembly person from the state of California, Mike Gatto. I think he's going to be a statewide candidate for office soon, if I'm not mistaken. What are you running for now?
Well, I haven't decided yet. I think politics is a little bit up in the air right now.
Okay, so he's running for governor. So Mike Gatto is a longtime assembly person from the state of California. He and I got into a Twitter spat the other day, and that's why I'm having him on. So I think a good place to start is with what's happening in Berkeley. What do you make of the hubbub, of the chaos, of what is a riot that happened in Berkeley last night?
Well, first of all, I was in office when you were at Cal State LA last February, and I want to apologize. I want to start by apologizing on behalf of the state of California for what you went through.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, nobody should ever, when they're on a publicly funded campus that is paid for by taxpayer dollars, have to have their free speech quelled. You could argue maybe it's different on a private campus, but that was a public campus where people sought to clamp down on your free speech. The state of California owes you an apology to the extent that I can do it on behalf of the whole state.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And it's not your job to do it on behalf of the whole state, obviously. Right. You didn't do it. I only like to put responsibility where it lies, but I appreciate that. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the first place to start is that this is why I like having people who disagree on the show. I'm going to start doing this a lot more often now that we can have guests. And I think that that's fun because it's fun to have the discussion, and it's really negative what happened last night. So let's before we get to what we were spatting over on the internet, which was a lot of fun. I do want to get to it because it's kind of a kick. I want to ask you, Assemblyman Gatto, what do you make of how should the Democrats treat the accession of President Trump? So a lot of people seem to be going kind of nuts over this.
Sure.
What do you think is the best way for Democrats to deal with this? Because obviously, I think that the sort of extreme rhetoric and tactics, not sure this is going to be productive.
Correct. I was talking to a veteran Democratic Congress member from D.C. Yesterday, and he said, think about it. Everything that Trump has done so far in office is designed to appeal to rural Pennsylvania and rural Michigan, all the key areas of the swing states that Democrats lost. And then by lighting cars on fire in Berkeley, I'm not sure that we're going to win those hearts back.
Well, I appreciate the honesty, and I think that obviously I think the Democratic Party could use more people like you in positions of power saying that, because it seems like the Democratic Party is moving in a more extreme direction by embracing some of the candidates they're talking about for the DNC chairmanship. There was that event a couple of weeks ago where the DNC chair candidates were saying things like, as white people, we have to sit down and shut up, and we just have to listen to black people. It's my job to shut other white people up. That doesn't seem to me geared toward winning the white middle class voter in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Wisconsin. So I want to talk a little bit about your broader worldview, because the reason that I invited you on in the first place is because we got into this fight, as I've referenced a couple of times on Twitter, and the reason that came up is because I wrote a piece about one of the things that a talking point that folks on the left have been pushing for quite a while is this idea that the people at the very top of the income spectrum have way more money than everybody else, that people who are in the 1% own as much wealth as the rest of the world combined, that the top 60 people own as much wealth as 3.5 billion people, and basically I wrote, so what, right? The people at the top, unless they stole it from the people at the bottom, why is this a problem? And I talked specifically about Bill Gates, who's now about to become the world's first trillionaire, apparently, and I said, you know, there's hundreds of thousands of people who have worked for Microsoft. They create a product that millions of people buy and makes their businesses better. What's the issue here? And you then proceeded to tweet this. So this is the tweet on feudalism. So your screed is a gross oversimplification. It's so much more polite when we're in person. Your screed is a gross oversimplification too, akin to medieval mentality of kings and nobles protected us in battle, so nobility is awesome.
Did I write that?
You did, actually. Sorry about that, Mike. But so maybe you'd like to explain where that comes from. Why do you think that? I asked you. So what makes Bill Gates a medieval feudal lord?
Well, first of all, I never gained as many Twitter followers, or I never got my behind spanked as much as when I tried to troll you. So your followers are very, very
enthusiastic.
Yes. Yeah. But the point I was trying to make is this. So I'm a traditionalist. Believe it or not, there's a democratic traditionalist. I know that our founding fathers believed in small everything. They believed in small government. They believed in small concentrations of wealth. They thought that if we had the return of nobility in this country, that we'd be in a really bad place. We'd look like those countries in Europe that people had left. We would have this great concentration of power. It would start to seem like nobility, and that's what that reference was. And I do believe that there are times in history where the wealthy have more, and they start to look like Russian oligarchs. And nobody would disagree that Russian oligarchs are kind of like nobility. They can control government. They have the power of life and death in certain towns and in certain provinces, and that's not good for our American way of values.
Well, you and I agree on the idea that oligarchy is bad, and obviously, but I'm not comparing Bill Gates to a Russian oligarch.
I'm not saying he is too, but there is a saying that all great fortunes come from some crime, and
I don't think that's true though. Unless you can actually prove the crime, it's a little bit of a slander to suggest that people are engaged in crime just because they're wealthy.
There's a lot of companies that when they start out, the regulations are not quite there yet, and they act in a regulatory vacuum, and in many cases they're taking resources that you could argue belong to society, and they are exploiting them to their wealth.
Well, unless you're talking about like people actually going into the commons and drilling for oil in areas that's not owned, for example, then you know what resource do corporations like Google exploit or corporations like Microsoft exploit? It seems to me that their employees are some of the happiest people on the planet. It seems to us that you and I have great technology because of companies like this, and seeing wealth as an indicator, a red flag for something criminal has occurred, number one, sort of lets people who are poor off the hook if they actually commit crime, and number two, says that wealthy people are actually the ones who are criminals, when it seems to me that a lot of the people who are wealthy specifically because they're engaging in lots of voluntary mutual transactions, which is the way our economy works. If it's not voluntary, you and I are on the same side, right? Sure. If somebody's actually exploiting somebody else, we don't disagree. But if somebody is not exploiting somebody, then what's the problem?
So you and I are both against the redistribution of wealth, but my point was there's many ways to redistribute it. So Rand Paul and Ron Paul both have said to audit the Fed, and I've supported that. I think the Federal Reserve, which is it's a quasi-governmental agency, it's appointed by the president, the governors are appointed by the president. I think that their policies have favored those who own lots of stocks and those who own lots of property.
So are you in favor like the Pauls are of a return to the gold standard?
You know, I think the gold standard for a long time served our country just fine.
I'm actually in favor of return to the gold standard as well.
You know, it's real money, and it's tied to something that government can't create.
So why are you a Democrat? I don't understand.
Listen, there are some Democratic traditionalists out there, and I think I am one of them. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with being a small government Democrat, and I think there's also nothing wrong with saying that the Federal Reserve's policies have benefited those who own. When you're lending money at next to nothing and you're inflating these bubbles, the people who tend to own those resources benefit from it. So in a weird way, that's a redistribution of wealth too.
No, I totally agree. It's redistribution of wealth by government, and as I say, I'm very libertarian on a lot of this stuff, and that is keep the government out unless somebody's rights are actually being exploited. Now, I don't want to hit you over the head with your tweets, but I'm going to hit you over the head with your tweets. So here's one more. This is you talking about inherited wealth, and again, things get dicey on Twitter in a way that they don't when we speak to each other face to face. I'm curious what the great grandchildren of the wealthy invented to deserve it. A smarter Ben Franklin railed against nobility. So the implication here seems to be that the founders were against inherited wealth. Benjamin Franklin did speak openly about the estate tax. He likes the idea of an estate tax because European nobility was not quite the same thing as American capitalism producing people who are wealthy. There's a mercantilist system in Europe where the government actually gave charters to specific friends of the government. It actually looks a lot more like what presidents of both stripes have been doing actually lately, where it looks like the Green Jobs program or like Trump giving favors to a particular company, which it looks like corporatism. That's what old school European nobility looked like. And in fact, Ben Franklin, when it came to his own distribution of wealth at his death, Ben Franklin actually handed virtually all of his wealth to his children. He gave £1,000 to the city of Philadelphia, £1,000 to the city of Boston, and that was it, right? So it wasn't like he liquidated all his wealth and said, "Kids, you're on your own."
Right.
So are you in favor of the idea of a high estate tax taking lots of money away from people who have already been taxed on that money because we don't want their kids having it?
So I do tend to take the Ben Franklin approach. Thomas Jefferson was more of an extremist on the estate tax. He didn't think that people should inherit much at all. Ben Franklin actually wrote that he thought that the average middle class person should be able to pass on their home, even 2 homes, 3 homes to their kids. But he did think that their really, really big estates should suffer some type of estate tax. And I think the middle class should not be subject to an estate tax, but I think the very, very, very wealthy, the high end, there should be some estate taxes. Otherwise, you just run the risk of our society devolving into a bunch of Paris Hiltons. She's beautiful, she's talented, but it was like her great-grandfather founded something useful, and she didn't do much, and that's what that tweet was relating to.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm no Paris Hilton fan, but I also don't think that I have the right to take away Grandpa's wealth just because I don't want Paris Hilton to be doing Carl's Jr. commercials.
Yeah, but that is a little bit of postmodern stuff that you might criticize if the left was saying it, because government does have the right to draw lines. When we elect the government, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, we are saying, please draw the lines. I think an estate tax would be much more fair than an income tax. I think.
So do you want to remove the income tax? If you're in favor of removing the income tax in favor of a small estate tax, then maybe I'm with you.
Yeah, our country survived for the first 150 years on primarily 3 taxes. There was a sin tax. It was the whiskey tax, right? There was estate taxes and there were tariffs. And I think if we could come back to some sort of system where we relooked at our tax code and said, hey, this is more fair. We're going to break up large estates. We're going to tax sins, and we're going to rely on some sort of tariffs to penalize the worst abusers of slave labor in third world countries. I think that would be a better system than what we have now.
Okay, that's interesting because, look, I think it's immoral to tax people twice. So if you're going to have an income tax and then you're going to steal money that I've already paid taxes on, you have children, I assume.
Yeah.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2 and a third on the way.
Okay, congratulations, that's exciting. So I have 2 under 3. And one of the reasons that I work really hard is because I would like to pass on lots and lots of money to my children so they don't have to work so hard, which is part and parcel of the American dream. Is not just I work hard, I get ahead. It's I work hard, I get ahead so my kids don't have to work quite as hard to get ahead. And when it comes to inherited wealth, I think there's this vast misnomer that the people who are the wealthiest in our society, all of them inherited their wealth. And actually, when you break it down, that's not really true. Like 35%, according to, in 2012, there was the Forbes 400, and 35% of the Forbes 400 was born poor or middle class. 22% were born upper middle class. That means 57% were born either poor, middle class, or upper middle class. 11.5% inherited more than $1 million. 7% inherited more than $50 million, so that would be Paris Hilton. And 21% inherited enough money to just stay on the list, right? So
tax the 7%. I mean, when I got the tweets back from you with our exchange from your followers, I mean, a lot of people said, hey, I'm just a middle class guy, do you want to take my wealth? The answer is no. I do not want to take that wealth. I'm the same way. I work very hard so that my children will have a better life. And by the way, I'm not a career politician. I really have had jobs, and I have a job now, and I'm working very hard. But I do think we do run this risk of returning to this era of nobility if we don't break up the vast, vast fortunes. It's that 7% or 6% you talked about.
Yes, to me, I don't think that those fortunes should be broken up. I think the key is to protect the system itself so that those fortunes can't impact government. And that means having a smaller government in total. Because the problem is once you get to the point where the government can confiscate estate wealth, that the government is so corrupt that there are going to be some estates that somehow escape, and there's going to be some estates that get hit.
They confiscate sales tax, they confiscate income tax, they confiscate so many things. We have to have tax. We have to pay for the crumbling roads in LA that are never paved. We have to pay
why
for the
punish me
military.
just because I made a lot of money?
Well, it's not punishing you because you made a lot of money. What it's trying to do.
Sort of is. You're only hitting me if I'm really, really wealthy.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how a lot of tax codes are. I mean,
I know they suck. Yeah.
Well, they do. They do. But if you think about it, the wealthy guy who buys a Rolls Royce, he pays more in sales tax than someone like me who doesn't own a car.
Right, but he has a choice to buy that car, right? I mean, that's a little bit different. Now you're talking about, you just look at the bottom line and you say, okay, you made more than $7 million, you made, $2 million. The $7 million guy.
Maybe you cut it off at $1 billion. But the point is, I just think I'm a traditionalist, and I think our founding fathers believed in this system, which was, you let the person pass on 3, 4, 5 houses to their kids. That's fine. You let them pass on their cars and their bank accounts. But maybe the person who starts to look like a Russian oligarch because they've got so much power and so much money, we probably don't want that in America. And by the way, this type of this type of people ignoring this, politicians in power ignoring this for so long, is why Donald Trump won all these Midwestern states, is because he actually talked to people and said, look, I'm going to try to return good jobs to your class.
I think that's right. I think it's ironic that you cite Donald Trump as an example of that, because Donald Trump is actually part of that 7% that inherited a crap load of money.
My God, says tax Donald Trump.
All right, well, thank you so much for stopping by. It really is a pleasure to have you, and it's always fun to have a cordial conversation with somebody with whom I disagree. So thank you for the time, and thanks for coming in, Assemblyman Mike Gatta.
Thank you.
And look out for him. He's going to run for governor, even though he says he's just considering it. So make sure that you keep an eye on that. Well, we have to say thank you to another one of our sponsors. These are sponsors over at CISO. So if you love comedy, I mean, if the political system isn't enough comedy for you and you just love comedy and you want more of it, CISO is the place to be. CISO is streaming content. CISO is Acclaim's original series. It's hand-picked classics. It's hours of stand-up specials, no commercials, completely ad-free. You get a month for free right now when you go to CISO.com, CISO.com, and you use promo code Shapiro. So if you check that out right now, then you get at least 1 month for free. Actually, it's 2 months for free now, I guess. So it's 2 months for free with the promo code Ben at checkout. That's CISO.com, promo code Ben. My wife and I have been watching one of their shows called Harmon Quest, which is really funny. It's sort of making fun of the Dungeons and Dragons crowd, and it's pretty funny. So you can check that out. They have a lot of original series. They have a lot of old content. They have old episodes of The Office from Britain, which is really funny. They have a lot of British comedy. They have all of the SNL back from when SNL was good and not just a Trump attack vehicle. Check it out at CISO.com. Promo code Ben, and it is fantastic. As I say, it is normally $3.99 a month. You get the first 2 months for free. You can cancel it anytime if you don't like it. So give it a try. I promise you won't be disappointed. Okay, so as you say, the situation in Berkeley is really ugly. I want to show you some of the footage from Berkeley so that folks know what we're talking about last night. Here's some of the people shooting off fireworks at public buildings last night at Berkeley.
Edgy, so edgy.
And you can see it's black bloc. I mean, that's what they call themselves because they wear all black and they're basically terrorists. And the police, where are the cops in all this? What are the cops doing? I have no idea. This is the experience that we had at Cal State LA as well, by the way, is that the cops were basically told to stand down because they didn't want to promote violence. They didn't want to have a violent clash. So instead, you let the rioters run roughshod. There's more of this. Here's them shooting off some flares. Alrighty, so you can see it got really, really ugly last night. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Plus, we have the mailbag coming up. But in order for you to see that, you have to go over to dailywire.com right now and become a subscriber. You can watch the rest live, become part of the mailbag. We're going to do live mailbag questions today. Yay, that's very exciting. So we're going to check that out today. Go to dailywire.com. $8 a month will get you.
Everybody, there's a young man named Leo. We call him Leo the Lion. He's fought and beat cancer 3 times already. Unfortunately, a brain tumor has come back, and the little guy only has weeks left to live. He needs to fly to Oklahoma to have what's called proton therapy, and this is his only hope. We call him Leo the Lion. He's fought and beat it so many times. God bless him. But we need to raise £150,000 in under 3 weeks. I hate to ask, but please dig deep. Maybe just the amount of money that you spend on a Starbucks, on a coffee, maybe just $1, $10, whatever you can give. I'm going to put a link to the GoFundMe in my Instagram account. You'll see this video doing the rounds. But please, there's a young man out there that we can help by just throwing a couple of dollars. It's nothing to us, but this young man has been through so much already. Let's please try and help this young man save his life and save his family.
Because I'm a fighter and I believe in myself, but when I look at him, I see a beatable guy. The key would be to stay at distance, pick him apart, use kicks, stay at distance, as I say. A lot of movement. He can't shoot on a target that is constantly moving. And he gasses. Don't let him cheat. Rounds 2 and 3, wear him down. He's a southpaw, so he's susceptible to that left hook, just like Anderson was, just like Luke Rockhold was. And when I look at this guy, of course, he is a physical specimen, but it isn't somebody that scares me. So when and if I train for Romero, I'll start, like I have done in some camps in the past, with a very, very good grappler on top of me. The fight will start with me on my back, and I will have to fight to my feet just to be able to then start implementing my own game plan. And I'll start every single round like that, and I'll get back to my feet within 30 seconds, and then I'll start going. And if I get taken down, boom, do that again. You know, and I'll be doing that against high-level black belts. High-level black belts that can punish me or submit me. So I can get back to my feet and then start working my game plan. The idea would be, if he was to take me down,
get ready for combat, heroes.
Let's blow things up. Let's pound them flat, then pound them again.
Battle commencing in 10 seconds.
I never tread like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go destroy the Raven Lord's towers.
Move it or lose it.
First blood. Double kill.
It's what I do.
Triple kill. Quad kill. Killing spree. Enemy slain. Yes, my grip upon this realm tightens.
Will someone please shoot this guy?
Your enemies fall before you.
Nice shot.
Be ready. The altars are rising from the mists. Yes! Send his servants to their grave! Double kill! Triple kill! The tower is under my control. Mayhem! Finally, the altars are ready. Capture them, heroes, and be quick about it! Show the Raven Lord the extent of my power!
Proceed.
The Raven Lord will fall before me. Yes, heroes, activate the towers! One of our towers has been well done. We have secured a tower. Another tower is mine. Well done. Ready yourselves, let's claim them first. We have taken that tower. Go! Do not let the altars fall into the Raven Lord's talons. The Raven Lord will not keep me from this realm. Victory!
Listen, I don't bother playing jiu-jitsu. If you get taken down, you're losing the fight. And against a guy like that, it's going to be hard to pull off a submission against your back. A guy with that kind of brute strength, my game plan would be plain and simple. If you get taken down, scramble, get back to the feet, reset on the feet.
Man, it was pretty much what it came down to is a mistake by the radiologist that read the report from my brain MRI.
Okay.
You know, he marked that I had new changes on my MRI, which signaled to the New York Commission that says, "Oh wow, he's still injured. He has a fresh injury." You know, so he misread it, and when it got misread, it was just kind of like, well, you get put in this category. If you ever fail anything or ever get suspended or ever have anything with a commission, the hardest thing to do is get right back on the right path. Because what a lot of commissions do is they just piggyback what the other commission said without even taking a second look at it.
So do you think that Mousasi is going to get in the country? We were talking about that before. He was born in Iran. He has a Dutch nationality, and he has a visa for U.S. Rule is even if you're born in Iran, you're a threat. So that's what he was saying. So I don't know if Mousasi is scared he won't get in, or if he is just using this to make a sarcastic statement about how he feels about the travel ban. So I don't know if he's actually worried.
There is some concern about people with dual citizenship. That's the thing. Like, so if he is Dutch, but he also has Iranian, it is a possibility he might not be able to get in. But the UFC, so that they're working on it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would hope that they're not stupid enough to think that Gegard Mousasi is a threat
Besides,
to anyone other than who he's fighting.
Trump's a UFC fan anyway.
Oh, that's a good point. You know what? That's a fucking funny
Worst
point.
comes to worst, Dana, get on the horn with him.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. President. Gegard can't get in.
That'll really piss Meryl Streep off if he's like, I'll make an exception for Gegard Mousasi.
Yeah, but it's an understandable exception.
Yeah.
When is he fighting Mousasi? He's fighting...
that's
for the Weidman fight. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it was
that's
sooner.
April 8th.
Okay, there's plenty of
They
time.
got time to get that stuff on.
The whole thing with that fight, is Conor. Everybody's saying Conor's a champ, this and that. Even at our weight, I'm like, nah, dude.
Yeah.
You become the real champ after you defend something. He didn't defend nothing yet, so we see what happens. And at the end of the day, I gotta get that fight. His coach, his own team, man, his own coach say I'm the best 145er in the world, and Google it. You think I'm lying? Go Google it. His own coach talks about it, and that fight's gonna happen. I know me and him have some unfinished business. He blames something for not knocking me out. And not that much people know I was injured in that fight, so. He can come see me when he wants to, I'm not like these guys. I'm not gonna beg him, Conor, please fight me, You don't sound like a man, I'm gonna become my own money fight, and when he wants to go again, I'll be ready. I'm interested in seeing him fight Tony or Khabib, and I'm interested in those fights too, I'm not that far off from that weight class, so we'll see what happens.
I don't like you overeating so much. Because so much cock guy. I don't like you overeating so much. Because so much cock guy.
I've actually been practicing my ollie. You guys want to see? I've been practicing hard. Okay. Oh.
This is #1 bullshit.
I'm going in order that you're giving them to me.
Well, then here is an apology that Wells Fargo had to tweet. Gina, you can read this, and then I'll show you what was offensive.
All right. Wells Fargo is deeply committed to the arts, and we offer our sincere apology for the initial ads promoting our September 17th Teen Financial Education Day. They were intended to celebrate all the aspirations of young people and fell short of that goal. We are making changes to the campaign's creative that better reflect our company's core value of embracing diversity and inclusion and our support of the arts. Last
All
year,
right, hold on.
Yeah,
All right, remember I told you, first off, everyone's always yelling at everyone to apologize?
Yeah.
But no one actually means it.
I like this. We see the apology first, and now you have to guess what the hell the problem
So
is.
what was so egregious
sure
that
it was
Wells Fargo did?
All black kids.
Wells Fargo was attempting to take young people and get them sort of financially literate, for the future. And so you can read what the ads say. They're just magazine ads, print ads.
with the teenagers. First, the girl, it says, a ballerina yesterday, an engineer today. Let's get them ready for tomorrow. And then a nice young man, an actor yesterday, a botanist today. Let's get them ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the arts
So
are no
all
bueno.
the fucking pussies in the art. The arts, you're so precious, you fucking loser pussies. You're all so precious. First off, most all of you suck.
You're listening to KEXP. We're at 90.3 FM in Seattle. You can find us streaming live online around the world at KEXP.com. You're listening to KEXP. You can find us at 90.3 FM in Seattle and streaming online around the world at KEXP.org. I'm Cheryl Waters. You're listening to The Midday Show. Very excited to have Midnight Faces live in studio. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Well, by all accounts, every single person that has just heard the sound check, you sound fantastic. So let's take it away and share with our listeners all over the world.
every other lie. But I don't mind. Somehow I know there's a reason. Every time I see you, yeah, I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. It just felt me. If you don't change in the next 5 years, come on, baby, let's get this thing going. Everyone that I've ever loved, all the stuff that I've been through is you. Could ever change my mind. Tell me this ain't